Chapter 1241. Duke Long sighed, "Whether there are rank 10 Gu immortals or not, I cannot answer you. But I think there should be a rank 10 immortal Gu. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally said this. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Venerable after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was benevolent, did not compete with others, and loved peace. However, just like the giant Sun Immortal, he had never truly entered the celestial court. There were only 3 immortal venerables in history who had truly entered the celestial court and merged their grotto heavens into the celestial court. From ancient times until now, they were the first rank 9 venerable in history: Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the creator of Wood Path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who possessed Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Northern Plains. The final battle of the Bloodbath Martial Competition had finally arrived. Chu Du walked off the battlefield. "Please advise me." In front of him stood a female immortal. She was dressed in a splendid palace dress that dragged on the ground, and her fine black hair was tied up high with a dazzling array of jade and gold hairpins. Her skin was snow white, her eyebrows were slender, and her gaze was sharp. Her chest was perky, and her body was well developed. She was graceful and luxurious, and she gave others a feeling that she couldn't be offended. It was Gong Wanting, the wife of Princess Impatience. Gong Wanting's face was solemn as she sighed. Domination Immortal is indeed worthy of his reputation, defeating Lu Zhozhuan and Yao Yuanying. Regardless of the result of this battle, the name of Domination Immortal will spread throughout Northern Plains. Lu Zhonchen and Yao Yuanying, whose names were mentioned, looked displeased. But there was nothing they could do. Chu Du was stronger than them. Overall, the blood battle martial competition was the result of the Huang Jin tribes firmly suppressing the alliance of the Chu sect and the Baizu tribe. But at the end, Chu Du's appearance was a resounding slap to the righteous alliance. The might of the Domination Immortal made the Huang Jin bloodline Gu immortals feel wariness. This was the last battle of the 100 battles. He had no other choice. Gong Wanting walked off the stage. This was a duel between the commanders of both sides. "Please." Chu Du's demeanor was elegant. Although he was injured, he was still calm and collected. Gong Wanting's eyes flashed with a strange light. She laughed and said, "Domination Immortal is indeed heroic." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed like a sword. He shot towards Chu Du like lightning. Chu Du shouted, did not retreat but advanced, bravely charging towards Gong Wanting. It was a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. The two of them fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds, but there was no clear victor. Fighting from the sky to the ground, the bloody plains were almost completely destroyed. The spectating immortals had no choice but to retreat 30,000 li to avoid being caught up in the battle between Chu Du and Gong Wanting. Chu Due was unstoppable. On the other hand, Gong Wanting attacked more and defended more. Her posture was calm. This fierce battle continued for another 100 rounds. Chu Du's body was covered in wounds, blood flying everywhere. Gong Wanting was no longer calm, her serious eyes constantly sweeping over Chu Du, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The spectating Gu immortals were already moved. They evaluated this intense battle. It was a battle at the peak of rank 7. Under the premise that no rank 8s appeared. In Northern Plains Gu immortal world, no one would surpass him for hundreds of years. The sun set and the moon rose. From day to night, the two sides were still evenly matched. This kind of non-stop, intense battle was extremely intense. By dawn of the second day, both sides were in a weakened state, the battle was nearing its end, the outcome of life and death could be decided at any moment. The spectating Gu immortals. All of them held their breaths, waiting for the final outcome. But at this time, a magnificent pillar of light suddenly shrouded the area. Chu Du and Gong Wanting were separated from the intense battle. "It's about time," this battle will be decided as a draw. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang appeared in the sky. He looked not far away. I wonder if Heavenly Lord agrees with my words? Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared from the clouds, nodding, please go to the sky and fight. Next, the two rank 8 Gu Immortals flew up into white heaven under everyone's gazes. Soon, the immortals above the bloodbath plains heard a rumble and explosion from the white sky. It sounded like thunder, but also like the roar of a beast. Domination Immortal Chu Du let out a breath of turbid air. The current situation was what he wanted. Gong Wanting had a special status, she was the wife of Prince's Impatience. Chu Du could not kill her because of this. Once he killed Gong Wanting, he would definitely provoke Prince's impatience. When Chu Du was alone, he was not afraid. But now that he had established Chu sect, it was a different concept. As for Chu Du himself, he had an outstanding performance in this blood battle martial competition. Heavenly Lord Baizu would not let Chu Du die in this battle for the future development of Baizu tribe. Just like what Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had discussed before the martial competition, the losses on both sides were successfully limited to a certain range. Gasp, so powerful, even white heaven is cracked. Hearing this sound, I can tell that the battle is extremely intense. It is a pity that we cannot penetrate the heavenly wind chi wall and watch the battle in white heaven. The immortals on both sides did not leave, they conversed. The result of the battle between Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang decided everything. In the entire process of the blood battle martial competition, no matter how many sacrifices were made, how much effort they put in, or how many battle achievements they had, they could not compare to the result of this battle. No matter which side it was, they all suffered heavy losses. However, the number of Gu Immortals who died in battle was not many. Some rank 6 Gu Immortals died, and even fewer rank 7 Gu Immortals died. The greatest loss was Yilui Kun Xing, who was killed by Fong Yuan. As the battle progressed, both sides formed a tacit understanding. Of course, Gu Immortals getting injured was also a huge matter. Because of the Dao marks, they were hard to heal. Often, the cost of healing would make a Gu Immortal pay a huge price. In white heaven, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang sat opposite each other. A chessboard was placed between them. Please have a taste of my newly created golden leaf tea. Yao Huang chuckled, recommending his tea. Heavenly Lord Baizu drank a mouthful and nodded, before taking out a large bag of snacks. This is my specialty, stir-fried centipede. The two rank 8 great experts drank tea and ate the stir-fried centipede while playing chess. They were having a good time. Yao Huang sighed, this stir-fried centipede is delicious, I can't get tired of tasting it, it is truly a supreme delicacy. Heavenly Lord Baizu also praised, Brother Yao Huang's golden leaf tea is even better than the silver leaf tea. It seems that Brother Yao Huang will be able to refine resurrection from the dead Gu soon. Every serving of tea and wine could be seen as an unfinished food path Gu recipe. Sometimes, when Gu Immortals sparred with their refinement path attainment, in order to avoid a huge commotion, or to save face, they would serve tea or wine. Gu Immortals would taste tea or drink wine, they could determine each other's Gu refinement attainment. Of course, this method was too subtle. Most of the time, it was only a superficial probing, it could not show each other's true strength. Heavenly Lord Baizu could taste a different taste from Yao Huang's newly created golden leaf tea. Moreover, Heavenly Lord Baizu had tasted Yao Huang's silver leaf tea before. Comparing the two, he could tell that Yao Huang's refinement path attainment had improved. This improvement was clearly a result of Yao Huang's attempt to refine resurrection from the dead immortal Gu. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, the snacks he created were not so simple, they could be seen as a display of his refinement path attainment. But Heavenly Lord Baizu had been busy building up Baizu tribe and attacking He Fan Grotto Heaven recently, his refinement path attainment did not improve, thus, the fried centipede did not change much. However, the medicine sovereign's gaze was focused below the two of them. Not far below them, two figures were fighting. One was Heavenly Lord Baizu's appearance, the other was Yao Huang's appearance. Under white light, the commotion that the Gu immortals above Blood Battlefield Plain heard was caused by these two figures. Yao Huang praised, "Heavenly Lord's clone methods are getting more profound, you can even imitate 20 to 30% of a rank 8's power." Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled as he shook his head, "I am ashamed. This is an immortal killer move that I comprehended after failing to attack Heifan Grotto Heaven a few days ago. I had once heard that Longevity Heaven contains Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move, Perfect Pair. It can allow a Gu immortal to create a clone with the same battle strength as them. My methods cannot be compared to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables." Yao Huang smiled. He understood the meaning behind the words. Heavenly Lord Baizu mentioned Longevity Heaven. It was not as simple as it looked. Yao Huang explained, "Heavenly Lord, don't worry. As long as the rank 8 Gu immortals in Longevity Heaven do not come out, just a longevity token cannot mobilize us. Furthermore, isn't the situation of any region determined by the confrontation between rank 8 Gu immortals? Right now, among the rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains, old ancestor Shui who has the highest battle strength. If he refines fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, there will be no way to deal with him. But recently, I saw that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's defenses are tight, even for us, it will be hard to break into it. Our competition is just the Righteous Path's internal strife. If old ancestor Shui who refines fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Northern Plain situation will turn into a situation where the Righteous Path and Demonic Path rise." Yao Huang spoke frankly. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded, agreeing with the former's analysis. Originally, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower had caused a huge change in Northern Plain situation. Demonic flames were rising. If old ancestor Shui who really succeeded in refining fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, that would be even more incredible. Compared to the rise of Righteous Path forces, Yao Huang was even more unwilling to see the Demonic Path becoming arrogant. Thankfully, in this Blood Path martial competition, we invited many lone immortals and Demonic Path experts. A portion of them died in the competition, while the rest joined Chu's sect or my Baizu tribe after the competition. It can be said that they have sacrificed their lives to increase the strength of our Righteous Path. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Rank 8 Gu immortals had great foresight. This blood battle martial competition, on one hand, would help Yao tribe weaken the other Huang Jin tribes. On the other hand, they would use Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chu Du's identities to weaken the lone immortals and demonic immortals, stabilizing the situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But when Chu's sect was mentioned, Yao Huang frowned. This Chu's sect needs to be reformed. Our Northern Plains cannot allow sects to be created. Chapter 1242. Yao Huang's attitude was firm. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled, "Don't worry about this. Chu Du is aware of this, he has already communicated with me, he can give in on this." "That's good." Yao Huang nodded. Both sides conversed for a while. The chess game was half done, time was almost up. The two immortals flew down to White Heaven one after the other. Next, the two announced that in the earlier battle, Yao Huang won. This blood battle martial competition ended with the victory of the Huang Jin tribe's alliance. Chu's sect and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals had ashen expressions, only Chu Du had a calm expression. He had expected this. In contrast, the Huang Jin tribe's Gu immortals were celebrating. There was no need to explain the outcome of the battle. The blood battle martial competition that shook Northern Plains Gu immortal world and even affected the other four regions came to an end. Southern border, Giant Dream Realm. In a deep and eerie sea. Darkness, one could not even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan was immersed in it, his injuries were severe. The pressure at the bottom of the sea was intense. In the water around him, there were countless slender dragon figures swimming around him. These were the dragons that lived in the sea. Each sea dragon had desolate beast-level battle strength. There were countless sea dragons, there were hundreds or even thousands of them. Fang Yuan's character was currently a rank 6 Gu immortal, but facing so many sea dragon beasts, he was still unable to fight them. More importantly, to pass this 9th stage, I need to kill all of the sea dragons. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. If this was in the real world, he would have little chance of breaking through the encirclement and surviving. But in this dream realm, it had its own rules. If Fang Yuan wanted to break through, he would fail in the dream realm exploration. This was not giving Fang Yuan a way out. It is impossible to get rid of these sea dragons with just the foundation and methods in the dream realm. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to get through this stage, he only had one choice. One was Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. But with so many sea dragons, I can only activate Unravel Dream less than 10 times, it is not enough to resolve this problem. Looks like this scene is probably the final cultivation life of the Dreamland's owner. Fang Yuan was enlightened. Dreams were divided into different categories. Most of them were realistic dreams that reproduced scenes from the life of a certain life form. A small portion of them were strange, bizarre dreams. This dream realm that Fang Yuan explored was clearly a realistic dream realm. It might have been based on the original reality. It was somewhat exaggerated. But it also showed part of the truth that had happened. This Gu Immortal was once a Gu master of combat Immortal sect. His talent is not bad, but after becoming rank 6, he pales in comparison to the surrounding Gu Immortals. The 10 great ancient sects of the central continent also allocate cultivation resources according to sect contributions. This Gu Immortal's aptitude was barely passable, his battle strength was not high and his methods were not brilliant. It was hard to get any sect contribution points, and even harder to obtain cultivation resources. Therefore, that's why I thought of exploring the East Sea. In the end, when he passed through the 5 regions' aperture walls, his immortal aperture's foundation was damaged. Afterwards, he heard some rumors about Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace and came to explore this sea area, but he was attacked by a sea dragon group and died here. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan finally made his decision. He chose to give up. He took the initiative to leave this dreamland. Normally speaking, the deeper one went into this dream realm, the greater the gains from breaking through. But Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. He chose to retreat. He kept Unravel Dream, he did not waste it here. After a while, Fang Yuan returned to reality. He used Guts Gu to heal his injuries and inspected his own situation. Water Path Quasi-Grandmaster. This attainment level had not changed. He was still far from true Grandmaster. However, it was enough to annex many blessed lands in City Well. Because most of them were rank 6 Water Path blessed lands. According to the current situation, it is best to raise my attainment level to Master in all my paths. That way, I will be able to annex any rank 6 blessed land. Even though rank 6 blessed lands have less and less help in raising my cultivation level. But if I annex more, the effect will be greater. Fang Yuan pondered. Next, he would enter his dream realm and refine some dream path mortal Gu. Of course, he would also spend some time to make deductions. These last days, he had an inspiration. He wanted to combine Myriad Self with Sword Dragon Transformation. The deduction was progressing smoothly. Fang Yuan's strength path attainment level was high enough, his transformation path was also Grandmaster, the only flaw was that his wisdom path deductions were slightly lacking. But this was not a big deal. Lady White Rabbit came to report the situation of the Immortal Opportunity business, as well as some information that she had gathered. Fang Yuan sat on a cushion, he closed his eyes and said to her, "Speak, I am listening." Fang Yuan deduced his own things while listening to Lady White Rabbit's words. He was multitasking. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, it was not hard for him to do this. Lady White Rabbit spoke as she looked at Fang Yuan's face, her gaze was filled with deep emotions. But to her disappointment, even after she finished her report, Fang Yuan did not open his eyes to look at her. "All right, you can leave now." Fang Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit could only be filled with disappointment and reluctance as she slowly left this place. Outside the hall, Wuan had been waiting for a long time. Lady, this way please. Wu An's attitude towards Lady White Rabbit was much more respectful than before. As long as Lady White Rabbit could meet Fang Yuan, it would prove that Fang Yuan still favored her. This made Wu An place great importance on Lady White Rabbit. Because Lady White Rabbit was related to the Immortal Opportunity business. Lady White Rabbit was slightly worried. She asked Wu An, has Lord Wu Yihai always been cultivating like this? Wu An was stunned. What do you mean? Lady White Rabbit sighed faintly. Lord Wu Yihai is too hardworking when he cultivates, he does not want to waste a single second. Even when listening to my report, he did not stop cultivating. Has he always been like this? Wu An blinked. Lady, I am speaking the truth. Even though I have not personally witnessed Lord Wu Yihai's cultivation, but I can see it through my own eyes. Lord Wu Yihai is probably the most hard-working cultivator I have ever seen. Ignoring everything else, just him locking himself in the hall and not leaving for such a long time is something I cannot do. Lady White Rabbit's expression became even more worried. Precisely so, I am worried about Lord Wu Yihai. He cultivates like he is risking his life. Cultivation is about relaxation and relaxation. In the long run, I am worried that Lord Wu Yihai will not be able to hold on and his mental state will be affected. Wu An, if you have the chance, you must persuade Lord Wu Yihai, okay? Wu An said in his heart, the number of times you see him and the time you spend with him is even more than mine. How can I persuade him? But he still nodded, agreeing. If I have the chance, I will try to persuade Lord Wu Yihai. Fang Yuan analyzed Lady White Rabbit's information. This allowed him to maintain a relatively clear grasp of the situation of the entire southern border. All in all, southern border situation was still stable. Even though Wu Du Xiu had died, Wu clan only had one rank 8 Gu immortal left, Wu Yong. But after this person took over Wu clan, he displayed great battle strength and clever political methods. Precisely so, even though Ba clan and Tai clan were eyeing him, they had no choice but to hold back their sinister thoughts. The situation of the rank 8s was like this, from top to bottom, it was reflected in all aspects of southern border. Inside the Super Gu formation, the situation was also calm. The Immortal Opportunity business was still going on, some Gu Immortals benefited from it, they were extremely happy, while some Gu Immortals watched on coldly, ignoring it for now. Northern Plains blood battle martial competition has already ended, Chu sect reformed into Chu clan, Bai Zhu clan survived, the Huang Jin clans won a great victory, they obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. This way, Northern Plains situation is becoming more stable. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent, the information I obtained was not much, it was mostly from Jewel Yellow Skies, I only have a vague idea. But they are all rather stable and peaceful. In fact, stability and peace were the norm for the 5 regions. Who wouldn't want to live a peaceful life? Why would they want to fight to the death? The chaos in Northern Plains was actually caused by Fang Yuan. He destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, it was because of Shadow Sect scheme, causing a series of terrifying effects. Only until the 5 regions' chaotic war did the 5 regions become chaotic, all order collapsed, fighting became the main theme of Gu Immortal cultivation. The external conditions were very relaxed and stable. This was the best thing for Fang Yuan. He entered his dream realm and started to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. The caravan was resting at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! A ray of moonlight moved agilely in the air, going around the rock in front of them and hitting the tree trunk behind it. Immediately, wood shavings flew, the thin tree trunk was almost cut by the moonlight. After so many days of practice, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was covered in sweat, but he was extremely happy internally. Lad, not bad. Gu Master Big Beard walked towards Fang Yuan. Uncle Big Beard, thank you for teaching me this. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing his white teeth. He was bright and cheerful. Gu Master Big Beard was dazzled by this sunlight. He was a little confused. Ordinary people can maintain this passion for 7 to 8 days. But you wake up early and sleep late. As long as you have time, you will train for over a month. Your passion has not diminished at all. Is this boring cultivation really so interesting? Fang Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes were shining like the morning stars. Of course. Uncle, don't you think it is very amazing? A person can launch a dazzling attack with just a wave of their hand. Cultivation itself is a very enjoyable thing. Chapter 1243. The bearded Gu Master could not understand Fang Yuan's emotions. After transmigrating from Earth, Gu Masters had all sorts of abilities. They were like superhumans. Becoming a superhuman from an ordinary person was something that Fang Yuan was excited about, he was passionate about. Furthermore, my aptitude is not good, I am only C grade. How can I not work hard? The young Fang Yuan chuckled. Uncle, do what you need to do, I will continue cultivating. Fang Yuan said. The bearded Gu Master smiled as he shook his head, he left tactfully. Standing far away, he looked at Fang Yuan who was cultivating hard, his gaze was bleak as he muttered, even if I work so hard, so what? C-grade aptitude, the cold and cruel reality will assault me, the gap will extinguish my passion, setbacks will diminish my excitement. How long can this passion and hard work last? At another corner of the dream realm, the real Fang Yuan was touching a tree that was almost cut down by the moonlight. Not bad, this dream path Gu material is quite good, if I am lucky, I can refine more than 10 dream path mortal Gu. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His dark and deep eyes flickered slightly, as if they were starlight. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. The humans alike dragon's Gu refinement method was at its final juncture. Hang in there. We can't relax in the slightest. Master, you can do it, you can definitely do it. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit shouted. The Gu formation was working, the light was like a pillar that supported the sky. At the center of the dazzling light, there was a human-shaped torch. It was Bai Ningbing. His entire face and body were melting, as if he were wax under the heat and had melted into a ball. His hair had long been burnt, and his eyes were blind like glass beads. Even the fingers on his hands and feet had melted into one. Bai Ningbing's face was completely different. He was in intense pain. For the past tens of days, he had never stopped. Initially, he screamed in pain, he screamed at the sky, he almost fainted. But afterwards, he endured it with great difficulty. He endured it all the way. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Next, his teeth and tongue were burned by the raging wave-rising dragon fire, they fused together. He smiled. A ferocious smile. After that, he couldn't even smile because his nose bridge and his face were burned and melted like wax. Right now, he was like a human stick, too horrible to look at. But Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit could sense Bai Ningbing's will. His will. Just like steel, after being burned by flames and hammered by pain, it became stronger and harder. Such willpower caused even Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit to be moved. At the start, even Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit did not think highly of Bai Ningbing. Because Bai Ningbing's condition was too terrible. And the humans alike dragon's Gu refinement method was extremely dangerous. But when refining Gu, failure was inevitable. In history, which Gu Master or Gu Immortal who turned into a human dragon did not make ample preparations, they were extremely cautious and prepared to the extreme before taking such a risk. Boom! There was a loud noise. It was like a thunderclap. The radiance that soared into the sky suddenly disappeared, and a ball of raging flames soared up. It was shaped like a fire dragon, and its scarlet body was incomparably vigorous. After circling in the air, it turned around and charged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was already burned into a lump of meat, her flesh and bones, Dao marks, blood, skin, and hair had all fused into one. The lump of meat was like a bottomless pit, it absorbed all of the fire dragons that charged at it. Next, the lump of meat turned redder and hotter, it burned the surroundings, causing the air around it to distort from the heat. When the lump of meat reached its limit, it exploded. In the bright light, a brand new Bai Ningbing appeared. Success, success. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit stared with wide eyes as he muttered. Under the light, Bai Ningbing roared at the sky. She said, the mountain stretches for 10,000 li, the 9 layers of the abyss, the loach and eel living at the bottom of the well. Today, the clouds are rising, my head soars to the sky. Her voice was like the roar of a dragon, it was like the rumbling of the wind, resounding in the whole of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit was completely convinced, he knelt down on the ground. Congratulations to Master for ascending to the immortal realm. Bai Ningbing stopped her roar, she slowly descended. She was expressionless, her skin was white as snow, her facial features were more refined, she was even prettier than before. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. But at the next moment, deep surprise flashed in her dragon pupils. What is going on? I have already become an immortal. I have a real immortal aperture, why did I become a woman? This. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit considered his words before explaining carefully, the humans alike dragon's goo refinement method uses master as an immortal material. The result of the goo refinement depends on the combination of the immortal materials. Master, you already had transformation path Dao marks, to think that these transformation path Dao marks actually affected the final goo refinement result, turning you into a dragon lady. Bai Ningbing, she found that the information path Dao marks and alliance agreements on her body had already disappeared, but these transformation path Dao marks affected the crucial part. Like what the Heavenly Spirit said, the humans alike dragon's goo refinement method's result was hard to grasp, it depended on the immortal materials used. Bai Ningbing frowned. This seemed to be a curse. The curse of being a woman had been troubling Bai Ningbing ever since Qingmao Mountain. After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked, how can I turn into a man? Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit replied, that is easy, Master only needs to cultivate transformation path. Bai Ningbing had broad horizons, she shook her head, this is not a permanent solution. My northern dark ice soul physique is still around, I will cultivate ice and snow path from now on. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit thought about it before speaking, Master, you have already regained your life, your female identity is your foundation. But if you insist on changing your gender, you will need to find the other half of that rotation goo from back then and refine it into an immortal goo. Using this immortal goo, you can truly turn into a man. Bai Ningbing, in her mind, a person's image appeared unavoidably. Fang Yuan, to think that you are still the obstacle in front of me. Humph. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly in her mind. She already knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle with rank 8 battle strength. If she wanted to snatch that crucial goo worm from Fang Yuan, she had to think about it carefully. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Above the clouds, goo immortals stood in great numbers. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder said, Bu Zhenzi, you need to protect our sect's fairy at all times during this trip to Northern Plains. She is only a false immortal after all, she has only ascended for a short period of time. Bu Zhenzi was Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder, a rank 7 Phantom Path Goo Immortal. He received the order, everyone, as long as I am alive, I will ensure her safety. His words were filled with confidence. First Supreme Elder nodded, looking at Zhao Lianyun, this time, you cannot charge at the front, you need to focus on your own safety. Leave the rest to others, the Goo Immortals traveling with you are the elites of the 10 great ancient sections. Together with our advantage in ambushing them, we have a huge chance of rescuing them. Zhao Lianyun nodded, she already knew that this ordinary-looking old lady was the Gu Immortal with the highest status in Spirit Affinity House. She bowed deeply to First Supreme Elder, Su Hao, and Li Juning. I am going. Let's go. First Supreme Elder waved her hand. Bu Zhenzi cupped his fists, bringing Zhao Lianyan along as they rode a ruin bat and flew far away. To think that Zhao Lianyan would become our sect's fairy in the end. Providence is making fools of people. I wonder if she can rescue that Ma Hongyun in this trip? In my opinion, the possibility is very high. After all, the Gu Immortals going to Northern Plains are the elites of our 10 great sects. They are very strong. The Gu Immortals conversed and left. I am going to find my daughter. Fairy Bai Qing had a worried expression as she said to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge nodded. This time, he had wanted to participate in the trip to Northern Plains. However, he didn't expect the Heavenly Court to reject his suggestion. Feng Jioge was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in thousands of years. He had outstanding talent and made people look up to him. He had rank 7 cultivation level but had rank 8 battle strength. According to common sense, he was the best candidate for this trip to Northern Plains, but he was not able to join the rescue team. At this moment, Feng Jioge could not understand what the Celestial Court was planning. When Fairy Bai Qing saw Feng Kim Hong, the latter was sitting by the lake, looking at the ripples on the surface of the lake in a daze. In Fairy Bai Qing's heart, she felt a sense of tenderness. She knew that her daughter's goal had always been to become a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But this time, Zhao Lianyan unexpectedly obtained Love Gu's recognition, and was also recognized by the Celestial Court, officially becoming a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. This way, Feng Kim Hong was eliminated. Fairy Bai Qing slowly walked towards Feng Kim Hong. What? Are you still thinking about Fairy? No. Mother, I am thinking, why did I not obtain Love Gu's recognition? Feng Kim Hong's eyes were slightly red. He had clearly cried alone earlier. That is because you do not have love. Fairy Bai Qing sat beside Feng Kim Hong and stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Hong's hair. Feng Kim Hong continued, why do I not have love? What is love? Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She thought about it before saying, love is different from familial love and friendship, it is more of a type of fate, just like how I met your father back then. Love had suddenly come. Before this, no one had expected it. So this kind of thing cannot be forced, everything depends on fate. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. I do not want to leave it to fate, this is not my style. I want to find love and be recognized by love, to obtain the status of a fairy. Mother, what do you think is the possibility of this? Fairy Bai Qing smiled. This was basically impossible, but seeing her daughter's serious and expectant gaze, as a mother, how could she be honest? Thus, she said, there is a possibility, but first, you need to find the person you want to love. Such a person is not your father or mother, nor is he one of your female companions. Chapter 1244. Mother means, it's those. Feng Kim Hong frowned. In the environment she grew up in, there were no youngsters that could compare to her. Spirit Affinity House had more females than males. This made Feng Kim Hong look down on males of the same age since young. And the most important reason was that Feng Kim Hong's father was too outstanding. He raised her standards, causing her to look down on the men around her. Fairy Bai Qing nodded, asking jokingly, that's right, Huang Er, do you like any of the youngsters you met? Feng Kim Hong frowned. After a moment of seriousness, she shook her head. Fairy Bai Qing almost laughed out loud. Her daughter's dazed look was extremely adorable. She asked again, then let me change my question, which youngster left the deepest impression on you? This time, Feng Kim Hong was stunned. Feng Yuan's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Feng Yuan was the man who caused her a painful defeat. The scene on Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong would never forget it. Furthermore, Feng Yuan had saved Feng Jioge's life. All these events caused Feng Kim Hong to have very complex feelings towards Feng Yuan. Speaking of hatred, it was not simple hatred. Speaking of gratitude, it was not simple gratitude. Fairy Bai Qing saw that Feng Kim Hong was in a daze, her expression turned ugly. She panicked internally, blaming herself, oh no. How could I forget about Feng Yuan? Fairy Bai Qing quickly said, Huang don't think too much. As a mother, Fairy Bai Qing was very worried. Although Feng Kim Hong had grown up a lot, in terms of emotions, she was still very pure. She was like a blank piece of paper. That Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. His true age might be even older than father and mother. Fairy Bai Qing's tone was very solemn. Yes. He is listed on the Devil Judgment Board and is an extremely vicious devil. He has slaughtered countless people and harmed the common people. He is extremely dangerous. But he saved Dad, Feng Kim Hong retorted. Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression as she stared at Feng Kim Hong's eyes, saying seriously, then you have to remember, gratitude and grudges cannot be mixed, you have to distinguish them clearly. He saved your father's life. Although it was just a coincidence, we will definitely repay it. However, he is a member of the Devil Path and is wicked beyond redemption. After we repay him, when we meet him again, it will be time to eradicate him. Do you understand? Feng Kim Hong nodded. Understood. Southern border. Feng Yuan was in a dream. Achoo! Achoo! Feng Yuan sneezed twice in a row. He rubbed his nose and said to the female Gu master, again. The female Gu master stood behind the counter and took out 3 stones, please. This was already another dream. The water path dream realm earlier. Because it was too difficult, Feng Yuan gave up on it. A few days later, the dream realm moved and finally, a dream realm suitable for Feng Yuan to explore appeared. What made Feng Yuan very happy was, if he successfully explored this dream realm, he could directly raise his luck path attainment level. There were very few luck path Gu immortals. Because even though Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he did not popularize it. So, dream realms that contained luck path true meaning were also rare. Feng Yuan was able to encounter such a dream realm. The chances were very small. Feng Yuan looked at the 3 stones in front of him, he already knew. According to the rules of this dream realm, he needed to win 3 times in a row and find the most valuable item among these stones to skip this stage and enter the second stage. Stone gambling. I have already succeeded twice, if I fail this time, all my previous efforts will be wasted. I should use Unravel Dream. Feng Yuan activated the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. Feng Yuan waited for a while but there was no reaction. What's going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the female Gu master who served him said softly, little brother, choose the middle one. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Saying so, she winked at Feng Yuan in a flirtatious manner. Feng Yuan finally understood, this was the effect of Unravel Dream. He did not hesitate, he grabbed the middle one. 3 stones were opened, none of them had Gu worms, but according to the stone's material, the middle one had the highest value. The first stage faded away in front of him, soon, he entered the second stage. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. 3 layers of round altars, pillars, white jade railings, and sunlight shined. Calamity Luck Altar was still operating, 8 Gu Immortals occupied 9 corners of Calamity Luck Altar, activating it day and night. At the center of Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster had a solemn expression. He was surrounded by 3 layers of 5 colored rings, the pressure from Calamity Luck Altar was increasing, 5 Elements Grandmaster had to use all his strength to resist it. Both sides were silent. Because it was clear to them that the other party could not be moved by words. Right at this time, the whole of longevity heaven resounded with bell sounds. The 8 extremities heard this bell sound and their bodies shook, they were bewildered. This is immortal killer move, alarm bell ring, how can this be? Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun set up this immortal killer move in longevity heaven. Once longevity heaven encounters a huge danger, the bell will ring. But 5 Elements Grandmaster is already trapped by us. The 8 extremities conversed, they were all at a loss. The leader of the 8 extremities, Heaven Extremity, pondered, no, even when 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked, the alarm bell did not ring. Now that the bell is ringing, it means there is another danger. The other 7 extremities were flustered. That means to say, this tribulation is even more severe than 5 Elements Grandmaster's sneak attack. Right now, all of us need to activate Calamity Luck Altar to suppress 5 Elements Grandmaster, we cannot split ourselves. How are we going to face this tribulation? With Calamity Luck Altar here, heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations cannot do anything to us, this is going to be terrifying. The second leader, Territory Extremity, looked at Heaven Extremity as he said, in this situation, we can only awaken the 4 Desolation Immortals. Heaven Extremity had a solemn expression. He nodded slowly. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled, longevity heaven cannot even protect itself, I am curious. What kind of tribulation can make this alarm bell ring? Heaven Extremity was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his ears, the so-called tribulations and calamities are actually good luck, they are all luck path in essence, they are all variables. We Gu immortals need to turn bad variables into variables that are beneficial to us. Calamity Luck Altar was constructed with this concept. Heaven Extremity heard this voice and was surprised and joyful. 5 Elements Grandmaster also looked at this mysterious Gu immortal who had appeared out of nowhere, asking, which 4 Desolation Immortal are you? We greet Lord South Desolation. The 8 extremities greeted together, giving 5 Elements Grandmaster a clear answer. Inside longevity heaven. There were 8 extremities, 4 Desolation, a total of 12 positions. The 4 Desolation Immortals were Eastern Desolation, Southern Desolation, Western Desolation, and Northern Desolation, for rank 8 Gu Immortals. The 8 extremities were Heaven Extremity, Earth Extremity, Profound Extremity, Yellow Extremity, Space Extremity, Time Extremity, Flood Extremity, and Desolate Extremity, 8 rank 7 Gu Immortals. Of course, longevity heaven was Giant Sun Immortals Grotto Heaven, it was huge and had abundant resources. Other than these 12, there were other Gu Immortals. But these 12 were the core authority of longevity heaven, they were elites among Gu Immortals. South Desolation Immortal wore azure gold armor. His beard extended to his chest, he had a muscular body and an old face. He continued, when the bell rings, I wake up. The bell rings were 3 long and 2 short. It was neither fast nor slow, it meant that Love Immortal Gu was approaching Northern Plains. Love Immortal Gu had the ability to defy fate. Back then, our ancestor was quite wary of it. In order to obtain Love Immortal Gu, our ancestor made a bet with the Celestial Court, but he could not refine Love Immortal Gu for 3 years. He could only use this chance to set up a Supreme Luck Path method on Love Immortal Gu. One day in the future, when the method is activated, Love Immortal Gu will be drawn to Northern Plains by luck. This is the best chance for us to seize Love Immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal's Immortal Killer move was very profound. His descendants could deduce some information about calamities and tribulations from this bell ring. Even though the 8 extremities knew about the alarm bell ringing, they did not know about the details of the bell itself. Hearing South Desolation Immortal's words, they became excited. It turned out that many years ago, Giant Sun Immortal had already made arrangements. Heaven Extremity said, Lord South Desolation, please lead the way, the 8 extremities will listen to your orders, we are willing to risk our lives for longevity heaven and seize Love Immortal Gu. Southern Border. This is by Xiang Grotto Heaven. He Lulan stepped into the Immortal Aperture's entrance, officially stepping into Baixiang Grotto Heaven. Tai Bai Yunsheng, Ing Wuxia, and Shenu followed closely behind. Something is not right. Ing Wuxia's expression suddenly changed. At the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed, the Gu formation activated, forming a special space that contained the four immortals. Bai Ningbing's figure appeared faintly. Shenu was shocked and furious. He shouted, "You are Bai Ningbing? You dare to betray us? Humph, Shadow Sect scum, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Bai Ningbing sneered, a cold and cruel light shined in her light blue dragon eyes. Ing Wuxia was greatly surprised. Bai Ningbing actually broke free of his control, it was out of his expectations. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. So that's it, you actually used the humans-alike dragon's Gu refinement method? This method has been lost for a long time, Baixiang Grotto Heaven actually has it? To speak the truth, I need to thank you. Accept my gift. Bai Ningbing sneered, the image that appeared in front of the four immortals became fainter and fainter, before vanishing completely. Wait a moment, we can still talk. Before Ing Wuxia finished speaking, the Gu formation activated. Snow flew, countless ice spears pierced through the air, the four immortals had to deal with them quickly. Tian Mountain Ruins, inside the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, returning to reality. His soul was extremely weak, but it did not matter, Fang Yuan had plenty of guts Gu. Luck Path Master. Fang Yuan inspected himself, he found that his luck path attainment level had risen to master level. The luck path dream realm earlier had already been completely explored by him. His usage of Unravel Dream was completely exhausted, but his gains were even greater, his luck path attainment level that was extremely ordinary had risen to master level. He immediately felt a different feeling. This feeling was very mystical, it could not be described with words. If my luck path attainment reaches Grandmaster level, I might be able to exchange for the self-luck true inheritance that land spirit of Langia has, I would be able to use it very well, my strength would rise greatly. But for now, I feel that I can use Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu and Luck together, to greatly increase the power of the Immortal Killer move Chi Luck Sensation. Chapter 1245. Chi Luck Sensation. This Immortal Killer move came from Heifan Grotto Heaven, Gu Immortal Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Chi Luck Immortal Gu as the core and Mortal Gu as supplementary, allowing the Gu Immortal to sense the people and objects that were closely related to their own luck. Furthermore, the closer they got, the clearer and more complete their senses would be. Using this move, Fang Yuan could sense the location of Ing Wuxia and the rest, even if they were across regional walls. This was because Ing Wuxia and the rest had already connected their luck to Fang Yuan. After connecting their luck would be closely related at all times, after all, they would share blessings and misfortunes together. However, because of Ing Wuxia's various methods, a portion of Chi Luck Sensation's effect was suppressed, even though he hid in his immortal aperture to completely avoid the detection of Chi Luck Sensation. Fang Yuan was very wary of Ing Wuxia and the rest, because even though Shadow Sect was in ruins, a broken ship still had 3 nails, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse. As long as they gathered the remaining resources of Shadow Sect, Ing Wuxia and the rest would become stronger, they would be able to move faster and more steadily than Fang Yuan. This time, I will raise the level of Chi Luck Sensation, I might be able to find the location of Ing Wuxia and the rest. I will get rid of them in advance and get rid of this huge threat. Fang Yuan decided to add Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu into Chi Luck Sensation, increasing the number of cores of this killer move from 1 to 2. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu is Wisdom Path, I will add some Wisdom Gu in first. Next, I will use some Group Plan Gu and some Connect Luck Mortal Gu, Pair Gu and Sequencing Gu. Fang Yuan did not make any deductions, he made his choice based on his intuition. A large number of Mortal Gu were added. Fang Yuan had some of these Gu worms, but he needed to buy most from Jewel Yellow Skies. There were no twists and turns. Not long after, he collected all the goo worms. But next, he did not rush to activate the Immortal Killer move, he experimented step by step. Because he gained so many goo worms at once. The original Chi Luck sensation had changed greatly. If he activated it blindly, it might fail and cause Fang Yuan to be injured. In a more serious situation, the goo worm would be destroyed. Forget about the mortal goo. If the immortal goo were destroyed, who would Fang Yuan cry to? When a goo immortal creates an Immortal Killer move, the process of testing it was very risky. Fang Yuan first split the entire new Chi Luck sensation killer move into several parts. He began to experiment one by one. The results of the experiment were excellent. None of them were unsuccessful. Fang Yuan then used wisdom path methods to deduce and modify the Chi Luck sensation killer move he had just created. Half a day later, Fang Yuan finished deducing. He started to activate Chi Luck sensation for the first time. Halfway through activating it, a small problem that exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations appeared. Of course, these problems were not too big, and it was very likely that they would not affect the final success. However, Fang Yuan was still cautious and stopped activating it. Give up halfway. Many mortal goo were destroyed. Fang Yuan did not even blink. It was fine as long as Chi Luck Immortal Goo and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo were fine. He had a huge business now, he was extremely wealthy, expending some mortal goo was a negligible loss to Fang Yuan. The supplementary mortal goo did not need to be purchased again. Fang Yuan had already considered this situation earlier, thus the quantity he purchased far exceeded what he needed in one go. He continued to deduce and found the reason. What exactly caused this unexpected change? This time, Fang Yuan deduced for a long time. After adjusting the Immortal Killer move's contents, he cultivated for a while. He started experimenting again. This time, during the latter half of activating the Immortal Killer move, an unexpected situation occurred again. The Immortal Killer move involved too many goo worms. Many times, even Fang Yuan could not deduce the changes inside. Even though it was just a small spark that appeared out of nowhere, Fang Yuan still felt that he had to investigate it carefully. He stopped activating the killer move again. Be it Unravel Mystery or Chi Luck Immortal Goo, they had to be activated at the crucial moment, thus, even though he lost many mortal goo, it was not a big deal. He did this again and again. He continued to experiment, deduct, and adjust. A few days later, Fang Yuan finally obtained a relatively perfect Chi Luck sensation. This Immortal Killer move had 3 times the number of goo worms compared to before, with 2 Immortal Goo as the cores, Unravel Mystery and Chi Luck. It was like 2 bright suns. Activating a brand new Chi Luck sensation. A profound feeling quickly filled Fang Yuan's mind. First, Yifan, Hongyi, and Hanli were in southern border, central continent, and western desert respectively. Their specific locations were much clearer than before. Especially Yifan, Fang Yuan immediately found out that he was on Shangliang Mountain. Next, he had a vague feeling. Wuxia and He Lulan appeared in Fang Yuan's detection again. But they were very vague, many times more so than Yifan. He did not know their exact location. Fang Yuan could only sense a rough range. Strange, other than Wuxia and He Lulan, there is another person who is also in a vague state, similar to them. Did Wuxia use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to connect his luck to an unknown Goo Immortal? Fang Yuan immediately guessed the truth. He frowned. It was no secret that Connect Luck Immortal Goo was in Wuxia's hands. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Right now, Fang Yuan was no longer using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had sealed it. And in terms of luck, with the help of Luck Immortal Goo, it had turned from a weak point to an advantage. But with Wuxia and the rest, Fang Yuan's advantage was taken away. Giant Sun Immortal's early rise was mostly due to Luck Immortal Goo. But Fang Yuan did not fully enjoy the benefits that Luck Immortal Goo gave him. It was fine if he shared it with Yifan, Hanli, Hong Yi, and He Lulan. After all, these four were people with strong luck. But Wuxia and the other new Gu Immortal were at the bottom of the group. They were taking away the benefits of luck. This direction, to think that they are actually in southern border. Wuxia and the rest need to be eliminated. After killing them, I will be truly safe. No one will care about the sovereign immortal body. At the same time, after killing these people, my luck will rise and I will be able to display the true power of luck immortal Gu. At this moment, Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. He wanted to move immediately and kill Wuxia and the rest. Central Continent. Alright, let's go. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang shouted. His voice was hoarse, he had a middle-aged appearance, he had deep eye bags and was listless, he gave off a feeling of exhaustion. But among the 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, he was the strongest, he was the leader of this Northern Plains rescue mission. And with him were Bai Chen Tian and Myriad Tidal Dragon. These two were also rank 8 Gu Immortals. Bai Chen Tian had participated in the Battle of Tian Mountain and survived. Myriad Tidal Dragon's seniority was higher than Bai Chen Tian, and recently, he had received guidance from Duke Long. His strength rose again. Duke Long was old, he could not fight anymore, but with him in charge of the overall situation, he immediately displayed a different kind of grandeur. Just rank 8 Gu Immortals alone, they were all Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Even though they had phantom apertures, their battle strength far surpassed the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. The Immortals responded loudly, they split into 3 groups and entered the 3 Immortal Gu houses. These 3 Immortal Gu houses were Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. It had 7 floors, curtains were fluttering in the wind. Heavenly Lotus X Canary Pavilion was exquisite and small, it was full of vitality. Combat Immortal Sects Edge Link Camp was majestic and had flags fluttering in the wind. Each Immortal Gu house was guarded by a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Zhao Lianyun was placed in the middle one, Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. She went to the top floor, it was the safest place in this Immortal Gu house. This time, our formation is too huge, not only do we have 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, we even have 3 Immortal Gu houses. Victory is already certain. Bu Zhenzi followed behind Zhao Lianyun and said. Zhao Lianyun nodded, she did not show it on the surface, but her heart was pounding. Hong Yun, I'm here. You need to persevere. The 3 Immortal Gu houses flew into the sky like 3 meteors. Edge Link Camp was at the front, creating a storm. Wind-sweeping building was in the middle, dispatching reinforcements. Canary Pavilion was at the back, flexible and adaptable. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was already close at hand. Boom! Edge Link Camp unleashed its might, a huge sharp horn condensed into a solid shape and pierced the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Its momentum did not decrease as it forcefully opened a passage. Wind-sweeping building and Canary Pavilion followed closely behind. Bam bam bam. Wind-sweeping building continued to shake. Zhao Lianyun's body was also shaking at the top floor, she almost fell down. Bu Zhenzi was tongue-tied. It is said that the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall is thicker and harder to pass than the 5 regional walls. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Our wind-sweeping building is only at the middle section, it is already so unstable as it moves through the open passage, the astral chi is surging from both sides. It is hard to imagine what kind of situation Edge Link Camp is in. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was formed from countless strands of astral chi. Once a passage was opened, the surrounding astral chi would quickly flow over and seal the passage. Thus, the 3 Immortal Gu houses were very close to each other, they were almost touching each other as they charged forward. After half a journey, Edge Link Camp's Gu worms were damaged, their momentum slowed down and they retreated to the back. Wind-sweeping building took over Edge Link Camp's position, bearing the heavy burden of opening the passage. After a quarter of the journey, Canary Pavilion charged at the front again. Like this, several days later, the 3 Immortal Gu houses finally broke through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall and entered Black Heaven. Right now, in the Gu Master world, there were only Black Heaven and White Heaven left in the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason for not choosing White Heaven was simple. It was to prevent exposing themselves. Black Heaven had natural concealment, it could conceal the traces of the 3 immortal Gu houses to a certain extent. This way, the central continent Gu immortals could maintain their advantage in sneak attacks. Chapter 1246. Southern Border. Inside the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan savored the power of Qi Lux sensation, he continued to comprehend the benefits of his attainment level. This time, even though the process of raising Qi Lux sensation was a little complicated, it was extremely easy. Everything seems to have happened naturally. It was often difficult for ordinary Gu immortals to perfect or raise the level of an immortal killer move. For example, Gu immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend of Myriad Dragon Doc, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, spent many years to obtain the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. Vicious Lightning Fiend's Lightning Deity was deduced from Blood Deity's incomplete Gu recipe. This involved Lightning Path and Blood Path. Vicious Lightning Fiend's Lightning Path attainment level was high enough, but his Blood Path attainment was extremely ordinary. Thus, he spent many years and even used some of Myriad Dragon Doc's resources to barely succeed. This is the lack of attainment level, I can only forcefully deduce it. Maybe a high level of Wisdom Path attainment can provide a lot of help, or I can only rely on inspiration and time. He Fan was a Time Path great expert, didn't he also have many immortal killer moves that were not created after his death? However, once my attainment level is high enough, deducing killer moves can no longer be called deductions, it is a type of instinct, it is simply too easy. Fang Yuan continued to ponder over it. This time, to raise the immortal killer move Qi Lux sensation, Fang Yuan had only spent a few days. But it gave him a lot of shock. When imagining the general framework of the immortal killer move, Fang Yuan did not think much, he had a vague concept in his mind. Next, he chose Gu worms, as long as they were Luck Path or Wisdom Path mortal Gu. He relied on a type of intuition. Intuition? It was hard to imagine. But the truth was like that, once one's attainment level reached a certain level. Understanding of Gu worms, and conceptualization of immortal killer moves of related paths. It had already become an instinct of the Gu immortal. This instinct was close to a talent, it was as if they were born with it, it was so natural and easy. It was as if humans were born to breathe through their nostrils. It was a natural thing. Attainment level is the perception of the Great Tao. My Luck Path attainment level has reached Master level, this has given me a keen sense of everything related to Luck Path. It was an indescribable perception and perception. When upgrading Qi Lux sensation, I don't even need to test it, I already know what Gu worms to use as support. Similarly, there is Wisdom Path. My Wisdom Path is already at Grandmaster level, my knowledge of Wisdom Path is even deeper than Luck Path. Thus, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was able to perfectly fuse into Qi Lux sensation. Fang Yuan summed it up. He found the benefits of advancing to a higher realm far exceeded his previous imagination. Being able to annex immortal apertures of more paths was only the most direct manifestation. In other aspects, it had also brought about many excellent benefits. In the future, he raised the realm of all the schools to the Grandmaster level and even Great Grandmaster level. Will he be able to come up with a killer move that encompasses all paths? Fang Yuan could not help but let his thoughts run wild. The truth is, Spectral Soul has already reached this level. Perhaps it was because of this. Only then could he think of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu's recipe, right? Thinking of immortal killer moves and immortal Gu recipes. The essence was the same. Thinking of Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan subconsciously looked towards a certain direction in Southern Border. Not long ago, he had already used Qi Lux sensation to find out that Wuxia and the rest were in this direction. Fang Yuan already had a rough idea of the area. Even though Fang Yuan had deep killing intent towards Wuxia and the rest, he thought about it and decided to make some preparations before making a move. Even though Fang Yuan hatched the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it only had rank 6 battle strength currently. Wuxia and the rest's information was wrong, they thought that Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. But Fang Yuan could not possibly use this rank 8 battle strength to kill them in battle, right? In the previous battle in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan saw the strength of Wuxia and the rest. This time, there was a period of time, Fang Yuan could not estimate if Wuxia and the rest had inherited Shadow Sect's resources, or if their cultivation level and battle strength had risen by another level. To be on the safe side, Fang Yuan had to make more preparations. It was better to be prepared. He had to try to get rid of this huge threat in this battle. Qi Luck Sensation was a good example. Fang Yuan had already started to fuse Sword Dragon transformation with Myriad Self. Other than that, he also borrowed Immortal Gu from Wu Clan. This was the benefit of joining Wu Clan. It was different from Langya Sect. Langya Sect was a sect, they paid attention to sect contribution points. Wu Clan had a clan system. Fang Yuan's identity was Wu Yi Hai on the surface, he was also Wu Yong's younger brother, he was the closest blood relation in the entire clan. Thus, when Fang Yuan asked to borrow some Immortal Gu from Wu Clan's treasury, Wu Yong did not stop him, he agreed. In fact, Wu Yong was quite satisfied with Fang Yuan's recent performance. After Fang Yuan entered the Super Gu formation, he followed their agreement and did not interfere with Wu Clan's internal affairs. This allowed Wu Yong to have a better grasp of Wu Clan's situation. Secondly, Fang Yuan, who was acting as Wu Yi Hai, handled the Immortal Opportunity business perfectly. He displayed great political skills. Ba Clan and the rest could not do anything about it. He helped Wu Clan to defend the giant Dream Realm. This was a contribution to Wu Clan. Wu Yong remembered Fang Yuan's contribution. He not only agreed to Fang Yuan's borrowing of Wu Clan's treasury, he even lowered the rental price. Fang Yuan paid a lot of Eastern Sea cultivation resources to Wu Clan. He borrowed several Immortal Gu. Among them were Strength Path Dragon Strength Immortal Gu and Transformation Path Dragon Scale Immortal Gu. They were all targeted. These Immortal Gu would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's fusion of Myriad Self and Sword Dragon transformation. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. Within the Super Gu formation, He Lulan, Shi Nu, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Wuxia occupied 4 positions, resisting Bai Ningbing. Howl howl howl. The Super Gu formation activated, cold winds howled and ice blades flew, enveloping the 4 immortals. With Wuxia at the lead and the other 3 supporting him, they resisted the suppression of the Super Gu formation. Even though they were in a sorry state, their formation was still stable. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Tai Bai Yunsheng. It was Bai Ningbing's appearance, but only her upper body was visible, her lower body was like a wisp of smoke. The moment Bai Ningbing appeared, she immediately charged towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was the weakest among the 4 immortals. Bai Ningbing chose to attack him. It was a correct tactic. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly retreated. In the previous battle, he had already experienced the power of Bai Ningbing's move. He suffered greatly. If not for the other 3 immortals' help, he would have died already. Switch. Shi Nu, go. Seeing that Tai Bai Yunsheng was in danger, Wuxia quickly commanded. White light flashed on the 4 of them at the same time, before an eerie sigh resounded in the air. Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yunsheng's positions switched instantly. Shi Nu faced Bai Ningbing's attack. Shi Nu grunted, but he managed to block it. Tai Bai Yunsheng was behind Shi Nu. Seeing this, he quickly used a Cloud Path Immortal Gu to heal him. Bai Ningbing is getting stronger. She is familiarizing herself with Bai Xiang's methods. She has many Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Damn it! Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit actually has the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method. Wasn't this method destroyed by Duke Long already? What the hell is he doing? Also, during the battle earlier, I felt my luck shaking. Fang Yuan actually raised his investigative method to such an extent, now, even if I enter my immortal aperture, he will not be able to find me. Wuxia was facing huge pressure now. Bai Ningbing suddenly betrayed them, she was getting stronger as the battle dragged on, Wuxia and the rest could not escape. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had also grasped his location. In Wuxia's knowledge, Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. If he rushed here, Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven would not be able to block the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. This also meant that Fang Yuan could appear in front of him at any time. Even if Fang Yuan appeared at the next moment, Wuxia would not find it strange. Bai Ningbing, stop now. If we split, there will be harm, but if we work together, there will be benefits. Since you have already turned into a dragon man, you have the qualifications to inherit the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Back then, the Dragon Man race was extremely powerful, they had countless Gu immortals and created Dragon Palace. After the Dragon Man race perished, the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was hidden in a corner of Eastern Sea. My Shadow sect has a rough idea of that location. Unfortunately, only Dragon Man Gu immortals who use the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method have the qualifications to inherit it. If you cooperate with us, Dragon Palace will be yours. Wuxia shouted. Bai Ningbing did not respond, the Super Gu formation continued to attack relentlessly. Wuxia felt stifled, he shouted again, Bai Ningbing, if you don't stop now, it will be too late. You and I both know who it is. He has the rank 8 upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not long ago, he had already used luck path methods to find our location. I am not trying to scare you. Earlier, the luck shook intensely, even you should have felt your heart pounding, right? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, her voice was transmitted, he is here, that is what I wanted. I am going to negotiate with him, even if I have to give up this Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, it is worth it. Wuxia was anxious, he shouted, don't you and I know what kind of person he is? You are asking a tiger for its skin, you will only harm yourself in the end. Wait, why do you want to cooperate with him? Bai Ningbing smiled, this is a grudge between me and him, it has nothing to do with you. The 4 of you should just die obediently. Wuxia suddenly had a flash of inspiration, I know, you want to obtain that rotation Gu in his hands? Right, that's right, you used the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method and turned into a dragon lady. If you want to turn into a male, you need to find the source. I have it, I have the Gu worm you need. It is with me. What? Bai Ningbing was surprised. For the first time, the Super Gu formation attacking Wuxia showed signs of slowing down. Chapter 1247. Zhao Lianyun stood at the highest floor of the immortal Gu house, wind-sweeping building, looking outside. He saw that black heaven was covered in darkness, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. But it was not without light. Some faint, blurry spots of light appeared in Zhao Lianyun's field of vision. One look and one could tell that they were very far away. Black heaven was huge, or rather, the immemorial 9 heavens were like this, each layer was at least the size of the 5 regions combined. However, because of the Ren ancestor and his 10 sons, only black heaven and white heaven remained. We finally got past the heavenly wind chi wall, we entered black heaven. This is black heaven? It seems very peaceful. The surrounding Gu immortals started to discuss. In this layer, Zhao Lianyun and Bu Zhenzi were not the only 2 Gu immortals. We have entered black heaven. Wei Lingyang transmitted to the other 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Right now, the 3 immortal Gu houses had changed their formation. With Edge Link Camp at the front, Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building were at the left and right, behind them. The other rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals had never entered black heaven before, they did not know the dangers inside. Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Chen Tian knew clearly. The immemorial 9 heavens, normally speaking, only rank 8 Gu immortals could enter and search for resources inside. Other rank 7 Gu immortals like Feng Jioga and Chu Du could also enter, but the risk was higher. Ignoring everything else, after entering Black Heaven, the 3 immortal Gu houses' speed fell by a lot. Moreover, the immortal Gu houses no longer shined brightly, they were gray, like 3 lifeless meteors. The surrounding Gu immortals' discussions gradually stopped. The entire floor of wind-sweeping building fell into silence. Complete silence. The first feeling that Black Heaven gave to Zhao Lianyun was that it was extremely vast. It seems that our luck is quite good. Baichen Tian transmitted. It is better to be careful. We have just started our journey. Myriad Tidal Dragon maintained his vigilance. Wei Lingyang suddenly said, "Be careful, there is a beast group ahead." The 3 immortal Gu houses' speed fell by a level, even with such a powerful formation. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful and cautious. Soon, Zhao Lianyun heard the sound of snorting. What is it? It looks like a large group of pigs. Many Gu immortals were lying outside the windows, looking over. Very soon, the immortals were all amazed. Using the power of the immortal Gu houses, the Gu immortals could see through the night sky. There was a large group of pigs running below them. Pigs flying in the sky seemed very funny. But the Gu immortals had a completely different feeling. All of them were shocked. This is a astral soaring heavenly pig. My God, there are actually so many of them. It is hard to imagine. Each astral wind flying heavenly boar is an ancient desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 7 Gu immortal. It's rare in the 5 regions, but there are hundreds of them here. Fortunately, desolate beasts have low intelligence. They don't have the intelligence of humans. The Gu immortals were shocked, but also glad. This group of astral flying heavenly pigs constantly let out puffing sounds as they soared into the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the immortals, the leader was the largest boar king. Suddenly, it charged into the heavenly wind chi wall below the boar's leg. Next, the astral flying heavenly pigs behind the boar king also followed suit. They were as agile as flying fish, with agility that did not match their size. They charged into the heavenly wind chi wall one after another. Soon, this large group of astral flying heavenly pigs vanished from the immortal's vision. Bu Zhenzi stood beside Zhao Lianyun, sighing, nature's creation is truly mystical. We Gu immortals have to pass through the heavenly wind chi wall. It is very difficult. But for these astral flying heavenly pigs, it is an easy matter. The heavenly wind chi wall is like the sea to a group of fish. At this time, a voice was heard, actually. Long ago, there were Gu immortals who had discovered this. They killed the astral flying heavenly pigs and used the immortal materials in their bodies to refine Chi Path immortal Gu. These Chi Path immortal Gu can often help Gu immortals effectively pass through the heavenly wind chi wall. Bu Zhenzi and Zhao Lianyun turned around and saw a young Gu immortal, beautiful like a woman, quietly standing in front of them with a slight smile. Bu Zhenzi's eyes shined with brilliance, recognizing this person. This young Gu immortal cupped his fists and greeted, "I am Yu Yi, a disciple of Ancient Soul Sect, greetings to Senior Bu Zhenzi and Spirit Affinity House's current generation Fairy Zhao. Yu Yi, although you only have rank 6 cultivation level, you are very knowledgeable. There are often rank 7 Gu immortals looking for you to refine immortal Gu or research Gu recipes. You can be said to be an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu immortals." Bu Zhenzi replied with a praising tone. Of course, the main point was to introduce him to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun accepted a phantom aperture and stored love Gu inside. After going through special training, she had just entered the circle of Gu immortals. She did not know much about Central Continent's Gu immortals. "Hello, Yu Yi." Zhao Lianyun nodded at the young Gu immortal, asking, "Since you said so, Yu Yi, why didn't we use this type of immortal goo when we passed through the heavenly wind Qi wall? Uez smiled, that is because Qi Path's golden age has already passed. Nowadays, countless Qi Path goo recipes have been lost, and most of the goo materials have also gone extinct. Think about it, how many people can reach the immemorial 9 heavens? Almost all goo immortals have to become rank 8 before they have the qualifications to enter and explore this place. Thus, it is insignificant whether we have this type of Qi Path immortal goo or not. Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing his understanding. At this time, the group of immortals beside the window let out a low cry. Zhao Lianyun turned around, only to see a large patch of dark clouds brushing past wind-sweeping building. Dark clouds are the most commonly seen phenomenon in Black Heaven. This kind of cloud can only be considered the smallest type among the dark clouds. The truly huge dark clouds are like floating continents in Black Heaven. In the depths of the dark clouds, there are often ferocious and terrifying beast groups or plants. Uez explained. Even for the smallest black cloud, the 3 immortal goo houses needed several minutes to fly past it. Uez was indeed very knowledgeable. There were many things that even rank 7 goo immortal Buzhen Zi did not know, but he could explain them clearly. Almost all of Zhao Lianyun's questions could be answered by him. Both sides gradually conversed more, the atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. In the following journey, the 3 immortal goo houses encountered several more dark clouds. These dark clouds were not very obvious in Black Heaven. Without a powerful investigative killer move, they would unknowingly fly into the dark clouds. The dark clouds were like lone islands in the sea, the surface and even the interior of the dark clouds were not dead, there were usually lifeforms residing in them. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were very careful, they did not casually move the immortal goo houses into the dark clouds. They would rather take a detour and move further away to avoid entering the dark clouds. But sometimes, not looking for trouble did not mean trouble would not find you. Snake cries resounded, a large group of dark venomous snakes suddenly flew out of the dark clouds, attacking the 3 immortal goo houses. These dark venomous snakes all had desolate beast level battle strength, the king's snake was at ancient desolate beast level. How can this be? At this distance, we should not be in the territory of the dark venomous snakes. Wei Lingyang was confused. Fight or retreat? Bai Chen Tian asked. Wei Lingyang thought about it. Retreat. If we can avoid fighting, we should preserve our battle strength. We still have a long journey ahead. It will not be easy to retreat, they are dark venomous snakes after all. Inside another immortal goo house, Wan Hai Long transmitted. Dark venomous snakes were very vengeful. Once they identified their prey, they would not let it go easily. The 3 immortal goo houses accelerated, after flying for some distance, the dark venomous snakes were still behind them. Not just that, even more dark venomous snakes came out of the dark clouds. So many snakes. That dark cloud is simply a snake nest. I wonder how the 3 rank 8s will deal with it. In my opinion, we should fight. We have 3 immortal goo houses after all. That's right. These dark venomous snakes have poison path Dao marks, especially their gallbladders, they are the best immortal materials for refining healing goo worms. The goo immortals inside the immortal goo houses talk to each other, expressing their opinions. But the 3 rank 8 goo immortals retreated, they did not listen to these goo immortals' wishes to fight. They continued to fly like this. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals tried their best to avoid them. Along the way, the dark venomous snakes encountered another group, it was larger than the previous one. Other than that, they also encountered bear mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were the size of bears, they had ferocious mouthparts. Most importantly, they had terrifying numbers, the dark venomous snakes paled in comparison. The number of bear mosquitoes was not small. Once, the 3 immortal goo houses were surrounded by a group of bear mosquitoes, they had to fight. Each bear mosquito had desolate beast battle strength. Tens of thousands of bear mosquitoes attacking together, what did that mean? It was terrifying beyond compare. After this battle, those restless Gu immortals shut their mouths. They realized the dangers of Black Heaven. Thankfully, they had 3 immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu immortals to protect them, otherwise, they would have perished in the battle against the bear mosquitoes. After flying for a while, a dazzling starlight appeared in front of them. Above a black cloud, star fragment grass was growing everywhere. Countless insects were living in the grassland. The 3 immortal Gu houses stopped for the first time. Several Gu immortals were sent out to search for star fragment grass and other resources. Did you guys feel it? Wei Lingyang transmitted at this time. That's right. This trip to Black Heaven was very smooth. I have never encountered such a situation while exploring Black Heaven. Baichen Tian sighed. Myriad Tidal Dragon continued, I'm afraid that in this trip to save Mahong Yun, Zhao Yinyan's presence has affected our luck. These clouds in the immemorial 9 heavens are moving freely, there are no rules, even providence cannot interfere with this. Whatever we encounter depends on our luck. Wei Lingyang nodded, I think so too. Chapter 1248. C_T, Genius 1 second. Remember love, go/novel web, providing you with interesting novels to read. Above the vast sea of clouds, a figure was floating, looking at the moving clouds and the vast land. He was silent. This person wore green-gold armor, his beard reached his chest, he was tall and sturdy, his face was old. It was South Desolation Immortal. Yao Huang greets Lord South Desolation Immortal Envoy. A figure appeared, it was Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. South Desolation Immortal turned around, smiling, we are both rank 8s, you can call me friend, there is no need to be so polite. Yao Huang bowed respectfully, in terms of cultivation level, Lord South Desolation is several times higher than me. In terms of seniority, I am Lord South Desolation's great-grandson, how can I be rude? South Desolation Immortal nodded, sighing, you are very good, but it is a pity that our Huang gene bloodline is declining. In the vast northern plains, outside of Longevity Heaven, there is only one rank 8 Gu Immortal, a member of our Huang gene clan. Prince's Impatience might be a member of Gong clan, but in South Desolation Immortal's eyes, he was not a bloodline member, he was still an outsider. In my generation, the Huang gene clan had 4 rank 8s, one of them was called Tiger Deity, he had unparalleled divine might, he was a promising candidate to break through to rank 9. Unfortunately, he died in Black Heaven. Time flies, the Huang gene bloodline is indeed declining with each generation. South Desolation Immortal's eyes showed deep disappointment. Yao Huang was speechless. Yao Huang was not qualified to criticize the Huang gene bloodline like this, only South Desolation Immortal had the qualifications to do so. In fact, South Desolation Immortal was speaking the truth. Yao Huang could not refute it. It was indeed so, the Huang gene clan in Northern Plains was gradually declining, talents were declining, lone cultivators and demonic path stars were emerging endlessly. For example, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Chu Du, and that Lu Guan Yi. However, Ancestor Giant Sun had already predicted this situation. South Desolation Immortal suddenly changed the topic, saying something that shocked Yao Huang. Oh. Ancestor Giant Sun rose up in the medieval antiquity era, he could actually predict this situation? Even though he cultivated luck path. However, his wisdom path attainments were definitely not weak. Furthermore, the so-called luck is essentially a variable. Since the ancestor created the luck Tao, he naturally knew the truth of the changes in the world. After he established the 88-point Jinyang Tower, he once said that this building would definitely collapse in the future. Once it collapses, it would be the beginning of a great era, the sign of a great change in the world, said South Desolation Immortal. The Medicine Sovereign was shocked, is that so? What was a great era? An era where immortal venerables and devil venerables were born. This was the publicly acknowledged Great Era. South Desolation Immortal let out a long sigh. Ancestor Giant Sun painstakingly set up all kinds of methods to trick his descendants and preserve his strength. Let his descendants face the wind and the waves in this Great Era, and become the people who make waves. At the very least, we have to protect ourselves and preserve our bloodline seeds. Yao Huang hesitated and said, no matter how weak our golden bloodline is, it can't be that we can't even sustain ourselves, right? Northern Plains is still under our control, even if we can't do anything. There's still the longevity heaven. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. No matter how strong longevity heaven is, it is only formed from the ancestors' immortal aperture. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court has 3 immortal venerables who left behind their immortal apertures, and the members of the Celestial Court have all donated their grotto heavens. How can the foundation of longevity heaven compare to the Celestial Court? Like this time, Central Continent is invading. They directly sent 3 rank 8 Gu immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. Does our golden bloodline have such strength? The medicine sovereign was tongue-tied. What? Central Continent is invading? South Desolation Immortal did not explain, he only said, follow me closely. Before he finished speaking, he flew into the sky. The medicine sovereign quickly followed behind. The 2 immortals passed through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered Black Heaven. Under South Desolation Immortal's lead, the medicine sovereign headed towards the southeast direction. After flying for a while, the medicine sovereign's heart shook. Black Heaven. Danger lurks everywhere. Even though I often explore and search for rank 8 immortal materials, I have never had such a smooth journey like today. Could it be? Lord South Desolation has a route map of Black Heaven? But in fact, route maps were not useful in the immemorial 9 heavens. This was because the clouds in the 9 heavens were constantly changing. There were fixed locations, but they were very rare. The Central Continent trip was already very smooth, but they still encountered problems like astral wind flying heavenly boars and black venomous snakes. South Desolation Immortal and the Medicine Sovereign, however, were safe and sound. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard. Alright, this is the place. South Desolation Immortal stopped. The Medicine Sovereign also slowed down and flew to his side, standing still. He felt a little strange. The surroundings were empty, there was not even a trace of wind. Why did South Desolation Immortal stop here? At the next moment, the South Desolation Immortal used his actions to answer. Golden light burst out of his body. He was like a fragment of the sun, forcing the Medicine Sovereign to close his eyes. The Medicine Sovereign's heart jumped. Black Heaven was dark and gloomy. Such a strong action was no doubt inviting the attack of fierce beasts. But even after being vigilant for a long time, he did not see any beast groups. Is this Black Heaven or not? The Medicine Sovereign was puzzled. A moment later, South Desolation Immortal's Immortal Killer move was finally activated. A dark golden palace appeared from the void, revealing a grand and majestic palace. The Medicine Sovereign had never expected an immortal Gu house to be hidden here. He soon recognized the origin of this palace. His expression was extremely excited as he muttered, "Isn't this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace?" Calamity Luck Altar, 88-point Jianghu Tower, and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace were the 3 immortal Gu houses that Giant Sun Immortal had when he was alive. 88-point Jianghu Tower was placed in Imperial Court Blessed Land by Giant Sun Immortal. Calamity Luck Altar was placed in Longevity Heaven, while this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was placed in Black Heaven by Giant Sun Immortal, hidden for countless years. Ancestor Giant Sun must have a deep meaning for placing this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. But what is his intention? The Medicine Sovereign was guessing in his heart when South Desolation Immortal turned around and looked at him, saying, "Follow me." The Medicine Sovereign followed South Desolation Immortal into Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. "You are here." There was actually someone in the hall. He was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. His wool was not condensed. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was like lightning, shining with golden light. The medicine sovereign saw this person and shuddered, his heart was filled with shock. Ancestor, giant son? Howl, howl. The wolf group howled as they chased after the three immortal goo houses. These wolves were tall and slender. They had strong bodies. They had black wolf eyes and claws, emitting a cruel and fierce aura. The most peculiar thing was that they had no fur, they had leather armor. They were shiny black and very sturdy. This was a night heavenly wolf group. The scale was huge, there were over 10,000 night heavenly wolves. Each of the night heavenly wolves was a desolate beast. The Wolf King was an ancient desolate beast, there was even a Wolf Emperor. It had rank 8 battle strength. We can't escape, we are surrounded. To think that the Wolf Emperor has a rank 8 wild immortal goo that can conceal its tracks. A wolf pack of this size is not commonly seen in Black Sky, and we actually encountered one. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals conversed rapidly. Wei Lingyang shouted, "Break out of the encirclement towards the northwest." Edge Link Camp took the lead, its aura rose as immortal essence was expended rapidly, forming a giant horn that pierced the sky. Wherever the giant horn went, it pierced through the wolf group's formation, creating a huge hole in just one move. Hundreds of desolate beast night heavenly wolves died tragically. The immortal goo house Edge Link Camp charged into the wolf group, Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building followed closely behind. A great battle that shook one to the core. During this time, the Wolf Emperor personally attacked, its huge wolf claws smashed over like a small mountain, sending the immortal goo houses flying. Thankfully, each immortal goo house had a rank 8 goo immortal protecting it. The 3 immortal goo houses displayed their might, killing wolf corpses everywhere. The wolf group's encirclement tactic had already reached a level of perfection, the 3 immortal goo houses charged left and right. They could not break out of the encirclement. In the end, the Wolf Emperor personally howled and retreated with the wolf group, ending this battle. The wolf group had lost too many wolves, the Wolf Emperor did not want to expend too much of its strength. Thus, it retreated. The 3 immortal goo houses were badly damaged, large numbers of goo worms were lost, including 2 or 3 immortal goo reeds. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were also sweating profusely, they were in a sorry state. Their immortal essence expenditure was even more enormous. Why is it that the closer we get to northern plains, the more difficult it is? We have already encountered 5 night heavenly wolf groups. Not only that, we also encountered dragon crocodiles, ghost spirit foxes, it is like countless beast groups are hunting us. Forget about these beast groups, the key is to not encounter the black and white reversal cloud again. That time, I almost couldn't return from Wind Sweeping Tower. Let's rest first, we need to repair the immortal goo houses. Wei Lingyang said. The 3 immortal goo houses had just stopped when countless lights lit up in the surrounding thousands of li. It was like countless flowers were blooming, the light red flames were very delicate, like layers of flower petals. Within the flames, there was a deep black dot. Oh no, this is the unique phenomenon of Black Heaven, Black Lantern, the flames inside are all blind flames, don't look at them. Bai Chen Tian screamed, quickly closing his eyes. But it was too late, many goo immortals only took a glance before losing their vision. Within the 3 immortal goo houses, screams and screams could be heard everywhere. Zhao Yanyan was very lucky, right now, she was talking to Yu Yi with her back facing the window. Yu Yi saw some blind flames from the corner of his eyes, he immediately felt his vision weaken, his vision turned blurry, he quickly closed his eyes. He had reacted early, but many goo immortals were not so lucky. Some goo immortals were looking around from the window, they saw at least 10,000 blind flames, their vision turned pitch black, they could no longer see anything. The 3 immortal goo houses quickly escaped from the danger zone. Thankfully, the Black Lantern phenomenon was not like the wind and rain, it did not cause any substantial damage, the immortal goo houses successfully escaped, quickly leaving the Black Lanterns behind them. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals counted and found that at least 3 of them had lost their vision. Their current methods could not be used to save them. 7 of them had extremely bad vision, their battle strength was greatly affected, they could be saved, but the price was high. Some healing immortal Gu had to be transported from jewel yellow skies. We just escaped from the wolf group and wanted to rest, but the black lantern phenomenon happened at the center. This is too unlucky. Wait, what is that? A large group of ants was migrating over. Each ant was a Gu worm. Nether ant Gu. Nether ants are opening the way. Next will be a soul beast army, hundreds of thousands or even millions. Quick, let's go. The 3 immortal Gu houses had just stopped, but had to continue moving. Chapter 1249. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Giant Sun Immortal actually appeared in front of Yao Huang. Yao Huang was extremely shocked, he could not believe it. South Desolation Immortal Envoy pays respects to Immortal Venerable. At this time, South Desolation Immortal had already bowed respectfully. Unfilial Descendant Yao Sanqiu pays respects to Immortal Ancestor. Yao Huang's body trembled in excitement, he knelt down on the spot with tears flowing down his face. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, "Get up. My main body died long ago, what is in front of you now is only a corpse." Yao Huang raised his head in shock, he looked carefully and saw that this Giant Sun Immortal was not a living person, he was an immortal zombie. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, all the souls in the world could stay in heaven and earth. At the same time, zombies also started to appear. Gradually, Gu immortals found that their lifespan was insufficient, turning into immortal zombies was one of the best choices. Even though the Celestial Court disliked and resisted it, they could not resist the will of the people and the general trend. There were more and more immortal zombies in the 5 regions. Ordinary Gu immortals could turn into immortal zombies, there was no reason why the great Giant Sun Immortal could not do it, right? When the Medicine Sovereign thought of this, the bewilderment in his heart vanished. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continued to explain, "Right now, other than my body, I only have some remnant will left in my body." But Yao Huang was still very excited. "Undeniably, you are the origin of our Huang gene bloodline, our common ancestor. As long as you show yourself once, the Huang gene tribes will put aside their differences. We will unite together. The whole of Northern Plains will become our Huang gene tribe's garden again." But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shook his head, "My main body died long ago, only a corpse is left. I have not transcended rank 9 after all, I have not obtained eternal life, why would I show myself? I will just be a laughing stock. Moreover, this body I left behind only has the strength for one attack, if it moves even a little, it will turn to ashes. You're alone." Yao Huang was extremely shocked, but the reverence and fanaticism in his eyes did not fade. Even if Lord Immortal Ancestor only has one attack left, it will definitely shake heaven and earth. The sun and moon will lose their luster. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun laughed, "Of course. But don't count on it. I set up Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here to protect Northern Plains. As for leaving this body behind, there was another cause and effect. I need to return a favor." "Favor?" The Medicine Sovereign was taken aback. Giant Sun Immortal left behind his fleshly body, turned into an immortal zombie, and sat in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace for more than 300,000 years, all to return a favor. Who was it? How could a dignified immortal venerable owe him a favor? And this favor was so huge that it was worth it for the Giant Sun Immortal to pay such a price? Yao Huang was extremely puzzled, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not continue to explain, instead saying, "This time, Central Continent's Gu immortals are invading, I cannot do anything. Don't count on me, everything depends on the 2 of you." Yao Huang slowly stood up with a solemn expression, "Even though Central Continent's Gu immortals are strong, we have Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. There's also me and Lord Southern Wasteland. Don't worry, ancestor. Even if the 3 autumns have to risk their lives, they will stop these people. Even if I have to give up my life and die on the battlefield, I won't hesitate. Immortal zombie giant Sun glanced at Yao Huang and shook his head. He closed his eyes and meditated again. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue, not saying a word. Yao Huang did not know what he meant, but at this time, South Desolation Immortal patted his shoulder, "Follow me." The 2 immortals took their leave, leaving the main hall and entering the rear hall. Yao Huang's tone was still filled with excitement. "Please give the order, Lord Southern Wasteland, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace is a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was personally created by Ancestor Giant Sun according to the Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance. Ancestor had great foresight. He placed this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. It has already suppressed this heaven for more than 300,000 years. Do you know what Heaven and Earth Luck is? Yao Huang was slightly dazed, muttering, "Heaven and Earth Luck." South Desolation Immortal did not wait for him to answer. He smiled and said, "A person has their own luck, a wild beast also has its own luck, a blade of grass also has its own luck. But all living beings have their own luck. Other than that, a rock, a stream, they also have their own luck. The entire world has heaven's luck and earth's luck. The Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance is to see through the profundities of Heaven and Earth Luck, to research it, to use it, and to change it. Not to mention Central Continent Goo Immortals, 3 rank 8s with 3 immortal goo houses. Even if they double their numbers, they will not be able to return. I did not summon you here to fight with your life on the line. You are the only rank 8 of the Huang gene bloodline outside of my longevity heaven." "What?" Yao Huang was extremely shocked. South Desolation Immortal continued, "I do not have much lifespan left. I have been struggling at death's door for so long, lifespan goo is already useless. Now, watch how I use this immortal goo house to exterminate these Central Continent Goo Immortals. After I die, you will take over the position of South Desolation." Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. He could not help but cry out, "Lord South Desolation." The wind-sweeping tower was silent. Black lanterns were like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It was a unique phenomenon in Black Heaven. It was not that they were unprepared, but the appearance of the Black Lantern phenomenon was too sudden. Most importantly, when this phenomenon occurred, Canary Pavilion, Wind-Sweeping Building, and Edge Link Camp, these 3 immortal goo houses, were at the center of the countless Black Lanterns. Normally speaking, when rank 8 goo immortals explored Black Heaven, they would discover the Black Lantern phenomenon from afar and quickly avoid it. This time, Central Continent's goo immortals had just gotten rid of the Night Heavenly Wolf group. They had just relaxed, but to think that the Black Lanterns would appear, many goo immortals were heavily injured. At the highest floor of Wind-Sweeping Building. "Father. Your eyes?" Rank 6 goo immortal Shi Zhengyi's eyes were filled with tears as he sobbed. His father was a famous rank 7 goo immortal expert, but to think that he was one of the 3 who had lost his sight. When the Black Lantern phenomenon appeared, he was using his investigative killer move to observe the wolf group. His investigative killer move was extremely effective, but it became the main culprit behind his blindness. It was almost certain that from now on, Shi would bid farewell to the light. He would become a blind person who could not see the outside world. But Shi was very calm. He stretched out his hand and stroked Shi Zhengyi's hair, consoling him. "So what if I am blind? I have many methods. I have all kinds of investigative killer moves. Even if I am blind, I can continue to cultivate and fight. What does it matter?" "But..." Shi Zhengyi lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He looked like he was about to cry. "My son, don't cry so easily. Goo Immortal cultivation is filled with danger to begin with. As long as we do not lose our lives, we should continue to move forward. Don't cry like a weakling. Don't you like to listen to stories and read novels? Think about those main characters. What are they like? Shi Gu said warmly. Shi Zhengyi nodded heavily. Father, I understand. Even the rank 7 Gu immortal Shi Gu was hit and lost his sight. Zhao Lianyan saw this and her heart shook. For the first time, she felt that this immortal Gu house, wind-sweeping building, was not so sturdy and safe. But soon, she thought of Ma Hongyun. Hongyun, wait for me. Even if there are countless dangers and difficulties, I will find you and save you. Zhao Lianyan encouraged herself inwardly, her eyes shining with determination. Yi, how are you? Zhao Lianyan asked the young Gu immortal in front of her. This refinement path Gu immortal had been sitting cross-legged on the ground ever since he saw the dark lantern outside the window. His eyes were shut as he activated an immortal killer move to heal himself. Hearing Zhao Lianyan's question, Yi did not stop the immortal killer move or open his eyes. He said, thankfully, I woke up early and closed my eyes in time. If I was a bit late, I would not have been able to save myself. Yi did not say anything else. He shut his mouth. His heart was still pounding, his forehead was still covered in cold sweat. Gradually, the Gu immortals became silent. Inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, all of them were shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Outside the immortal Gu houses, soul cries could be heard. Even with the immortal Gu houses isolating them, they were still very piercing and unpleasant to hear. Bu Zhenzi looked outside the window with a worried expression. This is bad, we are surrounded by a soul beast army. Chapter 1250. And at the periphery, among the Nether Ant Gu, there were countless soul beasts. It was truly a huge army. What was even more shocking was that their auras were linked together. They were like a group of towering mountains. Once they moved, they would be earth-shattering. Like a tsunami, mountains would crumble and the earth would crack. Not only was the scale of the soul beasts shocking, there were also ancient and immemorial soul beasts among them. The Gu immortals could even sense the aura of many wild immortal Gu. There are 5 immemorial soul beasts. We just left the Black Lanterns, and now there is a soul beast army. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals conversed secretly. The development of the situation made the 3 feel that something was amiss. This luck was too terrible, it was strange and sinister. Wei Lingyang said solemnly, it seems that for the rest of our journey, we will have to consider the worst-case scenario. Damn it! Bai Chen Tian clenched his fists. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the door of life and death's ability to absorb souls has fallen by countless times. Many powerful souls were left behind in this world. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable achieved Tao, the great era changed, soul beasts appeared, many souls even turned into soul beasts. Right now, in immemorial Black Heaven, soul beasts are the most numerous. They are messing with the world. When can we restore order and restore order to the world? Soon. Myriad Tidal Dragon said, after the battle of Tian Mountain, almost all the immortal zombies in the world died. These were all people who escaped from fate. Now that they are dead, the resistance to the refinement of Fate Gu has fallen by countless times. With Granny Sha managing it, even without the success Tao marks an infallible blessed land, we can still make a lot of progress. Wei Lingyang shook his head. Pay attention, the soul beast army is surrounding us. The urgent matter now is to escape from this soul beast army. Myriad Tidal Dragon sighed, the best way is still thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's defensive killer move. It is as famous as divine concealment, ghostly concealment. According to rumors, the Gu immortals who use this immortal killer move cannot be discovered by soul beasts. But now, I will use my Dragon Flow escape. But this time, I will not only use myself. I will also bring 3 immortal Gu houses and many Gu immortals. After using this move, I will not be able to fight for the next 3 days. After a bit of discussion, the 3 immortals agreed to Myriad Tidal Dragon's suggestion. A dragon's roar rang out. Countless pale dragon silhouettes appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the 3 immortal Gu houses. The pale dragon's shadow converged into a long river. Countless light dragons moved majestically, with an unstoppable momentum. They carried the 3 immortal goo houses as they charged forward. The soul beast army roared and formed layers of barriers. But Dragon Flow Escape's momentum was extraordinary. It was grand and powerful. A hole was forcefully created in the soul beast army. The 3 immortal goo houses successfully escaped from danger. The soul beasts moved very quickly, and the army did not give up. Instead, he chased after her. Myriad Tidal Dragon did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move, Dragon Flow Escape. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. The 2 parties chased for more than 6 hours. Only then did the soul beast army give up, and their attention was drawn to a bunch of dark venomous snakes. I can't. This time, I need to rest for at least 7 days before I can act again. The rest is up to you guys. Flowing Tidal Dragon's face was deathly pale. His eyes, which had been brimming with vigor, were now bloodshot, giving off a strong feeling of weakness. After deactivating the killer move Dragon Flow Escape, Flowing Tidal Dragon fell to the ground almost immediately, falling into a deep slumber. His eyes were shut. He was snoring. His snoring is very strange, if you listen carefully. If one listened carefully, it was like the roar of a dragon. As he fell asleep, a lump of fog formed around his body. The fog started to form a cocoon. 2 hours later, the cocoon became thicker, turning into a pale white dragon egg. We got rid of those soul beasts. That was a close one. That killer move earlier seems to be the killer move of one of the rank 8 great experts, Lord Myriad Tidal Dragon. It is so grand and imposing, it is truly amazing. Inside the 3 immortal goo houses, the goo immortals cheered and praised. Bai Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang, however, had grim expressions. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into a deep slumber. One of the 3 rank 8 battle strength experts had already died, but they still had about half of the journey left. The 3 immortal goo houses moved slowly. The goo immortals inside started to repair the immortal goo houses. For the next 2 hours, the Central Continent goo immortals encountered several ghost spirit fox groups and bear mosquito groups. They fought or retreated, relying on the power of the immortal goo houses. They continued to move forward. Bai Chen Tian's heart shook, his lips curled up as he showed joy. Lord Wei Ling Yang, I found a large area of heaven-attached fungi 3,000 li away. Is that so? Myriad Tidal Dragon let out a breath of air. Then let's go and rest. The 3 immortal goo houses slightly changed their direction. After a while, the 3 immortal goo houses landed on the surface of the heaven-attached fungi. What is this place? Is it safe? Zhao Lianyun looked outside the window. She had a shocked expression, especially when she saw her goo immortal companions leaving the immortal goo houses and moving around on the heaven-attached fungi. Uezi smiled as he explained, the immemorial 9 heavens have their own peculiarities. For example, the Black Lantern phenomenon is unique to Black Heaven. But the 9 heavens also have some similarities. For example, astral wind-flying heavenly boar, or heaven-attached fungi. This type of fungus only grows in the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven-attached fungi are a rank 6 immortal material, and most importantly, they need to grow alone. There cannot be any Dao marks or other life forms around them, not even meteors. So once heaven-attached fungi appear, it means that this is a safe place to rest. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going out to pick some heaven-attached fungi. It's not easy to come across such a good opportunity. Uezi quickly ran out of wind-sweeping building. Zhao Lianyun had no interest in the heaven-attached fungus. She had only been a goo immortal for a short period of time. She did not understand the importance of cultivation resources. Right now, her mind was filled with thoughts of how to save her lover, Ma Hongyun. After a while, there were almost no goo immortals left in wind-sweeping building. Aren't you going to collect some heaven-attached fungi? Zhao Yanyan looked at Bu Zhenzi, feeling strange. Bu Zhenzi smiled, "The sect ordered me to protect you, I will not leave your side at all times." Zhao Yanyan was considerate, "Then it seems I need to go down as well." Bu Zhenzi shook his head, "Thank you for your good intentions, but even if I stand on the heaven-attached fungi, I will not pick them. Because that will distract my attention, if an accident happens, it will be too late for regrets." Zhao Yanyan heard this and felt warmth in her heart. She said softly, "Thank you." Bu Zhenzi shook his head, "You are welcome, you are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, it is my duty to protect you." Zhao Yanyan sighed, leaning against the window again, she said with a faint tone, "To think that Black Heaven is so dangerous, there is still such a safe place. There is always a way out, we will definitely succeed this time. Don't you think so?" Bu Zhenzi did not hesitate, he answered, "Of course." He suddenly dragged out his tone, it was very strange. At the same time, Zhao Yanyan saw specks of starlight flickering in the night sky far away. This was not darkness, of course, because the color was completely different. This kind of blue starlight was like countless diamonds sprinkled on black silk, it was very dazzling and unforgettable. Zhao Yanyan squinted her eyes, she praised, "So beautiful. It is very dangerous. According to the records, this scale." Bu Zhenzi's expression was pale, his voice was trembling. Zhao Yanyan immediately became vigilant. "What do you mean?" She had just asked when she heard the warning and order of rank 8 Gu Immortal by Chen Tian. Outside the Immortal Gu house, the Gu Immortals ran back in panic. Wei Ling Yang's gaze was like an eagle's, he looked at the approaching starlight with a grim expression, such a huge star cloud storm. Billions of stars were flying at high speed. Some of the shooting stars drew long trails of light for miles in the night sky. Among them were many giant stars, some were as small as islands, while others were as large as continents. Between the stars, there were countless starlight flickering, it was as if countless lightning bolts were interweaving. Star cloud storms were the unique phenomenon of immemorial blue heaven. But because of historical reasons, immemorial blue heaven shattered, and a large number of stars fell into immemorial black heaven. Thus, immemorial black heaven also had star cloud storms. Chapter 1251. The range of the star cloud storm was too wide, and it was extremely fast. It was impossible for the 3 immortal Gu houses of Central Continent to escape. Stars were densely packed as they flew towards them. Thunder clouds were everywhere, starlight was gushing out continuously, the scene was grand and majestic, anyone who looked at it would feel fear, they would feel their own insignificance. "I will lead Edge Link Camp, you guys follow behind." At the crucial moment, Wei Ling Yang made a decision. The 3 immortal Gu houses moved towards the star cloud storm. The huge immortal Gu house was like 3 ants at the foot of a giant elephant in front of the star cloud storm. Heaven and earth were roaring. The star cloud storm was like a prehistoric whale, it devoured the 3 immortal Gu houses of Central Continent. The 3 immortal Gu houses did not even have the qualifications to fill the gaps between the teeth of this star cloud storm. Rumble, wind-sweeping buildings shook intensely. Zhao Yanyan could not stand steadily, she fell to the ground. Outside the window, endless starlight was extremely dazzling, it shone on the whole of wind-sweeping building, turning it into a sea of blue light. Zhao Yanyan felt like she was on a small boat that had fallen into a stormy sea, she was enduring the attacks of the tsunami and thunder. Her mouth was dry, she was on tenterhooks, even with Gu immortal battle strength, she could not get out of this predicament. She could only place her hopes on the immortal Gu houses, on the 3 rank 8 great experts. Zhao Yanyan did not know that among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into hibernation. Thankfully, wind-sweeping building was under by Chen Tian's control. The situation was much better than Canary Pavilion. Even so, Bai Chen Tian was covered in cold sweat. He was extremely focused and did not dare to relax at all. He moved wind-sweeping building, moving through the star cloud storm. He continued to dodge the huge stars on the ground. These stars were extremely fast. Once wind-sweeping building was hit, it would suffer a heavy blow. Even though wind-sweeping building was an immortal goo house, it would not collapse after being hit by these stars. In this special environment, once wind-sweeping building lost control, it would lose its speed and direction. It would be hit by stars one after another. Once it formed a vicious cycle. In that case, there was a real possibility that they would perish in the nebula storm, with their ship destroyed and their lives lost. Goo immortals are strong, immortal goo houses are powerful, but against this divine might of heaven and earth, they are insignificant. Bai Chen Tian gritted his teeth. Oh no! He could not react in time, and wind-sweeping building finally suffered. A star that was the size of a small mountain crashed into the wind tower with a fierce gust of wind. The size of the wind-sweeping tower was not even 1/10 of the size of the star. But it was an immortal goo house after all. It was very sturdy. It wasn't the wind-sweeping tower that shattered, but the stars that crashed into it. However, the huge momentum brought about by the stars pushed wind-sweeping building a long distance away. Originally, the three immortal goo houses were working together, flying together and helping each other. This way, the other two immortal goo houses avoided the stars. Wind-sweeping tower immediately left the team. Bai Chen, hurry up. Wei Lingyang sent a message. But in this star cloud storm, there was chaos everywhere. Countless star path Dao marks interfered with the communication between Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian could only hear a very short and incomplete sentence. But he knew what Wei Lingyang wanted to say. Wei Lingyang wanted him to work hard and catch up to them. Inside the star cloud storm, Wei Lingyang could not stay. He could not help Bai Chen Tian. Because he had another immortal goo house, Canary Pavilion, to take care of. Bai Chen Tian could only rely on himself. Come! Bai Chen Tian called out, his eyes shined with bright light, his rank 8 aura burst out like the howling of the wind. Wind-sweeping building's body shined with bright green light, the dazzling light turned into gusts of wind. The wind blew past everyone's ears. These dark green gales linked together and fused into one, forming a vertical and slender tornado pillar. The immortal goo house wind-sweeping building stabilized, the surrounding star cloud storm was pushed away by the wind pillar. This is wind-sweeping building's strongest method. Yu Yi's eyes shined brightly as he said excitedly. Wind-sweeping building was at the center of the wind pillar. It became extremely calm. It was as if they had suddenly entered a calm and safe harbor from landslides and tsunamis. Wind-sweeping buildings goo immortals cheered loudly. Zhao Lianyun had just gotten up from the ground when a huge star broke through the tornado wind pillar, flying towards wind-sweeping building. At the crucial moment, Bai Chen Tian reacted in time. He controlled wind-sweeping building to descend by a huge distance. This huge star almost brushed past wind-sweeping building. Some goo immortals who were at the windows could see the countless holes on the surface of the star when the two sides passed each other. Because they were too close, they were very clear. The goo immortals who were usually very elegant shouted in shock. They were like mortals who encountered a natural disaster and were panicking. Wind-sweeping building moved forward in the star cloud storm with difficulty. Even though this immortal goo house had used its strongest method, it was not enough against the star cloud storm. Some of the giant stars had astonishing momentum and could directly smash the tornadoes in the periphery. Between the stars, there was also a violent and chaotic magnetic star force. This star force dragged, repelled, attracted, and crushed wind-sweeping tower. Wind-sweeping building had to dodge the attacks of these star forces. Thankfully, rank 8 goo immortal Bai Chen Tian was controlling the situation. Any other rank 7 goo immortal would not be able to hold on. But even Bai Chen Tian was sweating profusely. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. this expenditure far surpassed any battle Bai Chen Tian had ever fought in his life. No, this star cloud storm is too huge, I don't know when I can get past it. Bai Chen Tian willed. He ordered the Gu Immortals in the Immortal Gu House to inject their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The Gu Immortals contributed their strength, Zhao Lianyan was no exception. Even though she only had a phantom aperture, she had refined immortal yuan stone, she had stored a lot of immortal essence. Boom boom boom. From time to time, one or two huge stars crashed into the wind pillar. Wind-sweeping building dodged most of them, but some crashed into them. The magnetic star force was everywhere, it was like a malicious giant that played with wind-sweeping building like a toy. Inside the Immortal Gu House, the Gu Immortals did not say anything, they focused on instilling their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The atmosphere was very tense. Every time a star crashed into it, many Gu Immortals' bodies shook. Zhao Lianyan's heart was in her throat. This was the first time she had faced such a situation, the situation was terrible, even if the building broke and she died the next moment, Zhao Lianyan would not be surprised. Hong Yun, Hong Yun. She chanted Ma Hong Yun's name in her mind, every time she said it, her heart would calm down a little. After chanting it countless times, Zhao Lianyan's heart miraculously calmed down. Hong Yun, you once risked your life for me, do you know that? I am risking my life for you now. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. I will come and save you. When I see you, I will tell you that the starlight here is very fierce, there is danger beyond your imagination, it is not romantic at all. In a daze, Zhao Lianyan seemed to have returned to the past. At that time, Zhao Lianyan's father had already died in battle. She was alone and was forced to marry someone, she could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. On a gentle hillside. In the night, Ma Hongyun was sitting next to her on the grass. Lady Xiao Yun, look, there is a meteor shower. Ma Hongyun pointed at the night sky, shouting. Boring. You brought me here just to show me this? Zhao Lianyan rolled her eyes, what is there to see? Ma Hongyun scratched his head, I also feel that there is nothing to see, but they said that to make a girl happy, you have to watch a meteor shower with her. At this time, we can often see meteor showers at night in northern plains. Zhao Lianyan helplessly sighed inwardly, thinking, I am already so old, I'm afraid only young girls will be happy about this. No, my body is still small, I am also a young girl. Thinking so, Ma Hongyun asked, Lady Xiao Yun, after seeing this meteor shower, are you feeling better? Zhao Lianyan sighed inwardly again, saying in a coquettish voice, much better, I am very happy, look, the meteor shower is so beautiful. Ma Hongyun's body trembled, he quickly waved his hand, Lady Xiao Yun, don't say that, I am getting goosebumps. Zhao Lianyan stood up and kicked Ma Hongyun fiercely, instead of learning, you learn to flirt with girls. You still want to flirt with me, I'll let you flirt with girls, I'll let you flirt with girls. Ma Hongyun screamed in pain from the kicks, shouting that he was wronged, Lady Xiao Yun, quickly stop, quickly stop. What is flirting with girls? I have never done it before. If I did something wrong, can't I change? Stop kicking, stop kicking. Zhao Lianyan ignored him, kicking Ma Hongyun until he was rolling on the ground. Finally, Zhao Lianyan was covered in sweat, she placed her hands on her waist, looking at Ma Hongyun who was covering his head and scurrying away like a frightened rat, she laughed happily. Ma Hongyun heard her laughter and slowed his steps, thinking, Lady Xiao Yun is laughing happily, indeed, watching the meteor shower with her can make her mood better. Hiss, but it hurts. The past was like smoke, dissipating in front of Zhao Lianyan's eyes. Unknowingly, Zhao Lianyan's lips curled up into a smile. Hong Yun, when I save you, I will definitely kick you 70 to 80 times, it will be a celebration. Zhao Lianyan thought so, at this time, her phantom aperture unexpectedly emitted a mysterious aura. The aura was formless and colorless, quickly spreading out. Chapter 1252. Every moment in the star-cloud storm was unbearable. After a long time, a certain Gu immortal in wind-sweeping building suddenly realized something. He spoke. "Do you guys feel that it has been a long time since a star crashed into this place?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dark green tornado that enveloped wind-sweeping building suddenly dissipated. The immortals saw a tranquil night sky, and far away, the star-cloud storm was moving away with a grand momentum. After a moment of silence, wind-sweeping building erupted in cheers. "We made it. That was close. Even with the immortal Gu house's protection, we were in danger of dying in immemorial black heaven. It was all thanks to Lord Bai Chen Tian, otherwise, we would have died in the star-cloud storm already." The Gu immortals talked to each other with joyful expressions. Bai Chen Tian's gaze was eerie, but he thought, it was all thanks to Zhao Lianyan's love immortal Gu that we could escape the star-cloud storm. At the crucial moment, love immortal Gu let out an aura that pointed Bai Chen Tian in the right direction. Bai Chen Tian followed this direction and controlled wind-sweeping building, quickly flying out of the star-cloud storm. And inside the star-cloud storm, there were countless star-path Dao marks in all directions. The Dao marks interfered with each other. Bai Chen Tian's locating method was useless. Bai Chen Tian's face was filled with worry. "I have already escaped danger, but Wei Lingyang does not have love Gu. I wonder if he is still struggling inside the star-cloud storm." After losing contact with the other two immortal Gu houses, Bai Chen Tian stopped moving. He circled around and searched. Fortunately, half a day later, he successfully got in contact with Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang led Canary Pavilion, moving through the star-cloud storm with difficulty. They left the range of the storm after Bai Chen Tian, but unfortunately, they fell into the ambush of the Sky Chief Beast group. After getting this information, Bai Chen Tian immediately controlled wind-sweeping building, leading a group of Gu immortals to reinforce them. They reached the ambush. The Gu immortals found Canary Pavilion and Edge Link Camp. They sucked in a breath of cold air. These two immortal Gu houses were surrounded by Sky Chief Beasts. In the immemorial Nine Heavens, there were basically Sky Chief Beasts that lived more or less. Each Sky Chief Beast was at least a Beast King, comparable to a normal Beast Emperor. The king of each Sky Chief Beast herd was basically a desolate Beast Sky Chief. The Beast Sovereign in front of him was an ancient desolate beast. There were more than 100 ancient Sky Leaders in this Sky Leader pack. There were more than 1,000 desolate beasts, and the rest of the Sky Chiefs were densely packed like ants, innumerable. Edge Link Camp and Canary Pavilion were at the very center, surrounded and attacked by countless Tian Kueis. Although he was resisting tenaciously, his body was already badly damaged. The situation was dire. Bai Chen Tian did not think much and immediately controlled wind-sweeping building to charge in from the outside. At this time, there was no longer any hindrance in communication. Wei Lingyang immediately drove the Edge Link Camp. Together with Canary Pavilion and Bai Chen Tian, they broke out. The Sky Chief Beasts let out deafening roars. The sound waves were like tsunamis, extremely shocking. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. Countless immortal killer moves shot out like fireworks in the Sky Chief Beast group. The Sky Chief Beast horde charged forward. Once one batch died, another batch would immediately take their place. The Sky Chief Beast group was huge. They did not care about these casualties. As for those desolate Beast Sky Chief and ancient desolate Beast Sky Chief, they could often stand tall in the flames of war for a period of time. During the stalemate, Edge Link Camp suddenly showed its might. Rays of light condensed into sharp horns that charged in all directions. Even the desolate beast Tian Kuei couldn't withstand the extremely powerful offensive power, and died on the spot. Even the ancient Sky Chief did not dare to face it head-on. Wind-sweeping building created a jade-green wind pillar again, while Canary Pavilion let out countless bird cries. The three immortal Gu houses worked together and forcefully created a path in the Sky Chief Beast group, converging at the center. Next, the 3 immortal goo houses turned around and escaped. After a few minutes, they got rid of the pursuit of the Sky Chief Beast group. The situation is not good. Bai Qiantian communicated with Wei Lingyang, saying in a heavy tone, the 3 immortal goo houses are heavily damaged, Canary Pavilion is on the verge of collapse. We need to recuperate. Right now, Myriad Tidal Dragon is in deep slumber. I expended a lot of immortal essence this time, half of it is gone. Immortal essence affected a goo immortal's battle strength to a large extent. Bai Qiantian had used up half of his immortal essence, Wei Lingyang was the same. Immortal goo houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan did not plan to construct any immortal goo houses. He knew most of the structure of graceful chaotic dual stage, of course, he had forgotten some parts, and also understood the structure of Sacred Feather City. But he did not have Giant Sun's immortal essence. With just his own immortal essence, he could not activate the immortal goo houses. Immortal goo houses expended too much immortal essence, only rank 8 goo immortals could sustain it. Rank 6 and 7 goo immortals needed to gather the strength of a group of immortals to unleash their power. Most importantly, the central continent goo immortals were still more than halfway to their destination. It seems we can only use spaceless tunnels. Wei Lingyang said in a heavy tone. Bai Qiantian was dazed for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is the only way, we can travel more than half the distance and reach our destination immediately. The 2 rank 8 goo immortals had firm wills. The more they suffered, the more determined they became. They did not even think of retreating. And their situation was unexpected, but before they set off, the Wisdom Path goo immortal of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had prepared other plans for them. Spaceless tunnels were one of them. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Through this rank 8 immortal goo house, the situation of the 3 central continent immortal goo houses was seen by Yao Huang. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace affects the luck of heaven and earth. The things in immemorial black heaven, like the direction of the lightning storms, even providence cannot affect them. But luck suppression Heavenly Palace can. This is an invincible defense. With Heavenly Palace here, who can invade my northern plains? Yao Huang was extremely excited, his tone was passionate, he was filled with admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yao Huang looked at South Desolation Immortal, saying, Lord, I finally understand why you are so calm. As long as luck suppression Heavenly Palace exists, nobody can invade my northern plains. South Desolation Immortal laughed heartily. This luck suppression Heavenly Palace has been here for over 300,000 years. What does that mean? It has already deeply influenced immemorial black heaven, even immemorial white heaven has been infiltrated by it. This is the supreme power of heaven and earth luck. Yao Huang thought of Ma Hongyun, he said, heaven and earth luck is so mystical, all living beings' luck is not bad either. But right now, fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu's host is already in old ancestor Xuehu's hands. Yao Huang was helpless against old ancestor Xuehu, but South Desolation Immortal was different. Especially when Yao Huang saw this luck suppression Heavenly Palace, and the miserable state of the 3 central continent immortal Gu houses, he was moved. He wanted to incite South Desolation Immortal to deal with old ancestor Xuehu. But South Desolation Immortal shook his head and smiled. Since Ma Hongyun has the Huang Jin bloodline, he is ancestor Giant Sun's descendant, it is not a big deal for him to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. It will not be so easy for old ancestor Xuehu to take away fortune rivaling heaven. Yao Huang was still worried. That old ancestor Xuehu has already been refining for a long time, with just the power of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, can he really fail this time? South Desolation Immortal shook his head again, of course not. Even if fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu has quasi-rank 9 power, it cannot completely counter rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xuehu, not to mention there is still one of the 4 refinement path experts of Northern Plains, Fairy Wan Shou. Do you think I, Longevity Heaven, did not make a move? We naturally would not watch fortune rivaling heaven fall into the hands of outsiders. We had already made a move. If old ancestor Shui could not see this, his Gu refinement would not have succeeded. Yao Huang realized at this point, longevity heaven had already made a move, but this method was too ingenious. Everyone was deceived, even Shui and Wan Shou were kept in the dark. Amazing, he's really amazing. Compared to longevity heaven, even old ancestor Shui is being toyed with. Yao Huang could not help but admire this. He was sincerely convinced. His gaze toward South Desolation Immortal changed again. He felt that this South Desolation Immortal was unfathomable, filled with the demeanor of a senior. However, at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1253. Where is this place? Zhao Lianyun looked outside the window, showing a surprised expression. But this time, even the well-read and knowledgeable Yuezi was unable to answer her. Instead, Bu Zhenzi, who was in charge of protecting Zhao Lianyun, spoke in an uncertain tone. This strange scene, is it Spaceless Tunnel? The three immortal Gu houses from Central Continent, Canary Pavilion, Edge Link Camp, and Wind Sweeping Building, were moving forward in a huge tunnel. This tunnel was mainly blue in color. There were long and thin colorful lines that extended along the tunnel. These colorful lines were embedded in the walls of the blue tunnel. They were like dazzling flowers. What is Spaceless Tunnel? Yuezi asked. Bu Zhenzi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a complex gaze. You should be very familiar with it, right? Me? Zhao Lianyun was surprised. She did not understand why Bu Zhenzi would say this. Bu Zhenzi sighed, saying, because Spaceless Tunnel is an immortal killer move created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Inside the dream. Disciple greets master. Fang Yuan knelt on the ground, paying his respects to the female Gu immortal in front of him. The female immortal nodded. I am Jing Miaozi, I cultivate water path. Although you are my descendant, whether you can cultivate my water path will depend on your luck and comprehension. Only by passing this test can you become my true disciple. Please instruct me, master. Fang Yuan said respectfully. The female immortal waved her sleeves. The dream realm changed. Fang Yuan stood in front of a dark green pond. This pond water was dark green and had no ripples. It was like a huge piece of jade. The long river is turbulent. It is water. The sea is surging. It is water. And this dark green pond in front of you is also water. Water path is broad and profound. I cultivate the path of calm water. Step into this pond. When you can stand on the water without using Gu worms, I will officially take you in as my disciple. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a test. He called out, Master. If I don't use Gu worms, I'm no different from a mortal. How can a mortal body stand on the water and not sink? That's your problem. The female immortal flicked her sleeves and disappeared from Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan frowned and paced around the pond. After a few rounds, he stepped into the green pond. Plop. There was a soft sound. His whole body fell into the water. He quickly climbed ashore, completely drenched and in a sorry state. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He hesitated for a moment before using Unravel Dream. But this time, Unravel Dream, which had always been successful, was useless. There was no change at all. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh in his heart. So it's useless. Sigh, this is troublesome. Not long ago, Fang Yuan's luck path realm increased. This allowed him to easily raise Qi luck sensation to a higher level. At this point, the whereabouts of Wuxia and the others were exposed. They were in the southern border. After Fang Yuan realized this, he started to make preparations and increase his strength. He even borrowed immortal Gu from Wu clan. But he wanted to leave but met with a problem. Once Fang Yuan left, Wu clan had no rank 7 Gu immortals in the Super Gu formation to control the situation. Furthermore, Wu clan was in charge of the immortal opportunity business. It was a huge matter. Without an expert to look after them, if other clans wanted to cause trouble, it would be easy. Even though Wu Yong agreed to help Fang Yuan borrow Wu clan's immortal Gu, he did not agree to this matter. Even though Wu clan had many Gu immortals and was very strong, they had a huge business. They needed more manpower. They had very few Gu immortals, they were lacking in manpower. Some positions were even more difficult to be transferred at a whim. Like Fang Yuan's current position as the guardian of the Super Gu formation, not everyone in Wu clan had the ability to do it. Even if they had the ability, they had to consider the political aspect. Fang Yuan made such a request, he wanted to leave his position. This gave Wu Yong a huge headache. But Fang Yuan was firm. Wu Yong could only start assigning the Gu immortals their positions. But this matter could affect everything. Wu Yong said this needed time. Fang Yuan could only choose to wait. But in the process of waiting, Fang Yuan encountered a good dream realm. Dream realms were of all shapes and sizes, they were constantly moving. There were realistic dream realms, there were also strange dream realms. Fang Yuan usually chose realistic dream realms to explore. Strange dream realms were hard to understand. Fang Yuan did not want to take unnecessary risks. According to historical records, the female immortal Jing Miaozi is Shui Ni's disciple. The master of this dream realm is Jing Miaozi, she is also her final disciple. There can only be one person, the famous water path great expert, sea calming man. In Central Continent's history, the immemorial desolate beast Shui Nan Wu caused chaos. It caused falling heavenly river to change its course, causing tsunamis to flood the land. Central Continent's central region was flooded, while the eastern region experienced huge tsunamis. Back then, Sea Calming Man, who was already a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, stood up and used several immortal killer moves to restore falling heavenly river to its original position. The sea became calm again. He had incredible methods. My Unravel Dream Killer move has always been successful, but it has no effect at this stage. Strange. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had used Unravel Dream. But even after using it several times, this dream realm did not budge. Fang Yuan thought about it. He guessed that this dream realm was very powerful. The core immortal Gu of Unravel Dream was only rank 6, it could not break this dream realm. The strength of a dream realm did not depend on the person involved in the dream realm. For example, Fang Yuan had once explored Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. There, he used Unravel Dream and had great gains. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream could not let him pass Sea Calming Man's dream realm. Sea Calming Man was only rank 8, he could not compare to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But the strength of the dream realm had little to do with their cultivation level when they were alive. As for what the relationship was, Fang Yuan was not clear about it. Don't forget, in the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was not interested in exploring dream realms, his focus was on blood path cultivation. Fang Yuan did not have a deep understanding of dream realms, but he knew something: the stronger the dream realm, the greater the benefits after exploring it. Bearing this in mind, Fang Yuan's interest in this dream realm deepened. Wu clan's transfer order has not been announced yet. The immortal Gu I want to borrow, Wu Yong will definitely not let go, until he completes the transfer. In that case, I will research this dream realm properly during this period of time. In the next few days, Fang Yuan calmed himself down, he worked hard and entered the dream realm again and again to explore it. Without using Gu worms, he had to stand on the water surface. On the surface, this seemed like an unsolvable problem. Because without using Gu worms, Gu masters were no different from mortals. Of course, this did not include fortune rivaling heaven or black boar Gu, which engrave Dao marks on the Gu master's body. There are water path Gu worms like water leg Gu, they can engrave water path Dao marks on the Gu master's feet. It allows the goo master to move freely on the water surface. But this has nothing to do with passing this dream realm. Not to mention, in this dream realm, he could not use water leg goo. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not use it. Because he knew that this problem did not lie in the content itself, it was in him. As for the method of freezing the water surface and standing on it, that was a small trick. He did not understand the essence of this problem. Just as Jing Miaozi said before, she's testing my comprehension. This realistic dream realm, since Sea Calming Man could pass it, there is no reason I can't. After all, my water path attainment level is already at quasi-grandmaster level. Fang Yuan continued to try. He had already lost count of the number of times he had fallen into the pool. If an ordinary mortal were to fall into this dream, falling into the pool of water once would be enough to shatter the mortal's soul. And if a goo immortal fell into the pool 3 or 4 times, their soul would also weaken to a very low level. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very deep. Every time he entered the dream realm, he would fall into the water 17 or 18 times before his soul would weaken to its limit. At this time, Fang Yuan would use Guts Goo to heal himself. Even though Guts Goo was a mortal goo, it came from the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. It was very effective. With this help, Fang Yuan continued to work hard. He started to feel something. This feeling could not be described with words, it was very mystical. Fang Yuan tried again. When he landed on the surface of the water, with a plop, he once again fell into the dark green water. When he got to the shore, he saw his master, Jing Miaozi, standing beside the pool and looking at him. Jing Miaozi said angrily, "What kind of comprehension ability is this? It is such a simple test, but you can't even pass it now. You are not fit to be my disciple." Fang Yuan, however, smiled, "No, master, I did it. Like you said, I have to stand on the surface of the pool without sinking or falling. I have already done it." Jing Miaozi laughed from anger, pointing at the water all over Fang Yuan. "Then what is this?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is nothing. The pool in my heart has no ripples. I am already standing on it. Looking down, I can see my reflection on the mirror-like water surface." Jing Miaozi's anger and smile slowly vanished. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply, nodding as she said plainly, "Not bad. From today onwards, you are my official final disciple." At the next moment, the dream realm vanished. Fang Yuan returned to reality. There is only one scene in this dream realm? Fang Yuan showed surprise in his eyes. Soon, the shock in his eyes turned into joy. "Amazing, my water path attainment has officially reached Grandmaster level." Earlier, Fang Yuan's water path attainment was at quasi-Grandmaster level. He was only a step away from Grandmaster. He was still far from it. But now, this distance was crossed. Fang Yuan became a true water path Grandmaster. After transformation path, strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path, Fang Yuan finally had a 6th path. He reached Grandmaster level. Immortal zombie giant Sun chuckled. "Descendants have their own fortune, fortune and calamity coexist, they can be converted into one another. This is a calamity for Northern Plains, but it can also be converted into fortune for Northern Plains. My main body is already dead. This is no longer my era. Do your best, regardless of success or failure. As for how to convert calamities and tribulations into fortune, that will depend on yourselves." Immortal zombie giant Sun finished speaking. There was no more sound. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang looked at each other helplessly. Southern Border, Super Goo Formation. Fang Yuan held an ordinary goo material in his hand. He casually tossed this goo material into the furnace in front of him. The fire in the furnace burned, but it emitted waves of coldness. The fire in the furnace was also very special. It was not an ordinary orange flame, but pale white with a bit of blue. This was a cold flame. A moment later, the cold flame suddenly extinguished without a sound. It caught everyone off guard. A goo worm flew out of the furnace. This goo worm looked like a larva. Its body was slender, brown with a bit of green, and it was wide. When it floated towards Fang Yuan, its body bent and stretched. It was quite unique. This was a strength path goo worm. It was naturally only a mortal goo. However, its name was Nirvana. From this, it was naturally different from the rest. Fang Yuan already had pulling water. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal goo. This one was a strength path mortal goo. Pulling water goo could unleash a mysterious force, allowing goo masters or goo immortals to control rivers and rivers. This pulling water mortal goo's effect was naturally far inferior to rank 6 pulling water immortal goo. But Fang Yuan was very happy. Why? Firstly, immortal goo were unique. If Fang Yuan had 2 immortal killer moves that required pulling water immortal goo, what would he do? Now that he had pulling water mortal goo, Fang Yuan could use a large number of mortal goo to temporarily replace pulling water immortal goo. Thus, even if a goo immortal had an immortal goo, it did not mean he had no need for the corresponding mortal goo. Secondly, Fang Yuan's attempt succeeded because his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Pulling water goo was a strength path goo worm, but it was related to water path. All along, even though Fang Yuan's strength path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he had not been able to deduce pulling water's mortal goo recipe. Now that his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he did not even need to deduce it, he only used his intuition to draw out the mortal goo recipe. Everything was a matter of course. Water path Grandmaster. Fang Yuan started to feel the benefits of this. Not just goo recipes, but killer moves as well. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of water path knowledge, like water path killer moves or water path goo recipes. Now that he recalled these contents, he had a brand new feeling, he had a deeper understanding. This feeling was indescribable. It was just like when he stood under the tower and looked at the bricks of the tower. Now that he had suddenly risen to the top of the pagoda, the scenery he saw was still different from before. Although the rise of the realm can't be measured by any objective material. But my strength has increased a lot. This is especially true for people like me. I already have 5 people in the Grandmaster realm. These Grandmaster realm sects were combined together. Mutual influence and improvement will result in even greater benefits. No wonder 500 years ago so many people flocked to the Dream Realm. Fang Yuan recalled that at that time, he was still focusing on the cultivation of blood path. Of course, there was a reason for this. Firstly, Fang Yuan was not in a good situation at that time. He was surrounded by powerful enemies, and Fang Yuan needed combat strength. Secondly, Fang Yuan knew nothing about dream path. Without a method like Unravel Dream to explore dreams, recklessly exploring dream realms would not be worth it. Thirdly, now that Fang Yuan recalled it, Providence might have played a role in this. Just as Fang Yuan wanted to experience the improvement of Water Path Grandmaster attainment in all aspects, a rank 7 Gu Immortal finally arrived from Wu Clan. This Gu Immortal brought Wu Yong's transfer order, and of course, Fang Yuan borrowed the Immortal Gu from Wu Clan. Fang Yuan quickly completed the transaction and left the Super Gu formation. He flew towards the northeast direction. Without stopping. This time, the excuse he gave to Wu Yong was that he had no other choice. He needed to return to Eastern Sea alone. Everyone had their own secrets. If it was an ordinary Wu Clan Gu Immortal, Wu Yong would definitely investigate it. But for Wu Yi, even if Wu Yong wanted to ask, he would not be able to get any answers. Thus, Wu Yong wisely did not pursue the matter. Fang Yuan entered the regional wall and arrived in Eastern Sea. He found a nameless sea area and placed his immortal aperture. He rested for now. During this period, he practiced his killer moves in the sovereign immortal aperture. He familiarized himself with the new immortal goo. The more crucial the moment, the calmer Fang Yuan became. He decided that he had to kill Wuxia this time. In order to get rid of this threat, he made more preparations. When Fang Yuan felt that the time was ripe, he stored his immortal aperture and prepared to move, executing the plan that he had been preparing for a long time. Qi Luck Sensation. Fang Yuan activated this immortal killer move, but to his surprise, he found that Wuxia and the rest had left southern border and returned to Eastern Sea. Good, Eastern Sea is more suitable for me to attack. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he flew into the sky and targeted his target. Wuxia and the rest flew above the sea. Bai Ningbing was flying alongside them. Their relationship had changed, they were now allies of equal status. It turned out that a few days ago, Wuxia took out Jianghu to calm Bai Ningbing's battle intent. Wuxia used this chance to discuss cooperation with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was no longer the same as before, she expressed that she would rather give up Jianghu and kill Wuxia and the rest. Wuxia had a glib tongue, he criticized the current situation and finally convinced Bai Ningbing to form a new alliance with them. Bai Ningbing obtained Jianghu. She also knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he was a huge threat. At this time, it was not wise to stay in Baixiang Grotto Heaven. Because of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan could use it to enter the Grotto Heaven easily. If Bai Ningbing and the rest stayed in Baixiang Grotto Heaven, they would become clues for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan would be able to find Baixiang Grotto Heaven easily. At this moment, Bai Ningbing looked at the blue sea as she frowned, transmitting secretly, Wuxia, you said you have a way to deal with Fang Yuan, we are in Eastern Sea now, we are still traveling. What method do you have, tell us. Wuxia smiled, to deal with rank 8s, we need rank 8s of the same level. Eastern Sea is not our destination, Northern Plains is. This means that Shadow Sect's remnant forces in Northern Plains actually have rank 8s? Humph, who are you trying to fool? Bai Ningbing transmitted in disdain. If they had rank 8 battle strength, why did they not use it at Etion Mountain? Wuxia smiled bitterly, that was because the timing was not right. The timing is right this time? The timing is good. Northern Plains and Central Continent are fighting over fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. We are going to Northern Plains this time, we will go to the center of the vortex, snowy mountain blessed land. We will seize fortune rivaling heaven and use rank 8 battle strength to kill Fang Yuan and take back the sovereign immortal body. Wuxia said this as he smiled, looking behind him. Heh, he is coming. Chapter 1255. As he spoke, Wuxia felt the luck above his head vibrate intensely. This time, Fang Yuan's Qi Luck Sensation killer move's power rose by a lot. Wuxia found that even if he entered his immortal aperture, he could not conceal it. However, Wuxia was not someone who would wait for death. He thought about it and decided to do the opposite. Earlier, he had tried all ways to conceal himself and conceal his aura. Now that he could not do that, Wuxia increased the luck vibration instead. They were connected by luck, Fang Yuan could use this connection to use Qi Luck Sensation to find him. Wuxia could do the same. Thus, Wuxia had researched a goo worm combination recently that allowed him to deduce the distance between him and Fang Yuan based on the vibration of his own luck. Wuxia named this immortal killer move Luck Shake Distance. This way, Fang Yuan's familiar face would not work, it could not deal with Wuxia's method. Wuxia was one of spectral souls split souls, even though he lost his memories, he had been replenished in the river of time, his attainment level was not low. The most important thing was attainment level. Precisely so, Wuxia could think of different combinations of goo worms at any time to deal with all sorts of situations. Of course, the attainment level needed to be high enough, at the same time, the goo immortal needed to experiment and practice for a long time. Get into formation. Let's use our previous tactic to repel Fang Yuan. Sensing that Fang Yuan was getting closer, Wuxia ordered, the 5 Gu immortals stopped moving, they started to set up a Gu formation. They successfully convinced Bai Ningbing to join them. Bai Ningbing's inheritance in Baixiang Grotto Heaven caused Wuxia's side to grow stronger. This immortal Gu formation was the powerful method that trapped Wuxia and the rest. This time, Wuxia was going to let Fang Yuan have a taste of his own medicine. He's here. Bai Ningbing suddenly said. Now that she was the owner of Baixiang Grotto Heaven, her wealth rose sharply. She had excellent immortal Gu, her investigative methods were also much better than before, surpassing Wuxia and He Lulan. She was the first to discover Fang Yuan's traces. The other 4 immortals hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. In the southern sea region. It set off a surging wave. A sword flood dragon swung its body, incomparably strong and vigorous, piercing through the clouds and waves as it rushed over. The sharp dragon horns pierced the sky, the dense dragon scales flickered with silver light, and the dragon claws looked sinister and terrifying. The dragon teeth in his mouth shone with a cold light. Wuxia and the other 4 immortals were on high alert. Bai Ningbing took a step forward. Does the enemy dare to enter the formation? Fang Yuan saw Bai Ningbing. Although she had transformed into a dragon lady and had become even more beautiful, her appearance had not changed much. Her foundation was still the same, so Fang Yuan was stunned. He did not expect to see Bai Ningbing under such circumstances. In fact, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had not seen each other for a long time. Even during the Battle of Tian Mountain. Bai Ningbing also stayed out of the situation and did not show her face. It seemed that ever since the 3 Kings Mountain incident and Bai Ningbing's betrayal, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had parted ways until now. Everything had changed. Back then, the 2 young Gu masters who survived Qingmao Mountain had already become Gu immortals. Bai Ningbing, who was known as a genius but had the northern dark ice soul physique of the 10 extreme physiques, had a bleak future. She became a rank 6 Dragonman Gu immortal and even had Baixiang Grotto Heaven. And Fang Yuan had even more rich experiences. After they parted, he first became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, he wreaked havoc in northern plains, toppling 88-point Jinyang Tower and destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. Next, he appeared in Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Western Desert, and other places. Finally, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, he snatched away the fruits of Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Using this immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose like a rocket. It was extremely fast and shocking. He already had rank 7 cultivation level now. During this period, he even used Dream Realms to reach Grandmaster attainment level in 6 paths. The 2 started fighting on Qingmao Mountain. They were known as the Black and White Demons. They traveled in southern borders mortal world and worked closely together. Now that they met again, they were mortal enemies. Alright, I'll take care of you as well. Fang Yuan's killing intent filled his heart. He roared as he let out a dragon breath. The white dragon breath was extremely sharp, it flashed and traversed an immeasurable distance, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not dodge, he smiled instead. At the next moment, the sword-light dragon breath crashed into a formless wall of light. It was useless. A Gu formation that could trap Wuxia and the others was naturally extraordinary. Gu formation? Fang Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he did not have any good ideas. Formation path. Fang Yuan had little knowledge about formation path, even in the 500 years of his previous life. To break a Gu formation path attainment was needed. Or perhaps, wisdom path deductions were possible. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, but he lacked a powerful wisdom path immortal Gu. It would not be easy for him to deduce the weakness of this Gu formation. The sword dragon circled in the air, not moving forward. Wuxia and the rest were inside the Gu formation, waiting for Fang Yuan to attack. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he tried to think of countermeasures. The other party set up the Gu formation in advance. It means that even though they cannot conceal their traces, they already have a method to investigate me. The probing just now shows that this Gu formation is not ordinary. Since they could set up this Gu formation, it means they have confidence in dealing with me. A broken ship still has 3 nails. It has only been a while, but Wuxia already has such a method. Fang Yuan did not attack blindly. He could not see through this Gu formation. Unless Fang Yuan was a fool, he would not recklessly charge into the Gu formation. But he could not rule out the possibility that by Ning Bing and the rest were bluffing. This Gu formation was weak internally, it could defend against attacks from the outside. Thus, what Fang Yuan needed to do next was to probe. While Fang Yuan fought with Wuxia and the rest, in Black Heaven. Inside the spaceless tunnel. 3 immortal Gu houses were moving slowly. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already woken up. He looked at the scene inside the spaceless tunnel and sighed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods are truly unimaginable. He has already disappeared for so long, but his immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago is still effective. I would not believe it if I did not see it with my own eyes. Wei Lingyang smiled. Alright, since you have woken up, we will not stay here any longer. Let's go. It turned out that the Central Continent Gu Immortals were very meticulous. Even though they could have left the spaceless tunnel long ago, they purposely stayed here to wait for Myriad Tidal Dragon to wake up. Myriad Tidal Dragon had used his immortal killer move earlier to break free. He had fallen asleep. Now that he had woken up, the Central Continent Gu Immortals regained the strength of 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals. The 3 immortal Gu houses' speed rose sharply. This was the final part of the spaceless tunnel. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were united. They prepared for the upcoming battle. Hong Yun, persevere, I am coming. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined. He had a resolute expression. But just as they were about to get past the final part, a change occurred. A huge ghostly face suddenly appeared, blocking the 3 immortal Gu houses, completely blocking the spaceless tunnel. What is going on? This is Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were still in shock, when the ghostly face opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Amidst the roar, the entire spaceless tunnel started to collapse. Countless space path fragments splattered everywhere, terrifying spatial cracks appeared. They spread like a spider web. Bam! With a loud sound, the Central Continent Gu Immortals found that this mystical tunnel that they were in shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. Defend! Myriad Tidal Dragon shouted. Defend! Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang activated their immortal Gu houses to their limits at the same time. However, the 3 immortal Gu houses were extremely fragile now. They were like small boats in a tsunami. They could not control themselves. At once, the 3 immortal Gu houses that were together were engulfed by the chaotic space path currents. They were separated, each doing their own thing. A huge hole suddenly formed. It was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Everything nearby was sucked in by it. Myriad Tidal Dragon's Canary Pavilion did not even last for a few breaths of time before it was devoured by this huge hole, vanishing without a trace. The remaining wind-sweeping building and Edge Link Camp were barely holding on. Edge Link Camp was like a bun that was being sliced apart by the space path cracks. Wind-sweeping building was also breaking apart. The powerful immortal Gu houses were extremely fragile now. Spaceless Tunnel was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's methods, it was like 2 Demon Venerables working together. The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not expect that the spaceless tunnel that they thought was a shortcut would turn into a fatal trap. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable traveled in Black Heaven and left behind spaceless tunnel. After that, Giant Sun Immortal failed to refine love. He left behind all sorts of methods. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, he seemed to have seen through the former's scheme, or for some other reason, he also left behind an immortal killer move here. Duke Long did not know about the Venerable's secrets. No matter how good Fairy Myrtle was at deductions, she could not deduce such a thing. At this moment, the Central Continent Gu Immortals were facing the huge crisis of being completely wiped out. Am I going to die? Am I going to die here? No, I can't. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save her. How can I stop here? Help me, love. Zhao Yinyan screamed in her mind. As if sensing her unshakable will, Love Immortal Gu started to shine with endless light in her phantom aperture. This light spread out with Zhao Yinyan at the center. Rumble. Wind-sweeping building completely broke apart. The Gu Immortals screamed in shock as they activated their defenses. But many of them could not even last for a few breaths of time before they were shredded to pieces by the space path storm. Only the thin layer of light around Zhao Yinyan was unbreakable. Not just that, this layer of light spread rapidly, affecting the 4 people around her. A hole formed in front of Zhao Yinyan. At the next moment, Love Immortal Gu burst out with a huge force, allowing Zhao Yinyan and the 4 Gu Immortals to charge into the hole. Their vision changed drastically. Where is this? Zhao Yinyan found that she was on solid ground. This is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. A voice transmitted. Chapter 1256. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Zhao Yinyan cried out in shock. She raised her head and saw a female Gu Immortal standing in front of her. This person laid on the cloud bed. Her face was ordinary and she wore a silk dress. She had a head of long green hair that was extremely eye-catching. It was like a river that started from the female immortal's head and flowed down the cloud bed, almost covering the entire floor. The female immortal saw that Zhao Yinyan's expression was not fake. She felt strange and asked, "It seems that the 5 of you did not mean to barge into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land?" 5? Zhao Yinyan looked around and found that she was in a hall. She was not alone, there were 4 Gu Immortal companions beside her. The 4 companions woke up one after another. Although Zhao Yinyan had just become a Gu Immortal, she found that she basically knew these 4 Gu Immortal companions. The most familiar was Bu Zhenzi. He was the Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He was ordered to protect Zhao Yinyan. Yu Yi, this young and beautiful Gu Immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, although he was only rank 6, his refinement path attainment was high and was widely recognized. Shi Zhengyi, this was also a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had been at the highest floor of wind-sweeping building with Zhao Yinyan earlier. Although Zhao Yinyan did not speak to Shi Zhengyi, she had seen his father, Shi Gu. Because of the darkness, he was completely blind, so she had a deep impression of him. The last person was someone that Zhao Yinyan did not know. This was the first time they had met. However, Shi Zhengyi recognized this person. He immediately ran towards him and called out, "Senior Mu Linglan, why are we here?" This person was Mu Linglan, a water path Gu Immortal from Spirit Butterfly Valley. He had rank 7 cultivation level. I also find it strange. Space suddenly shattered and threw out the 5 of you. The female immortal spoke with a plain tone. You barged into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I am still waiting for you to dispel my doubts. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, this is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Shi Zhengyi shouted, looking at the outside world through the window of the hall. It was indeed covered in snow. There were more than 10 snowy peaks far away. At the same time, Shi Zhengyi found that he was in a hall at the peak of a snowy peak. The Central Continent Gu Immortals quickly reacted. Bu Zhenzi quickly ran to Zhao Yinyan's side and stared at the female immortal in front of him. If I'm not wrong, you are the 9th peak master of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Hair Mistress. The blessed land of the Great Snow Mountain. Hong Yun is here. Zhao Yinyan's eyes lit up. The female deity straightened her upper body and revealed a solemn and nervous expression. So you really came for Ma Hongyun? That's right, hand over Ma Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun shouted. Hair Mistress looked deeply at Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun isn't with me. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you'll have to fight all the way to the first main peak. However, Lady Wan Shou and Old Ancestor Shui who are guarding there, the 5 of you are probably not enough. Where there is a will, there is a way. Shi Zhengyi clenched his fist and shouted. Even if I die here, I will save Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun was determined. Mu Linglan took a few steps forward. The 5 of us are only the vanguard, there are still rank 8 Gu immortals behind us. Your snowy mountain blessed land might have the geographical advantage, but you only have 1 rank 8 Gu immortal. Mu Linglan was bluffing. In fact, the medieval Gu immortals who stayed behind in the spaceless tunnel were likely to have perished. The only ones who could be truly saved were Zhao Lianyun's group of 5. Relying on Love Gu's power and Zhao Lianyun's obsession, the 5 Gu immortals directly landed in snowy mountain-blessed land. Hair Mistress's expression changed slightly. She was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while the 5 Gu immortals in front of her not only had the advantage in numbers, there were even 2 rank 7s present. Snowy mountain-blessed land had a total of 15 snowy peaks. Hair Mistress was at the 9th snowy peak and did not expect the peace to be suddenly broken. 5 Gu immortals appeared in front of her without any warning. I will be the main attacker, you guys retreat. Mu Linglan secretly transmitted his voice. He did not pass on responsibility and decided to step forward. Hair Mistress saw something amiss and quickly stretched out her hand. Please wait, we are friends and not enemies. What do you mean? Bu Zhenzi stopped the restless Mu Linglan. Hair Mistress said, do you think I am willing to risk my life for Old Ancestor Shuehu? Old Ancestor Shuehu forcefully ordered us to plunder immortal materials for his own benefit. We are suffering unspeakably, but we are afraid of Old Ancestor Shuehu's tyrannical might and have no choice. To speak the truth, I had wanted to surrender long ago, but I was thinking that Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortals would attack. I had never expected it to be you Gu immortals from Central Continent. I have no intention of fighting you. If you want to find trouble with Old Ancestor Shuehu, I will welcome you with open arms. Oh? It's like this. Bu Zhenzi and Mu Linglan glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant. Hair Mistress continued, since you want to attack Snowy Mountain, you must have gathered the relevant information. To speak the truth, Snowy Mountain's internal affairs are already divided. Old Ancestor Shuehu has already gone crazy in order to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, completely disregarding our Peak Lord's feelings. Unfortunately, we are under his control and cannot resist. We can only wait for external help. The 5 Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. They had not expected the situation to develop like this. Mu Linglan pondered for a while before saying, since you want to surrender, just this is far from enough. Join our subjugation team, we can see your sincerity. Hair Mistress smiled bitterly. If I could attack, I would have resisted long ago. Sir, you don't need to probe. If I really join you, can you trust me? There is more than one way to help you. I am willing to tell you the defensive arrangements of Snowy Mountain's internal affairs. Oh? Speak. Mu Linglan nodded. Hair Mistress looked at the 5 immortals, speaking slowly. In order to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Old Ancestor Shuehu has greatly modified Snowy Mountain blessed land, and not long ago, he invited Sun Minglu to set up a Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation is extremely powerful. It uses the Peak Lords of the Snowy Peaks as the formation cores and connects to Reverse Flow River. He has a transformation path killer move. While we have the Super Gu formation, our immortal essence will be expended and we will suffer huge losses. Bai Ningbing continued. Shi Nu requested to fight. Why don't I go out to fight and lure him in? Bai Ningbing sneered in disdain. Fang Yuan is a crafty old fox. how could he be provoked by you and charge into the Gu formation? Shi Nu stared at Bai Ningbing angrily. Then what do you think we should do? No matter. Wu Xia waved his hand. Wait for me to make some arrangements and leave behind a decoy to confuse him. We will then secretly use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to leave this place and throw him off. As long as we stall for time, we will reach Northern Plains and meet up with the rank 8 Gu Immortals. That will be the time to deal with Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. You made me set up this Gu formation just to abandon it? Forget about the mortal Gu, you even want to abandon the immortal Gu? Chapter 1257. What are a few immortal Gu? Wu Xia said solemnly, as long as the plan succeeds, all the losses can be made up for. Being able to give up is a man of character. Moreover, this is not giving up innocently, it is to confuse the enemy and gain precious time for us. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Why do I feel like you are purposely weakening me? Then you are worrying too much. The enemy is outside the formation, you can stay behind and personally control this Gu formation to stall for time for us. Wu Xia glanced at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with bright light before she finally nodded, as you wish. It was not that she did not think of fighting alone, but against such a powerful Fang Yuan, she did not have confidence in winning. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Ninth Peak. Central Continent's group of 5 Gu Immortals were ambushed by Hair Mistress. They were all bound by the cocoons made of green silk and were struggling intensely. What killer move is this? I can feel my immortal essence rapidly depleting. Ah! Yu Yi suddenly shouted, his whole body burning with a dazzling flame. However, the flames didn't seem to fear the flames at all. Instead, countless streams of water seeped out from her hair, drenching Yu Yi. My flame is earth cauldron fire, it can refine rank 7 Gu materials in minutes, but it cannot even burn a single strand of green hair. Yu Yi was extremely shocked. Ha, it is useless. The longer I activate this green silk binding, the more powerful it becomes. Ever since old ancestor Shui who started refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, I have been activating this immortal killer move without stopping. Just think about it and you will know how long it will take. Hair Mistress lay down again, laughing loudly. Moreover, what I said earlier. I am not completely deceiving you. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is indeed shrouded by a super Gu formation, my battle strength will rise sharply here. You have rank 7 strength, but you will be weakened. Surrender obediently. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance to live. Humph, you are thinking too simply. Right at this time, an illusory figure flew out of a green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon was not damaged at all, but the figure had strangely passed through it and appeared outside. The silhouette immediately turned from illusory to solid. It was no one else. It was the rank 7 Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Zhenzi. Hair Mistress's expression immediately sank. So you are a phantom path Gu Immortal, no wonder you could escape from my green silk bind. As he spoke, countless strands of green hair shot up from the ground one after another. They were as hard as needles and as soft as snakes. Tens of thousands of them shot towards Bu Zhenzi in the air. Bu Zhenzi laughed brightly. You want to hurt me? It's still too early for you. He turned incorporeal again, but this time, he fell into another green silk cocoon. The Gu Immortal in the hair cocoon. It was Zhao Lianyan. At this moment, she was using an immortal killer move to defend against the cutting of the green threads. Bu Zhenzi came to her side. Zhao Lianyan was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. I will count to 3, release your defense and come out with me. Bu Zhenzi placed his hand on her shoulder and instructed. Zhao Lianyan thought, if I give up my defensive killer move, won't I be turned into minced meat by the green threads? But thinking about it again, Bu Zhenzi would not deceive her. Zhao Lianyan's thoughts moved and she decided to believe Bu Zhenzi. At the next moment, she gave up on her defense and stopped activating her defensive method. The green hair curled up. In an instant, Zhao Lianyan had already turned phantom. Next, two figures came out of the green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon turned pale with fright. Hair Mistress was pale with fright. She quickly used her second defensive killer move. But the water snake turned from phantom to solid again, biting through Hair Mistress's defense and directly drilling into her heart. Hair Mistress screamed. Her soul escaped. The ball exploded, countless short hairs shot out like thousands of sharp arrows. They shot out in all directions. The 5 Central Continent Immortals quickly blocked without any hesitation. They could only let Hair Mistress's soul escape smoothly. We won. Hair Mistress is dead, only her soul is left. Shi Zhangyi was overjoyed and very excited. Good coordination. Bu Zhenzi and Mu Linglan looked at each other and smiled. In defeating Hair Mistress, these two rank 7 Gu Immortals put in the most effort. First, they relied on Bu Zhenzi to resolve the situation, then Mu Linglan was the main attacker. Yu Yizi, Zhao Lianyan, and Shi Zhangyi were supporting them from the side. The battle ended, the 9th snowy peak quieted down. What should they do next? The 5 Immortals discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They would retreat first and wait for the Central Continent group to arrive. With just the 5 of them, how could they resist the whole of Snowy Mountain? Not to mention other Gu Immortals, just old ancestor Shui who alone was an unrivaled opponent. However, after trying, the 5 Immortals found that they could not leave this place. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was originally a public blessed land. The entire blessed land was pieced together, its defense could not compare to a normal blessed land. But there was a super Gu formation here, even Bu Zhenzi's phantom transformation method was of no use. Damn it, among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu Immortal. Among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu Immortal. If there was a formation path great expert, they might be able to see through the mysteries of this Gu formation and break it. Mu Linglan sighed while wringing his hands. Originally, among the Central Continent Gu Immortals, they had specially arranged for several formation path Gu Immortals. Unfortunately, because Spaceless Tunnel collapsed and an unexpected calamity descended, none of these formation path Gu Immortals came along. Central Continent's 5 Immortals helplessly found. Although they defeated Hair Mistress and only let her soul escape, the 5 of them were trapped in the 9th snowy peak and could not leave this super Gu formation. What do we do? The 5 Immortals looked at each other, feeling great pressure. How could it not be? This was the enemy's base. Not to mention others, just the rank 8 Gu Immortal old ancestor Shui who could crush them with a flick of his finger. Do you feel strange? We came to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It has been so long, but no one has come. Yu Yizi suddenly said. The 4 Immortals looked at each other. They all had the same feeling. It is quite strange. We invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and fought with Hair Mistress. The commotion was huge. But other than Hair Mistress, no one else appeared. We fought with Hair Mistress for a long time, but during this period, no other Gu Immortals came to reinforce us. Old ancestor Shui who did not appear, maybe it is because of the arrogance of a rank 8. But at least the other Gu Immortals should have allied together and attacked us. Even a lion needs to use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Mu Linglan, Bu Zhenzi, and Yu Yizi analyzed the situation and felt it was quite strange. Right at this time, inside Zhao Lianyan's immortal aperture, love suddenly activated. An intense immortal Gu aura rose from Zhao Lianyan's body. Such a surging aura made the other 4 immortals' expressions change. What a powerful aura! Is it a rank 9 immortal Gu? Back in Spaceless Tunnel, it was this aura, I remember it clearly. Chapter 1259. Eastern Sea. Greater than over equal to sword dragon waves swallowed and spewed out sword light. Rays of white dragon breath landed on the goo formation, causing the goo formation to shake. Something is not right. Wuxia and the rest are not fools, their immortal essence expenditure is much higher than mine when activating the super goo formation. But they are still in a deadlock, allowing me to attack as I please. Do they have other motives? Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, although he did not break the goo formation, he had the initiative. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind, he had not stopped thinking for even a moment. The other side should know I have the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Are they not afraid that I will use the upper extreme heavenly eagle to pierce through space and enter the goo formation? Or is this goo formation a trap for my upper extreme heavenly eagle? Or could it be that Langya sect's sixth hair already knows through land spirit of Langya that my upper extreme heavenly eagle is only an egg, thus they are not afraid? Wait. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks and dove into the sea. He was underwater, observing the reactions of Wuxia's side while activating an immortal killer move. Chi Luck Sensation. They are indeed inside the goo formation, not a single one is missing. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, it seems that I was overthinking. Fang Yuan continued to attack the goo formation, but he gradually found that the goo formation was passively defending, Wuxia, by Ningbing, and the rest did not appear. Fang Yuan willed and stopped his attacks. He had the initiative now, attacking or not depended on a single thought. On the contrary, the other side was defending and was in a passive state. They did not know when Fang Yuan would attack, and they had to expend immortal essence to maintain the goo formation's operation. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks, other than maintaining the sword dragon transformation, he did not expend immortal essence at all. On the contrary, the other side was still activating the goo formation without stopping. After a silent confrontation for an hour, Fang Yuan gradually sensed something amiss. The goo formation was like a deep pool, there was no movement inside. The opponent actually chose to be in a deadlock with Fang Yuan with an unshakable stance. Wuxia seems to have other motives, he needs the goo formation to create a safe environment. No matter what, I can't let him continue smoothly like this. I have to act quickly and destroy him. Looks like I can't keep this trump card any longer, so I have to use it in advance. Although Wuxia's plan was effective and Fang Yuan's fate connection was misled, the result was that Fang Yuan's fate connection was misled. However, Fang Yuan still had a keen judgment of the situation. He decided to act swiftly and decisively, no longer hiding any trump cards. If it was in the past, the sword flood dragon breath would have been his strongest technique, but it was no longer the case. In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounding for thousands of miles. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Wuxia's field of vision suddenly changed. Looking carefully, he was already at the boundary wall. This was the blue water boundary wall of the East Sea. It was dark blue and was like a giant screen that supported the sky and the earth. It was boundlessly wide. The four Gu immortals, among which Tai Bai Yunsheng had entered He Lolan's immortal aperture, were standing in front of the regional wall. They were as tiny as ants, while the world was so vast. If they entered the regional wall, the ancient battle formation could not be used, they could only travel on foot. Because using Gu worms or immortal killer moves inside the regional wall would cause the immortal aperture to shake. The ancient battle formation was even more so, the backlash was extremely huge. While looking, Wuxia's expression changed. I can use a rank 8 Gu Immortal to exterminate him. After thinking about it, Wuxia finally made up his mind. He took the lead and flew into the regional wall. Several hours later, a sword dragon flew over from afar. They entered northern plains. This sword dragon was Fang Yuan's transformation. Everything was as Wuxia expected. After he broke the Gu formation, he did not see any traces of Wuxia and the others. How could Fang Yuan not understand? The other party was trying to escape. Fortunately, he did not hesitate to expose his trump card and forcefully destroyed the Gu formation, otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark. It seems that Qi Luck sensation can detect the target, but it can also be misled. Then, could my final target be a fake as well? If it was fake, Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. After all, this was his only target. But if it was real, hee. Chapter 1260. Waiting time was often long and unbearable. Zhengyi paced around the hall. He could not sit still, so he stood up and walked around. Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his eyes, saying in dissatisfaction, "Can't you rest properly? Stop pacing around." Zhengyi shouted, "I have already rested well, Sai. How long do we have to wait?" "Wait until the central continent Gu Immortals come," Bu Zhenzi said. "If they don't come, are we going to keep waiting?" Zhao Lianyan frowned. She was also getting impatient. When fighting with Hair Mistress, the 5 immortals were completely focused and did not feel anything. Now that they were holed up here, every second was torture. Zhao Lianyan's situation was even more serious. It was like a fire was burning her heart. Bu Zhenzi frowned and was about to speak. But at this time, Zhao Lianyan transmitted, "You must have some thoughts in your hearts. Not only did you see the final scene of Spaceless Tunnel, you even personally experienced it. Do you think the other Gu Immortals died inside? How can that be?" Zhengyi was the first to refute. His expression changed, and his gaze towards Zhao Lianyan contained some anger. Because his father, Gu, was among these Gu Immortals. Zhao Lianyan's words were akin to cursing his father to death. Zhao Lianyan did not care about Zhengyi's attitude and continued to transmit, "Everyone knows that we came here because of Love Gu's power." But the other Gu Immortals did not have such care. At that time, even immortal Gu houses were about to collapse, not to mention Gu Immortals themselves. If there are no reinforcements, what are we waiting for? The other Gu Immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Actually, they all had such worries in their hearts, they just did not say it out loud. Now that Zhao Lianyan took the initiative to remove this veil, Bu Zhenzi thought about it and said, "Your guess is not impossible. But even if there are no reinforcements, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects will send a second batch of Gu Immortals." Zhao Lianyan continued, "Then can the second batch of reinforcements come? All of you have personally experienced the hardships and dangers that we faced on the way here. Could the infernal affairs be used a second time? Even if it works, can we use it again without worry?" Bu Zhenzi stared at Zhao Lianyan's eyes and said solemnly, "You have to believe in the sect, Zhao Lianyan. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the sect is your foundation. If you don't even trust the sect, who can you trust?" Zhao Lianyan was keenly aware of Bu Zhenzi's displeasure. However, she stubbornly continued, "Even if the sect sends reinforcements and can rush here, the sect will not be able to send reinforcements. But what about time? When on Earth would they arrive? What kind of price would he have to pay? What kind of accident would happen? This is Northern Plains, not Central Continent." Not Masako fell silent. He could not refute Zhao Lianyan's words. Zhao Lianyan heaved a sigh of relief. "In short, I don't want to wait any longer. We have to wait even if we can't." Bu Zhenzi frowned, his face full of anger. He and Zhao Lianyan stared at each other, neither side backing down, they both had their own insistence. Zhao Lianyan's eyes soon turned misty, she took the initiative to shift her gaze to the side. If Hong Yun is harmed during this period of time, what will happen? Can you guarantee that? In fact, Zhao Lianyun was getting more and more afraid as she waited. She was not afraid of her own safety. Rather, in this situation where reinforcements were far away, waiting could not solve the problem. If during this period of time, Ma Hongyun was killed by old ancestor Shui Hu and used as a gu material to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal gu, then this would be Zhao Lianyun's life's regret. Chapter 1261. Pa, Pa, Pa. There was a series of applause. Phantom path after all. A gu immortal appeared. This person was tall and sturdy, with a face full of stubble. His eyes had no sclera and were completely black. Behind him, there was a black leather cloak, which was very eye-catching. Bu Zhenzi's pupils shrank. He knew this person. Since the Central Continent Gu Immortals came to save Ma Hongyun, how could they not have information on snowy mountain-blessed land? So it is Shadow King. Bu Zhenzi spoke lightly, revealing the identity of the Gu Immortal in front of him. At the same time, he also understood that he was already on the 7th snowy peak of the snowy mountain-blessed land. Speaking of which, the peak master of the 7th snowy peak was actually Shui Songzi. But after Shui Songzi died, a demonic path Gu Immortal took the initiative to join. It was this person. In fact, snowy mountain-blessed land was also a place that Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals yearned for. Especially those demons that were wanted by the Huangjin tribes, they needed a backer like old ancestor Shui Hu. Or some Gu Immortals who wanted to extend their lifespan joined snowy mountain-blessed land because of Lady Wan Shou. Of course, recently, because old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal gu, the morale of snowy mountain-blessed lands people was low. Shadow King looked at Bu Zhenzi and smiled. You Central Continent Gu Immortals are really too much, coming all the way here to die. It's still uncertain who will die. Bu Zhenzi sneered in response. Is that so? King of Shadows suddenly turned into a pitch-black shadow and pounced at Bu Zhenzi with extreme speed. Rumble. The next moment, a muffled explosion of thunder came from the 7th snowy peak. The hall shook, and the snow on the mountainside rolled down, forming a small avalanche in an instant. Unlike what Bu Zhenzi had expected, Zhao Lianyun was not alone, nor was he accompanied by the 4 immortals. The 12th snowy peak. The two sides had already started fighting. Oh. 2 little ants. Humph, watch me stomp you all to death. The peak leaders of the 12 snowy peaks let out a roar and stomped down with their right feet. The 12th snowy peak master transformed into a giant with the head of an ox and the body of a human. His feet also transformed into solid ox hooves. Bang! The cow's hooves crushed the tiles on the floor. A deep pit like the mouth of a well was formed in an instant. The peak master was awe-inspiring. The 2 Central Continent Gu Immortals quickly retreated. One of them was Zhao Lianyun, and the other was Shi Zhengyi. Zhao Lianyun's face was a little pale. Her opponent was huge, and her battle experience was very limited. This undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on her. Shi Zhengyi had just rolled on the ground and managed to avoid being trampled by the cow's hooves. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Damn it! He turned over abruptly. He stood up from the ground. Watch me. Yeah. Shi Zhengyi opened his mouth, his tongue flicking out and retracting like a rapid spring. Every time it extended and contracted, a scarlet sword light would shoot out from the tip of the tongue at an extremely high frequency. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. Ordinary people could only curl their tongues, and some people didn't even have the ability to curl their tongues. This was the first time Zhao Lianyun had seen someone with a tongue that could retract back and forth like a spring. The scarlet-red sword light was very sharp. The 12th Peak Lord cultivated the transformation path and transformed into a giant. His skin was already very thick. However, after being hit by the scarlet sword light, his whole body was filled with bloody holes. So painful. The 12th Peak Lord shouted in pain, raising his arms to protect his head. So, this is death? As expected, I am the most failed transmigrator in history. I actually died at the hands of a minor character. Even though the Earth Path giant hand was quickly beaten to a pulp and was about to collapse, using this chance, He Lulan also finished her preparation. She stretched out her right hand, her 5 fingers intersecting and stabbing towards the sky. Swoosh! Immediately, a bright red light shot out from her fingers, piercing through the entire palm and shooting towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. This immortal killer move was so fast, and with the Earth Path giant hand acting as cover, if one was slightly careless, they would be hit. But this line of fire did not hit Fang Yuan. He easily moved his dragon body and dodged it. It actually missed. He Lulan's heart sank. 3 breaths of time later. He Lulan did not know that Fang Yuan had such an investigative time path killer move. Strange, He Lulan is a strength path Gu immortal, but her fire path methods are not restricted by the Dao marks at all. This must be a method of Shadow Sect. After all, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was designed by Spectral Soul. He Lulan's efforts were futile, some of her trump cards were exposed instead. Soon, the Earth Path giant hand collapsed, and the sword light dragon breath continued to suppress it. But the 5 immortals were no longer flustered. They used their immortal killer moves to defend against the sword rain. Then what about this move? Let me see how you deal with it. Fang Yuan firmly held the initiative. He easily used another immortal killer move. Time Path Year Beast Summon. Roar! A Tiger Year Beast was summoned and appeared in the regional wall, helping Fang Yuan in battle. Fang Yuan threw out a large number of Mortal Year Gu. The Tiger Year Beast's morale surged as it charged towards Wuxia and the rest. Shi Nu had a bitter expression. The sword light dragon breath had already made them exhausted, but now, an ancient year beast came to disrupt them. This year beast could move freely in the regional wall. The reason was similar to the cloud beasts. Cloud beasts were lifeforms of white heaven. They were not native to the 5 regions. They were not affected by the regional walls. Year beasts lived in the river of time. It was the same. Let me do it. Wuxia stepped forward bravely and used a very similar technique. Soul Path Soul Beast Summon. Back then, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, Shadow Sect was a great expert that played around with Soul Path. He Fan could think of Year Beast Summon. How could Shadow Sect not have similar methods? Wuxia's method was extraordinary. He summoned 3 ancient soul beasts at once. My soul beasts are also unaffected by the regional wall, because they come from the door of life and death. Wuxia's smugness did not last long, because he saw that Fang Yuan had already turned into a sword dragon and attacked. The sword dragon moved like a snake. It was extremely fast. It stretched out its dragon claws and crushed the head of a soul beast. With a flick of its tail, it broke the leg of another soul beast. It opened its mouth and the sword-light dragon breath pierced through the 3rd ancient soul beast. Fang Yuan's sword dragon form had great battle strength, and most importantly, Fang Yuan had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. This made it so that none of the soul beasts could sense his presence. Thus, Fang Yuan's battle strength surpassed the ancient soul beasts, and the soul beasts could not sense Fang Yuan's presence. Fang Yuan had a huge advantage against the soul beasts. These three soul beasts were in a daze, they could not react and were heavily injured by Fang Yuan. Fortunately, the soul beasts did not have any obvious weak points, otherwise, Fang Yuan would have already finished them off in a few moves. But even so, the soul beasts' bodies became thinner and more transparent. Even though Wuxia's expression was ugly, he watched as Fang Yuan's three ancient soul beasts did not attack again. Wuxia thought to himself, it doesn't matter. Even if you kill these three ancient soul beasts, so what? I can use my killer move again and summon three more ancient soul beasts. What is the most abundant in the door of life and death? Without a doubt, they are souls and soul beasts. But right at this time, Fang Yuan gave up on fighting the ancient soul beasts. He activated Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's speed burst out, he left behind an afterimage on the spot. Quick, quick, quick. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not react in time, he was hit by Fang Yuan's claw. The protective cloud ring broke apart, Tai Bai Yunsheng's stomach was split open by the dragon claw, his intestines turned into mush. He did not die. Fang Yuan was surprised. He had wanted to use Dragon Breath, after all, Sword-Light Dragon Breath was the strongest weapon of the Sword Dragon. But at the crucial moment, a layer of ice appeared on his dragon mouth. Fang Yuan could not open his mouth, he could only use his dragon claw. But it was too fast and rushed, Fang Yuan did not use his full strength, and Tai Bai Yunsheng's protective cloud ring blocked most of its power, thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng managed to survive. It's Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan exerted strength, he forcefully opened his dragon mouth and broke the layer of ice sealing it. Fang Yuan turned around to look, his speed was too fast, he was already several li away from the five immortals. At this time, Bai Ning Bing was already in front of the four immortals, her icy blue eyes shined with a cold light as she stared at Fang Yuan fearlessly. Quick, quick, quick. He Lulan grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's leg, pulling him to the back. Next, she bent down and used healing methods. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's injuries were too severe, his injuries showed no signs of healing. Once a Gu immortal was injured, it was troublesome. Dao mark rejection. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation would leave behind a large number of sword path Dao marks once he was injured. This was unbearable for Tai Bai Yunsheng's fragile body. Sigh, if I had man as before, it would not be so troublesome. Saying this, Tai Bai Yunsheng fell unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. This was the result of He Lulan trying her best to save him. Damned Fang Yuan, his true objective was to kill Tai Bai Yunsheng. Wuxia's expression was dark. He had fallen for Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan appeared to be fighting with the soul beasts, but he had been looking for an opportunity since the start of the battle. He had probably targeted Tai Bai Yunsheng long ago. After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the weakest among the five immortals. One had to pick the weakest one. I can't count on Tai Bai Yunsheng anymore. Wuxia's expression was grim. How long had it been since the battle started? They had already lost a member, how would they deal with the powerful and ferocious Fang Yuan? Right at this time, Fang Yuan gasped inwardly, feeling something amiss. He stretched his dragon body and was surprised to find that his dragon scales were covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ning Bing's gaze is strange. Fang Yuan immediately reacted. Sword-Light Dragon Breaths attacked like a torrential rain from before, causing Wuxia and the other immortals to be flustered and exhausted. Bai Ning Bing was fully concentrating on preparing an immortal killer move, while Tai Bai Yunsheng was already heavily injured and unconscious. The pressure on the remaining 3 immortals suddenly increased, they were ruthlessly suppressed and had no strength to retaliate. Fang Yuan circled around Wuxia and the rest from afar. He opened his mouth and breathed out. Rays of sword-like dragon breath shot towards Wuxia and the rest from all directions. His sword dragon body was still covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze killer move was quite effective. Of course, the main problem was Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Even though he had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, the Dao marks on his body still did not reject each other. Thus, there was a flaw. Similar to Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze, when it hit Fang Yuan, it would not be weakened by the Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body, it could display its full power. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon and had thick skin and flesh, otherwise, his body would have frozen to death. Fang Yuan breathed out, suppressing Wuxia and the others as he healed. Even though he was affected by the frozen gaze, it was easy to heal. Because Dao marks did not reject each other, even if Fang Yuan used mortal methods, he could achieve a qualitative change. It was unlike Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was hard to heal after being injured. Fang Yuan continued to breathe out sword-like dragon breaths, while suppressing Wuxia and the others. It was also a form of probing. He soon discovered, Bai Ningbing was heavily protected by Wuxia and the others, there were no flaws. Unless he broke through with brute force, there was no other way. Preparing an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. Since Wuxia and the others were protecting her so seriously, it seemed that Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move was no small matter. Thus, once he recovered, he charged over. He had no restrictions in the Licorice regional wall, he could move freely, even Fang Yuan could not control his speed. It was like a ray of white light. Wuxia and the others did not even have time to shout, Fang Yuan had already pierced through their formation and charged far away. Bai Ningbing broke out in cold sweat, her killer move activation almost failed. He Lulan was heavily injured. Her entire left arm was gone, even her left torso was affected, the wound was shocking, the flesh and bones could be seen from the outside. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly forming a large puddle at He Lulan's feet. Dao marks could be seen on the wound, it could not stop the bleeding. At this rate, He Lulan would be the first to die. He Lulan had no choice but to change her identity. In a few breaths of time, she turned into an immortal zombie. Immortal zombies could still endure this kind of injury. The boiling red blood immediately turned into green immortal zombie cold blood. Although the blood was still flowing out, the speed had decreased by countless times. He. He Lulan knelt on one knee on the ground, breathing heavily, but her lips were curled up. She was actually smiling. On the other side, Fang Yuan had a peculiar feeling. I was actually plotted against. What a He Lulan. The dragon claw that had torn off He Lulan's left arm still had traces of blood and flesh. At this moment, the flesh and blood had gradually turned into a lump of blood-colored fire, attaching to Fang Yuan's dragon claw and dragon scales, burning brightly. Immortal killer move, flesh blood flame. This fire used flesh and blood as fuel, it continued to burn. As long as the flesh and blood did not stop, the fire would not stop. Without a method to counter it, it could not be extinguished. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more intense the burning of the flesh and blood fire. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was the exact target of the flesh-blood flame. However, Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately cancelled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing immortal goo. Chapter 1265. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood-red flame vanished, Fang Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. I cannot use man as before after transforming into other life forms. This is very inconvenient. And man as before has a huge limitation. Thankfully, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He activated another immortal killer move. Enslavement and Strength Path, Myriad Self Method. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Large numbers of Fang Yuan, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathered into a huge crowd as they charged towards Wuxia and the rest. How can this be? How did he recover so quickly? Has he already gotten rid of the flesh-blood fire? He Lulan was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's counterattack was too fast, it was still so powerful. He Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. He Lulan knew that Fang Yuan had man as before immortal goo. But man as before immortal goo had a strict time requirement. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his state, then he had to stop his transformation. He might be hesitant during this period, only then would he activate man as before. Activating this immortal goo itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes. If it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood fire. Fang Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan, and by Ning Bing, He Lulan also did not know that Fang Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Fang Yuan to sense his condition 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. All in all, He Lulan paid a heavy price, but it brought little negative influence to Fang Yuan. She had expended a lot of red date immortal essence. But Fang Yuan had a huge family business and was doing well financially. He did not care about this bit of money. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. Wuxia opened his mouth and roared, countless Fang Yuan phantoms around him exploded. Immortal killer move, Thorny Forest. Nu stamped his right foot on the ground, and countless earth spikes rose from the ground, completely piercing through the thousands of Fang Yuan's shadows. Then, Nu let out a light shout, and the earth spikes shot up into the sky. A large number of myriad selves in the sky were also instantly cleared out. This move was extremely effective. It contained the second variation, causing Fang Yuan's myriad self-army to almost collapse. Earth Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Nu could be said to be the cornerstone of this battle. Without his contribution in defense, how could Wuxia and the rest last until now? You're next. Fang Yuan transformed back into his sword Wirm form and laughed malevolently in his heart. Roar! At this moment, the tiger-like Nian roared and suddenly retreated. This ancient year beast had been summoned by Fang Yuan, and although it had been fighting all this time, the ancient year beast had not been able to escape. But Wuxia's side was on guard, its attack was not effective, and it suffered many injuries instead. The tiger-like Nian was not loyal to Fang Yuan. This could not compare to Wuxia's soul beast summoning killer move. Its injuries were severe to a certain extent. It immediately ran away, piercing through space and returning to the river of time. But it did not matter. Immortal killer move, year beast summoning. Fang Yuan activated this killer move again. This time, he summoned a sheep-shaped ancient year beast. Even though year beast summoning could only summon 1 year beast each time. But there were many year beasts in the river of time, and this one ran away. He just had to summon another one. The sheep-shaped ancient year beast charged towards Wuxia and the rest. Nu roared, and his body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant that was no smaller than the year beast. He stood firmly and counterattacked. Using an ingenious combat technique, he threw the year beast to the ground. There was a loud rumble. The ancient sheep-shaped year beast fell to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake intensely. The sheep-shaped year beast quickly got up and furiously stabbed its horns at Nu. While dodging, Nu grabbed the curved horns with both hands. The 2 giant creatures were entangled. it was hard to determine the victor. On Fang Yuan's side, the sword-like dragon breath's frequency and quantity had fallen by a lot. He felt waves of burning pain in his throat was about to emit smoke. Sword-like dragon breath was the ancient sword dragon's strongest method. A true ancient sword dragon could only breathe 20 to 30 times in a row. But Fang Yuan had breathed hundreds or even thousands of times, finally reaching the limit of his body. If he continued, his throat would be damaged, and the sword-like dragon breath's power would be greatly reduced. By now, the previous tiger year beast had already retreated with heavy injuries, while Fang Yuan was showing some signs of fatigue. He had already become a rank 7 Gu Immortal and had Red Date Immortal Essence. His battle strength had risen to the upper tier among rank 7s. But the enemies he was facing were not to be underestimated. He Lulan was a formidable woman. She had the great strength true martial physique and had annexed a strength path blessed land in Jade Pot Mountain. Her Dao marks had increased by a lot. At the same time, she had inherited Blazing Heaven Demoness true inheritance. She had a body full of immortal Gu. Her battle strength was outstanding. Bai Ningbing had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. She had turned into a mysterious dragon man. She had Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. There was no need to mention Wuxia. He was one of Spectral Soul's main split souls. He had once had the 11th extreme physique, the last hope of Shadow Sect. His soul path attainment was extremely shocking. His attainment level of each path was unknown, but it should not be low. At least, it was in terms of luck path. Shirnu was a rockman from the variant human race. This race had abundant earth path Dao marks. Together with Shirnu's main earth path, they complemented each other. The weakest was Tai Bai Yunsheng, but even so, this old man was becoming more resolute with age. He primarily cultivated Time Path, but also perfectly cultivated Cloud Path. He had an immortal Gu in his possession, and the defensive power of Cloud Ring Killer Move's killer move was also very impressive. Although most of these 5 had rank 6 cultivation level, they were about the same as Fang Yuan when he was rank 6, their battle strength was extraordinary. They were all at rank 7 level. Now that they worked together, they were all elites. They had excellent temperaments, they cooperated with each other, they also had the support of Shadow Sect's remaining resources, and most importantly, they had endless methods. They were definitely stronger and harder to deal with than Yilui Kun Xing. Battles between Gu immortals could not be rushed. Because there were many types of immortal Gu, there were countless immortal killer moves. Some were mystical, some were bold and unconstrained, some were domineering, and some were sinister and mysterious. Fang Yuan fought 1 against 5, he had the upper hand. Wuxia and the rest were busy dealing with him. They could not turn the situation around. Damn it, he has not used that move even now. Wuxia thought as green immortal zombie blood flowed out of his nose. Wuxia wiped it off with the back of his hand, but soon, green immortal zombie blood flowed out again. Damn it! I have used immortal killer moves repeatedly. I have suffered backlash in this regional wall. Even my immortal zombie body is unable to endure it. I am already in this state, the others are in an even worse state. Wuxia looked at his companions, they were all pale, they were in a terrible state. Fang Yuan was not restricted here, but they were not. Not only did they have to stabilize their bodies and resist the repulsion and attraction force of the regional wall, they also had to fight against Fang Yuan. They had to use immortal killer moves frequently. The damage to their immortal apertures was unbearable. We have Shadow Sect's remaining resources, it is normal for our battle strength to rise. Fang Yuan's battle strength has also risen so quickly. This speed of improvement is simply unheard of. The 5 of us together are not his match. The more Wuxia thought, the more he was wary of Fang Yuan. In the depths of this wariness, there was even a trace of fear. That's right, fear. Wuxia started to feel fear. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was strong, but he was even more fearful of Fang Yuan's growth speed. Bai Xiang, activate. Bai Ningbing, who had been preparing her killer move, suddenly called out as a towering aura rose from her body. Wuxia was immediately overjoyed. He looked at Bai Ningbing. You finally succeeded. Bai Ningbing's appearance had changed greatly. She had completely changed her appearance. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. She was dressed in ice armor, she had 3 heads and 6 arms, her feet were bare, frost energy was flowing around her, it was as if she was wearing an immortal's robe, she was standing on 2 frost clouds that emitted a faint blue aura. Immortal Killer Move, by Xiang. Fang Yuan, come and fight. Bai Ningbing called out as her speed burst out, she was like a white rainbow that tore through the sky. She had actually changed her defensive stance, she had taken the initiative to attack. Old grudges and new grudges, I will settle them today. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils shrunk, he did not dodge, he directly charged forward. A ray of silver light and a ray of white light crossed each other in midair. The inertia of their speed was too strong, be it by Ningbing or Fang Yuan, they were both sent flying far away. I suffered some light injuries. Fang Yuan lowered his head and saw a long sword mark on the dragon's body. The mark was very shallow, but wherever it went, the dragon's scales were shredded and some parts of the dragon's skin were pierced, causing some dragon blood to seep out. In contrast, Bai Ningbing was in a much more miserable state than Fang Yuan. She had a hole in her head, 3 of her arms were destroyed, and almost half of her body was gone. But she did not lose any blood, the frost energy continued to spread, and she recovered in the blink of an eye. By Xiang. This immortal killer move was rumored to be undying and indestructible. Even if there is only a fingernail-sized remnant left, it can instantly regenerate and recover to its original state. Because after forming by Xiang, it is no longer a body of flesh and blood, but a special life form. Wuxia was very excited. As expected, in the following battles, Bai Ningbing's performance was as Wuxia had predicted. Even though she was not Fang Yuan's match every time they fought, she was still able to defeat him. But with Bai Xiang's characteristics, she could instantly recover to her original state. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's battle attracted most of Fang Yuan's firepower. The battle continued, Fang Yuan felt tired, after all, he had a body of flesh and blood, but Bai Ningbing was still full of energy. Just as Fang Yuan was about to give up on Bai Ningbing and focus on Wuxia and the rest, the time is here. Wuxia suddenly shouted, the aura of countless goo worms burst out from his body. He looked at Fang Yuan and called out. Chapter 1266. Fang Yuan heard Wuxia shout, lead soul into dream, and was shocked. Lead soul into dream was a dream path immortal killer move, it was extremely powerful and rarely seen in the world. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, Wuxia's lead soul into dream made heaven overseeing Tower Lord fall asleep and fall into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. Fang Yuan was even hit by this move during the Battle of Tian Mountain. If not for Providence's backup plan, he would have died on the spot. In the current environment, Dream Path Immortal Goo were extremely rare, not to mention Dream Path killer moves. One move to dominate the world, against lead soul into dream, Goo Immortals basically had no way to counter or defend themselves. Fang Yuan was no exception. Even though he had unraveled dream, he also had the sovereign immortal body. In the face of lead soul into dreams, even if one were to sink into the dream for an instant, there was a chance that they would fail and die in the ever-changing battlefield. Fang Yuan immediately flew up and retreated. In the process of retreating, a wave of suspicion surged in his heart. Back then, Wuxia's lead soul into dream was so powerful because he had many immortal goo and the amplification of the 11th extreme physique. Right now, how many immortal goo did Wuxia have to form lead soul into dream? Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, but Fang Yuan was clear that Wuxia's strength path immortal zombie body would definitely lower the power of this move by countless levels. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from Wuxia and the rest, but he still did not get dragged into the dream realm. Is Wuxia just trying to trick me? This thought had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when the scene in front of him changed. In the 500 years of his previous life, southern border. Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Ning Bing's self-detonation. Fang Yuan joined a caravan and became a guard, earning Yuan stone while cultivating. The caravan was in a certain valley when suddenly, two groups of people charged out. Kill! Protect the goods! The caravan was shocked, shouts of battle shook the valley. One side was the demonic path bandits, the other side was the caravan transporting the goods. The young Fang Yuan was mixed in the caravan. He gritted his teeth and showed panic on his face. This is a dream. I'm in a dream. The confusion from entering the dream realm quickly dissipated. After Fang Yuan understood, he immediately prepared to activate Unravel Dream. But at this moment, he inexplicably escaped from the dream and returned to reality. The sword flood dragon was still in the world wall. What's going on? Just as Fang Yuan had this doubt, his vision changed again. He found himself being pulled into a dream again. The dream continued from the previous scene. In the mountain valley, the righteous and demonic sides were locked in a stalemate. Strange, there shouldn't be bandits living here. The young master of the caravan looked down from above and felt puzzled. The manager of the caravan beside him, who was presiding over the defense, echoed, "Yes, this is an old trade route. I don't know where this group of bandits came from. It's very strange." The young master snorted, "The strongest demonic goo masters here are only rank 2, our defense is impregnable, we are not afraid of them." Young master is right. I guarantee these bandits will not be able to return. The caravan manager laughed sinisterly. Right at this time, a rumbling sound came from above their heads. The young master and the caravan manager looked up. With this look, everyone in the caravan turned pale with fright. They saw countless boulders rolling down from the top of the mountain valley. The caravan was at the base of the mountain wall, the boulders were rolling down. The attack was not inferior to a rank 2 goo master's attack. Fang Yuan did not wait. Instead he activated the Immortal Killer move Chi Luck Sensation and searched for the location of Wuxia and the rest. With this investigation, Fang Yuan immediately found that Wuxia and the rest were already very far away from him. Humph. Did he use that ancient battle formation from before? But what does that matter? You will all die in my hands sooner or later. But this location seems to be inside Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Fang Yuan returned to his human form and frowned slightly. He was naturally familiar with the location of Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow giant city was buried there, but no one had found it yet. It was not strange for Wuxia and the rest to investigate after entering it. Southern Border Zombie Alliance has already been destroyed, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters is being attacked, while Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has been hiding in Earth Trench without being discovered. It seems that Wuxia and the rest will rise again. This was inevitable. There were cultivation resources in Dark Flow Giant City, as well as various immortal goo that were originally in the hands of Northern Plains immortal zombies. But Shirnu was already dead and they were all injured. In the following battles, even if they were in Northern Plains and not inside the regional wall, Fang Yuan would still have the advantage. Shirnu's immortal aperture had already formed. Fang Yuan entered and found that he could not subdue the land spirit. He was only an Earth Path Master and not a Grandmaster. He could not annex the rank 7 blessed land, he could only give up for now. In the dream, hearing that there was a type of herb that could alleviate the poison in Goo Master Big Beard, the young Fang Yuan chose to secretly leave the group and climb the mountain walls at night, picking the herbs that grew there. The mountain winds were cold, his limbs felt cold. The mountain walls were steep, if he fell down carelessly, he would die a horrible death. I must pick the herb and heal Uncle Big Beard. He saved my life, how can I not repay this debt? Persevere, Fang Yuan, don't be afraid, huff huff. Breathing roughly, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand with difficulty. After some effort, he finally found a herb. At daybreak, he carried a basket full of herbs. His clothes were tattered as he returned to the camp in a sorry state. Alright, this dream realm is finally over. Fang Yuan woke up from the dream. At this point, he had finally gotten rid of the dream realm's entanglement, he had completely recovered. This dream realm was not without benefits. The number of dream path goo materials inside was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. In the final scene, Fang Yuan was carrying a basket full of herbs. They were all dream path goo materials. If I was dreaming, would not have such huge gains. Chapter 1268. Blood Path Goo Immortal. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as the characteristics of Blood Path, all Blood Path cultivators in the 5 regions were judged as demonic path members. Previously, when Chu's sect and Baizu tribe formed an alliance to deal with the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du's side could have attracted a strong ally. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du immediately rejected him without any hesitation. That was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. Once he got involved with Blood Path, he would be classified as demonic path. Chu Du's efforts would go to waste. But Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns. Because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the gathering place of Northern Plains demonic path goo immortals. It was not a clan or a sect. Be it a clan or a sect, they all had the characteristics of nurturing members, they all had mortal members. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a union of benefits. After Zhao Lianyan left the 12th Snowy Peak, he arrived at the 10th Snowy Peak. The one guarding this place was a demonic path goo immortal. His name was Zhao Pu. He wore hemp clothes and cloth shoes, he was bald and had an ordinary face, he was neither tall nor short. He stood at the center of the hall, while Yu Yizi retreated until he reached the edge of the hall. The latter was bathed in blood, his injuries were terrifying. When Zhao Lianyun saw her companion, she almost couldn't recognize him. Yu Yizi was a delicate youth with a beautiful appearance, but at this moment, he looked like he had just rolled around in a sea of blood and was fished out of it by someone. This goo immortal's other abilities are ordinary, but he has a very powerful Blood Path Immortal Killer move. When it is activated, blood will splatter all over his body, then it will turn into a torrent of blood that shoots out. Once the torrent of blood touches the skin, it will be a hit. After that, blood will flow non-stop, and as time passes, the bleeding situation will worsen. You must be careful. Yu Yizi had been fighting bitterly. He quickly warned Zhao Lianyan upon seeing him. I got it. Rest up first, I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyan stepped forward. Good, another one came to die. Zhao Pu stood in place, unmoving, his arms crossed over his chest. He laughed viciously, revealing his ghastly, sharp teeth. Instantly, a devilish, murderous aura surged out. Immortal Killer move, life-locking silver chain. Zhao Lianyun had been brewing for a long time. At this moment, a large number of goo worm auras surged in her body. As her immortal essence was expended, a silver light membrane covered her entire body. Voila! A series of sounds of chains colliding rang out from the silver membrane. Then, 6 long chains shot out from the silver light film. The 6 chains shone with a bright silver light and were extremely agile. They flew around Zhao Lianyan's body in circles, forming a solid defense. Zhao Lianyan had gone through a lot of special training. Not long ago, he had fought a death battle with Zhao Dainyu. It was as if he had been reborn. Every move he made during the battle had a decisive and murderous aura. He was no longer the young and inexperienced boy he used to be. The 10th Peak Lord, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Zhao Pu, watched as Zhao Lianyan activated his killer move, but did not stop him. It was as if he did not care and allowed Zhao Lianyan to do as he pleased. Zhao Lianyan saw this and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain. Another batch of immortal essence was expended. Above Zhao Lianyan's head, at the high ceiling of the hall, a deep blue color suddenly appeared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless meteors shot out from this deep blue color, raining down from the sky. It was like a huge army shooting arrows at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. These meteors were very small, they were like countless hidden weapons. Once they were shot out, they had a grand momentum and rained down like a storm. There was no way to avoid them. If Zhao Pu did not move, he would be turned into a sieve by these tiny meteors. He did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a huge blood cloud appeared above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that protected Zhao Pu. The meteors were completely blocked by the blood cloud. The blood cloud shrunk at a visible rate. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground. His body turned into a red line as he shot towards Zhao Lianyan. Zhao Lianyan's mind shook, he subconsciously took a step back. Meanwhile, the silver chains around her had already moved before her. One of them shot towards Zhao Pu like a dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged, he moved away from this direction and chose another direction. But almost at the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction. After doing this several times, Zhao Pu was surprised to find that these silver chains could attack on their own. They could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Not only were individual chains very agile, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is not bad. Zhao Pu's attacks were useless, he did not try anymore. He retreated some distance and used his methods again to replenish the thinning blood cloud above his head. This was only natural. Zhao Lianyan had many immortal killer moves. These methods were specially chosen by Spirit Affinity House and even Celestial Court for Zhao Lianyan. They were especially suitable for beginners like Zhao Lianyan. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, even if they failed, the backlash would not be huge, and most importantly, the killer moves themselves were very outstanding. Above his head, the meteors were still falling down. Zhao Pu continued to replenish the blood cloud above his head. Yuezi was hiding at the side, healing himself. Zhao Lianyan did not reply, she silently continued to prepare her third immortal killer move. But she was most familiar with the first two killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain. This third move was slightly more complicated than the first two. During normal training, Zhao Lianyan only needed to spend some effort to activate it. But in actual combat, she found that it took much more effort. Although she had the protection of Life-Locking Silver Chain now, and the environment was relatively safe, similar to training, her mental state was very different. She had tried many times and ended up making mistakes. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know that immortal killer moves cannot be used casually? The more you use them, the higher the chance of your weakness being exposed. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu laughed sinisterly, pouncing forward again. But this time, when he was halfway there, his mouth was wide open. Ha! A huge explosion suddenly burst out, and Zhao Lianyan immediately felt the blood in her body shake violently. In Zhao Lianyan's phantom aperture, a small portion of the goo worms that had just flown up were disrupted and fell down again. Among them, many mortal goo were lost. Zhao Pu was a blood path demonic immortal, but he had a sound path method. Zhao Lianyan was caught off guard, even Yuezi's healing was disrupted. Like this, Zhao Pu surrounded Zhao Lianyan and attacked. Life-Locking Silver Chain protected Zhao Lianyan's safety. But Zhao Lianyan did not succeed in activating her third immortal killer move. She was disrupted by Zhao Pu in all sorts of ways. Zhao Lianyan was filled with helplessness. She thought, this opponent is like Yu said, his other methods are ordinary, he cannot break my life-locking silver chain. But he is very difficult to deal with, he has all sorts of methods, my killer moves have failed time and time again. No, I need to persevere. Zhao Lianyan was determined, she continued to try activating her immortal killer move. Maybe because she had been disrupted too many times and failed too many times, her willpower was tempered and her conviction was firm. Finally, at one point, her eyes shined with a piercing light. Next, Zhao Lianyan stretched out her right hand, she opened her mouth and spat out a stream of fire from her right palm. The fire stopped in Zhao Lianyan's palm, it was a fireball at first, floating above her right palm. Next, Zhao Lianyan continued to spit out fire, the fire in her palm started to expand. Strangely, this fire did not expand as a whole, it expanded to the left and right. Soon, Zhao Lianyan had a fire rod in her hand. The fire rod stopped expanding after it reached the length of a grown man's arm. The flames on the rod were burning brightly, but now they started to recede. After a few breaths, the lingering tongues of flame all converged, and the flames condensed into something that looked like a rod made of copper. Zhao Lianyan closed her mouth, she suddenly opened it and shouted sharply, "Zha!" I was still hit in the end. If this continues, won't I end up like Yu? So crafty. Zhao Lianyan's mind was in turmoil, he threw the golden sun spear in his hand at Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared, he was very vigilant against the flame spear in Zhao Lianyan's hand, the moment Zhao Lianyan shrugged, he had already started to move. The golden sun spear did not have the ability to lock onto the enemy, but its speed was extremely fast, it brushed past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was shocked, the golden sun spear pierced through the hall, directly shooting into the air outside the hall, before exploding with a loud sound. Boundless heat waves spread in all directions, fiercely attacking. The dazzling golden light and the scorching flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon, this sun sphere disappeared. Such power, if it really hit me. Zhao Pu was covered in cold sweat, fortunately, they were already hit. Sigh. Yu sighed to himself, he walked to Zhao Lianyan's side and started to fight alongside her. Zhao Lianyan was somewhat dejected, her morale was low. She still had too little battle experience, her mental state was easily affected. This immortal killer move Golden Sun Spear was originally a rare advantage for her, but now she had almost wasted it. Your injuries. Zhao Lianyan worriedly looked at her companion. Yu's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. Zhao Pu laughed, you think I let you rest and heal because I purposely let you go? He, as long as you are hit by this move, unless I personally heal you, ordinary methods are useless. You have tried it yourself, what effect did it have? But I am still a kind person. I will allow you two to surrender, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy, and hand over the immortal goo, I will take you two as slaves and spare your lives. Don't even think about it. Zhao Lianyan gritted her teeth, interrupting Zhao Pu's recruitment. Zhao Pu was unaffected, she laughed loudly, the battle is already decided, do you still not understand the situation? A wise man submits to circumstances. You guys are still young. If you die, everything will be over. If you live, there will still be hope. Yu sneered, I indeed cannot heal my injuries, I can only let more blood flow. But I did not leave empty-handed. I have already deduced clearly, as long as I kill you, our injuries will heal on their own. Zhao Pu's expression changed slightly, he sized up Yu again, lad, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Yu was an extremely talented refinement path Gu immortal, his attainment in refinement path was very deep, even rank 7 Gu immortals often discussed Gu refinement with him, and even asked him for guidance. Yu Yizi was not only skilled in Gu refinement, he was also good at deducing Gu recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were two paths that were close, they could coordinate with each other. Yu Yizi deduced the truth from the wounds on his body and Zhao Pu's various performances. We must kill him before our blood runs dry. If he doesn't die, we will. Yu Yizi transmitted to Zhao Lianyun with a heavy tone. The two of them were indeed forced into a dead end. Only by fearlessly killing their way back and killing their enemies could they obtain the right to survive. Do it! Zhao Lianyun shouted in a low voice. She was even more efficient. Arrogant and conceited fellows, I will let you taste my true strength. Zhao Pu laughed loudly, valiantly pouncing forward, fighting 1 against 2. Both sides fought in the hall, exchanging blows. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Life-locking silver chains continued to shoot out. Zhao Pu had a blood cloud above his head and a blood cloud below his feet. After dodging 3 chains, he aimed at the other 3 silver chains and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the silver chains, immediately turning them into a pool of dirty blood. 8 refinement gates, 3rd gate, hand gate, open. Yu Yizi took the chance to pounce, his palms slapping towards Zhao Pu from afar. Immediately, 2 dainty palm shadows struck Zhao Pu's back at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Pu gave a muffled groan, blood spurting out of his back, covering his injuries. A trace of astonishment flashed past his face, thinking, strange, why did this lad's attack power increase by so much? Yu Yizi might be a refinement path Gu immortal, but his battle strength was also extraordinary. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to make targeted changes. Especially his immortal killer move 8 refinement gates, it could be modified according to the actual situation, adding some targeted restraining power. Chapter 1271. When Fang Yuan killed a wave of Wuxia octopuses, a wave of wall-climbing demonic apes appeared. These apes were ferocious beasts of earth trench, they were not inferior to the Wuxia octopuses. After killing this wave of wall-climbing demonic apes, Fang Yuan was attacked by a large group of red flame snakes. These beast groups are likely controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. For example, the Wuxia octopuses are likely the rank 7 immortal zombie dragon commander Yi Cha. The other zombie alliance branches in the other regions are all attacked, only Northern Plains side is protected by Earth Trench. Not just these desolate beasts, with He Lolan's performance earlier, there might be immortal Gu as well. This way, the battle strength of Wuxia and the rest will need to be reconsidered. However, immortal killer moves cannot be grasped in the short term. With just immortal Gu, there is the disadvantage of conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed the information as he fought. Right at this time, a large group of desolate beast horses charged towards Fang Yuan. These horses were very peculiar, they had a pair of goat horns on their heads, their bodies were covered in burning charcoal, they breathed out thick smoke from their noses, their tails and hooves were covered in dark red flames. Dream Path Desolate Beast, Nightmare Demonic Colt. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before realizing. At this time, there are nightmare demonic colts, and there are so many of them. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Nightmare demonic colts were Dream Path Desolate Beasts, they were very common in the 500 years of his previous life. But now, they were extremely rare. Fang Yuan had thought that they had not formed yet. Times were changing, people were changing, the world was also changing. Many Gu materials. They were all extinct, causing strength path, chi path, and other paths to decline. Similarly, there were also many new goo materials being created. Dream path. Paths that were popular in the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, goo immortals were researching them. Even though there were some results, they were very small, they could be said to not have any foundation. After 500 years, many dream path goo materials started to appear. Nightmare demonic colts were one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that nightmare demonic colts did not exist at this time. To think that the nightmare demonic colts before him would make him realize that his estimation was completely wrong. Well done. This bunch of nightmare demon colts. I must have it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. What did a dream path desolate beast mean? It meant a large number of dream path goo materials. Why had Fang Yuan worked so hard to delve into his dreams? It was to collect dream path goo materials. If he had these nightmare demonic colts, Fang Yuan could use them to refine large numbers of dream path mortal goo, or even dream path immortal goo. He was exploring Southern Border's giant dream realm. Why was Unravel Dream not enough? Every time he used it, he had to be meticulous in his calculations? To put it bluntly, wasn't it because he did not have enough dream path mortal goo? Just Fang Yuan alone. The efficiency of refining dream path mortal goo was too low. These nightmare devil colts are all mine. Fang Yuan used his methods to capture these nightmare demonic colts. After transforming into the ancient sword serpent, his speed was extremely fast. He moved and pierced through the nightmare demon colt group. No horse could stop him. Fang Yuan tried to knock out the nightmare demon colts and capture them alive in the sovereign immortal aperture to raise them. But on the shadow sect side, they were clearly prepared. They had set up methods on the nightmare demon colts. Fang Yuan tried hard, but he found that he could not capture these nightmare demon colts alive. The caravan did not move forward. In this thick fog and in the mountains, it was easy for problems to occur. The young Fang Yuan was sitting on a simple bed. The bearded goo master was lying on the bed. He was close to death. He was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan, thank you for your herbs. The bearded goo master said weakly. Fang Yuan felt terrible internally. He sobbed, Uncle Bearded, you will recover. The bearded goo master shook his head. How can I not know about my injuries? Don't cry, rascal, crying is useless to us. I was once as young as you, I had the same dream as you. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too low, I ended up like this. Hee. This world is too big, we are too small. When I was young, I wanted to become a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When I was young, I felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When I was young, I felt it was great to become a clan elder. When I was middle-aged, I was exiled by the clan. I found that as long as I could support myself and raise my goo worms, I would be satisfied. Do you know what I want now? Fang Yuan sobbed. What do you want? I just want a quiet house, to lie down quietly and reminisce about my past, until death comes. The bearded goo master had a self-deprecating expression. Then should I leave? Fang Yuan was at a loss of what to do. Go. Let me be alone, I don't want others to see my pathetic appearance when I die. The bearded goo master said. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, hesitating as he walked to the door. At this time, the bearded goo master spoke again. You must have read the legends of Renzu. There is a section about a lowly person walking out of the ordinary abyss. We are all lowly people, we all want to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Sigh, you must persevere, Fang Yuan. Live on, persevere. It is a pity that my goo were destroyed in the battle. This is my advice to you, my only gift. Us lowly people have no use crying, no one will listen to us even if we shout, we can only persevere. Persevere until you achieve greatness, leaving the ordinary. Or, welcome death. Luck suppression heavenly palace. So everything was your doing. Destroy this heavenly palace, take revenge for our comrades. In front of luck suppression heavenly palace, two immortal goo houses appeared. One was filled with the cries of hundreds of birds, it was extremely lively, it was Canary Pavilion. The other was filled with raging winds, it was a tall building, it was wind-sweeping building. Even though the two immortal goo houses had imposing auras, they were both damaged. Evidently, the central continent goo immortals had paid a huge price to escape from the spaceless tunnel. Humph, they finally appeared. South Desolation Immortal snorted coldly, he quickly controlled luck suppression heavenly palace to defend. Central continent's two immortal goo houses attacked luck suppression heavenly palace from the front and back. Even though immortal zombie giant Sun was inside luck suppression heavenly palace, he had no intention of attacking. He had been sitting here for countless years, he only had the strength to attack once, it was to repay someone's kindness. At this moment, even though luck suppression heavenly palace was being attacked, he was sitting at the center of the hall with his eyes closed, he was unmoved. Soon, a layer of sweat appeared on South Desolation Immortal's forehead. Although luck suppression heavenly palace was strong, it had a huge weakness, it had to stay here and could not move freely. Once it moved, even if it was just a millimeter of distance, it would destroy the 300,000 years of hard work it had put in here. Luck suppression heavenly palace had spent 300,000 years to spread its influence over black heaven and white heaven above northern plains. Once it moved, it would break, black heaven and white heaven would no longer be affected. Luck suppression heavenly palace was like a huge protective umbrella, firmly protecting northern plains. This was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal for the sake of his descendants. How could South Desolation Immortal destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's efforts just because he was attacked? He could only choose to resist. Central Continent side came prepared, their attacks burst out and actually suppressed luck suppression heavenly palace. Yao Huang, come and control this immortal goo house, help me fight the enemy. South Desolation Immortal said. The Medicine Sovereign hurriedly replied and lent a helping hand. With a second rank 8 goo immortal controlling the immortal goo house, there was an immediate effect. The battle situation stabilized. South Desolation Immortal had a puzzled expression, strange, why did the Central Continent goo immortals' attacks suddenly fall? Also, they seem to have met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. What I am most concerned about is, there are clearly 3 immortal goo houses, but where did the strongest edge link camp go? Did it get destroyed in the spaceless tunnel? But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's eyes opened wide as he received the latest information. So Edge Link Camp actually appeared in the sky above snowy mountain-blessed land. Come on, masters and fellow immortals of the Middle Continent. Zhao Lianyun and the rest did not need to take risks now, they stood on the snowy peaks and watched with excitement. Looking up at the sky with them were the surviving snowy mountain peak lords. Their faces were shrouded in a layer of worry. This is the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal, it is truly heaven-shaking and earth-shaking, it is truly terrifying. Because of this formation, the aftermath of the battle between rank 8s did not spread, otherwise, we would have all died. Lord Shui who might have strong battle strength, but Central Continent scoundrels are extremely crafty. At this rate, the Gu formation will be destroyed by them sooner or later. Meanwhile, on the first snowy peak of Snowy Mountain, the refinement of the purple gold rock had reached the final stage. To think that enshrouding fragrance could actually dissolve the purple gold rock. Lady Wanshou felt like her horizons had been broadened. Enshrouding fragrance was also an immortal material. Using immortal materials to refine immortal materials was a rare method. Moreover, Lady Wanshou found that the essence of this method was actually food path. Food path was very rare, no wonder Lady Wanshou could not do anything to this purple gold rock. The last layer of rock melted away, and a glaring purple light immediately soared into the sky, forcing people to close their eyes. Lady Wanshou narrowed her eyes into slits and could barely make out a figure in the purple light. This figure was small, only the size of an adult's thumb. There were two thin purple wings on his back. Mini-Man? Lady Wanshou was slightly stunned, recognizing this figure's race. Bathed in the purple light, the Mini-Man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were also a glassy purple, and they were exceptionally deep. As he opened his eyes, a powerful aura leaked out. Rank 8 Gu Immortal. At once, this aura caused the intense battle in the sky of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to slow down. Why is another rank 8 Gu Immortal here? And it is Northern Plains aura. Bai Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. Greetings to Lord Purple. Wuxia had already led the Gu Immortals behind him, respectfully greeting this rank 8 Mini-Man Gu Immortal. Only Bai Ningbing was an exception, she was still standing straight. Chapter 1277. Bam Bam Bam. Giant horn silhouettes shot around in the sky, creating a storm of attacks. Around old ancestor Shuehu, frost energy overflowed, surging blue frost flooded Edge Link Camp layer by layer. The two Central Continent rank 8s in Edge Link Camp gritted their teeth and endured, while the other Gu Immortals behind them were busy repairing the immortal Gu houses. They were sweating profusely and had panicked expressions. Beside old ancestor Shuehu, Zishan Makoto's body was emitting a dazzling purple light, illuminating the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Central Continent side attacked Snowy Mountain, while Zishan Makoto was in charge of defending this blessed land. This blessed land was the foundation of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. As long as they defended it, Central Continent would definitely fail. What do we do now? Bai Chen Tian's face showed some panic. At this rate, not only will we not be able to save Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun, we might even lose this immortal Gu house and ourselves. As the leader of this operation, Wei Ling Yang's expression was extremely grim. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Central Continent's side. It could even be said that there was no hope at all. According to the Central Continent Gu Immortals battle plan, they were supposed to split into two groups. One group would restrain Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, while the other group would save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun before regrouping with the first group and retreating from Northern Plains. But now, Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands group could barely protect themselves, while the other group was counting on them to save them. This was Northern Plains, not Central Continent. 3 rank 8s, 3 immortal Gu houses, and many Gu Immortals, but they were still alone. Of course, this was also because the Northern Plains Gu Immortals came prepared. Central Continent did not know of Giant Sun Immortal's plan back then. Central Continent's heavy attack had a high chance of success according to the sneak attack plan. But as the situation developed, the sneak attack turned into a forceful attack, and with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements, Central Continent's Gu Immortals fell into such a passive state, they were in grave danger. Wei Ling Yang's mind raced rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth, as if using all his strength, he ordered, "Retreat. Forget about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun." With the appearance of Zishan Makoto, this was beyond the capabilities of Wei Ling Yang and the rest. If it continued to drag on, Zhongzhou State would suffer a greater loss. Wei Ling Yang decided to retreat immediately, returning to Black Heaven and meeting up with the other two Immortal Gu houses before escaping back to Central Continent. If Edge Link Camp wanted to leave, Old Ancestor Xuehu and Zishan Makoto could not stop them even if they worked together. After all, they did not have Immortal Gu houses, they could not stop Edge Link Camp's rampage. But just as Edge Link Camp was about to charge out of this Gu formation, a change occurred. The entire snowy mountain blessed land shook violently. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. What happened? The blessed land seems to be collapsing. Zhao Lianyun and the others, as well as the other surviving peak leaders, were all extremely shocked. Rumble. Amidst the violent muffled sounds, the snowy peaks began to collapse. What's going on? Old Ancestor Xuehu also showed shock on his face. The entire formation is collapsing on its own. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with brilliance as he suddenly changed his words, "No. This formation." Before he finished speaking, the Gu Immortals present heard the sound of surging water. But in the turbulent reverse flow river, he could not control himself, his speed fell by many times, the metal tree slammed into his waist. Fang Yuan was knocked deep into the river. Next, he frantically swung his limbs, his head emerging from the river. Huff huff huff. He breathed heavily, breathing in fresh air, he quickly inspected his body, checking his injuries. He was taken aback by the inspection. Because he had no injuries. There were only some bruises on his waist. But soon, the bruises on his body also disappeared. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he suddenly realized, right. My body is not ordinary, it is the sovereign immortal body. In reverse flow river, Fang Yuan could not use any Gu worms, he could only rely on his body. But for rank 8 Gu Immortals, they had deep foundations. Fang Yuan did not want to fight Bai Chen Tian now. You are a Central Continent Gu Immortal? Even though I am a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, I have enmity with Old Ancestor Xuehu. I saw him refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu, I did not want him to succeed, so I hid outside the blessed land to see if there was a chance to destroy it. Are you his Gu refinement assistant? Fang Yuan probed with each sentence. Bai Chen Tian's frown eased a little, he replied, Old Ancestor Xuehu is also my enemy. Not long ago, I fought with him in snowy mountain blessed land, to think that something unexpected happened. My injuries were caused by Old Ancestor Xuehu. Both sides conversed and exchanged some information. Fang Yuan realized now that so many things had happened in snowy mountain blessed land. But Bai Chen Tian's words were ambiguous, Fang Yuan did not get much information. They did not trust each other yet. Of course. It was just a simple conversation, it was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Especially in this environment where Gu worms could not be used, both sides were on high alert. Fang Yuan knew that he could not get more information from Bai Chen Tian, he chose to leave. He moved away from that wild tortoise. Even when they were conversing, he did not get close, while Bai Chen Tian did not invite Fang Yuan to rest on the tortoise's back. Bai Chen Tian saw that Fang Yuan was leaving, his expression eased up. But right at this time, a small accident happened. Crack. A soft sound. A fist-sized object was pushed by the river, hitting Fang Yuan's face. This small object was soft like a jellyfish, it stuck to Fang Yuan's forehead. What the hell is this? Fang Yuan was stunned, he wanted to pull it away. But at this time, he heard Bai Chen Tian's voice, "Be gentle, don't break it." Chapter 1279. Fang Yuan held this jellyfish-like immortal goo in his hands, inspecting it carefully. At the next moment, his eyes shined. This was an immortal goo. But Fang Yuan did not know what rank it was. Because in this reverse flow river, no goo worms could be used. These goo worms that fell into reverse flow river were like fossils, sealing themselves, not letting a trace of their aura leak out. This caused Fang Yuan to not care about this jellyfish-like immortal goo earlier. Only when Bai Chen Tian reminded him did Fang Yuan realize. If it were outside, without this reverse flow river, Fang Yuan would be able to tell from far away that this immortal goo was an immortal goo, and what rank it was. As for what the immortal goo was, that would depend on the goo immortal's knowledge. This immortal goo seems to be affection goo. Fang Yuan's knowledge was broadened. After observing for a while, he guessed this goo's origin. Wisdom path had 3 elements: thought, will, and emotion. Since there was love immortal goo, there was affection immortal goo too. Fang Yuan's guess was right. Bai Chen Tian was anxious. Affection goo was very important to Central Continent goo immortals. Why? Because this immortal goo was temporarily added to the immortal goo house Edge Link Camp. Along with it, many other mortal goo were added. This affection immortal goo, along with many mortal goo, gave Edge Link Camp a new ability: it could track the location of love immortal goo. Even if love immortal goo was in an immortal aperture, there was no problem. Precisely so, Edge Link Camp could track it to snowy mountain blessed land. Otherwise, back in the spaceless tunnel, when love immortal goo used its power and transported Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yi Zi, Shizheng Yi, Bu Zhenzi, and Mu Ling Lan, who knew where they went? After adding affection immortal goo and other goo worms, Edge Link Camp could sense love immortal goo's location and track it to snowy mountain blessed land. But afterwards, because of fighting against the 2 rank 8 great experts, Old Ancestor Xuehu and Zishan Makoto, Edge Link Camp was under immense pressure and was heavily damaged. And before this, after a long and arduous journey and the collapse of the seamless tunnel, Edge Link Camp itself wasn't complete. Thus, when Flood Extremity and Black Extremity activated the goo formation and detonated the main formation, causing reverse flow river to flow away, Edge Link Camp was already in a terrible state. This way, the entire immortal goo house collapsed. The goo worms that formed the immortal goo house, be they mortal or immortal, were swept away by the river water. If they were in the outside world, these immortal goo and mortal goo could follow the goo immortal's will and fly into the goo immortal's embrace. But in reverse flow river, these goo worms were restricted by this special environment. They were forced to seal themselves and hibernate. No matter how he called them, they were like dead creatures. Affection goo was one of the countless goo worms left behind after the immortal goo house disintegrated. To be precise, he was a very lucky one. Because most of the goo worms would be smashed by the waves in the process of drifting with the current, or crushed by the rocks or giant trees that were constantly crashing into the river. Goo worms were very fragile. Reverse flow river became a graveyard for goo worms. Of course, there were differences in the hardness of goo worms. Most goo worms could be crushed with a pinch. But there were also jade-like, rock-like goo worms that were as hard as jade. And this affection goo was special. Its body was very soft, even if it was hit, it could survive. Evidently, this was the reason why it was able to survive in reverse flow river. But in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not in a good state. Its jellyfish-like body was damaged, there was a huge wound that took up a quarter of Affection Gu's body. It was quite terrifying. Bai Tian's eyes were sharp, seeing that Fang Yuan wanted to remove this jellyfish-like Affection Gu, he quickly reminded him. After reminding him, he felt some regret. If he did not remind him, Fang Yuan might just abandon it. But now, Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly, it was obvious he had discovered the truth. Bai Tian suppressed the uneasiness in his heart as he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Friend, this Gu belongs to Central Continent. Why don't we form a good relationship and give this immortal Gu to me? Is that possible? Fang Yuan squinted. I can consider your suggestion. But what Gu is this? I need to know. Bai Tian answered, this is Affection Gu, a Wisdom Path Gu worm. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were few in number. Bai Tian emphasized Affection Gu because he felt that Fang Yuan was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. Affection Gu itself was of little value to most Gu immortals. It was tasteless, but a waste to abandon. Why? Gu immortals needed wills as helpers. Be it sect gatherings or jewel yellow skies, all will Gu were widely used. But for this, he only needed some mortal level will Gu. There was no need to pay a huge price to raise Affection Immortal Gu. After all, they were not Wisdom Path Gu immortals, their Dao marks conflicted. When they used Immortal Gu of other paths, the effect would be lower. At the same time, just raising Affection Immortal Gu could not create any immortal killer moves. Unless they needed Affection Immortal Gu to create immortal killer moves of other paths, or if it had a special effect, Gu immortals would not want this Immortal Gu. Not all Immortal Gu were popular. Gu immortals had their own paths, Immortal Gu also had their own paths. Gu immortals had rank 6, 7, and 8, Immortal Gu were the same. For Gu immortals, only suitable Immortal Gu had value to them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Gu immortals often held trading fairs to exchange Immortal Gu. But Bai Tian could not imagine that Fang Yuan was the most special one among all the Gu immortals in the world. Firstly, his Wisdom Path attainment level was Grandmaster. If he was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, what else could he be? Secondly, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. He could cultivate any path. Finally, Fang Yuan had been worried about this earlier. He felt that even though he had Wisdom Path attainment and methods, he lacked Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Thus, to Fang Yuan, this Affection Immortal Gu was very important. Thus, he kept Affection Immortal Gu in his pocket. In this reverse flow river, he could not open his Immortal Aperture's entrance, he could only carry it with him. Bai Tian saw this and his expression sank, his tone became even more anxious. Friend. Put down that Immortal Gu, we are not enemies, we can make a deal and take what we need. Chapter 1281. Fang Yuan's hands missed, he quickly raised his arms and grabbed with both his hands. His left hand missed, but his right hand grabbed onto Bai Tian's leg. Bai Tian's retreat was obstructed, his other leg shot out like a dragon, attacking Fang Yuan's temple quickly and fiercely. This attack was powerful. If it hit, Fang Yuan would feel dizzy, Bai Tian would not be able to escape. But at this moment, Fang Yuan took out Affection Immortal Gu and raised it in front of him. Bai Tian was so depressed he wanted to curse, and his legs stopped. Fang Yuan managed to gain some time to react. He suddenly moved his head backwards, his body flipped in the water. Originally, he was like Bai Chen Tian, his head was above his feet. But now, he grabbed Bai Chen Tian's leg, his head was above his feet. Bai Chen Tian saw this and his heart sank, he knew that the situation was bad. This was because Fang Yuan had one hand on his leg, while the other was holding affection Immortal Gu, he could not attack. But at this moment, in this situation, Fang Yuan had two legs that he could use. In contrast, Bai Chen Tian's leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan, he could only use his other leg to attack. Bai Chen Tian was shocked, his empty leg moved in a different direction, like a butterfly, it was extremely agile as it kicked continuously, in Fang Yuan's eyes, a series of leg shadows were formed. But Fang Yuan was not afraid, he waved his legs and created leg shadows as well. The two fought in the river, their strength collided, creating whirlpools in the water. Every time their legs clashed, there would be muffled bangs in the river. Bai Chen Tian only had one leg, how could he match Fang Yuan's two legs? During the fight, he was kicked by Fang Yuan frequently. Bai Chen Tian focused on defense, he felt very annoyed, I am a great rank 8 Gu Immortal, to think that I ended up like this. Rascal! As long as I get out of the river and recover, I will teach you a lesson. He waved his arms rapidly, dragging Fang Yuan's body along as he swam towards the surface of the river. However, in the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He blocked Bai Chen Tian's kick with one leg, while his other leg aimed at a certain vital spot and kicked. Oh! Bai Chen Tian was kicked in the crotch by Fang Yuan. In an instant, his entire face stiffened, his eyes widened, and he almost spat out the last bit of air he had left in his mouth. Bai Chen Tian was indeed a rank 8 great expert, his endurance was far beyond ordinary people, he forcefully acknowledged him as his master, at the same time, he waved his arms, wanting to swim up and get his head out of the river. Bang! Fang Yuan's kick landed again. Bai Chen Tian's body trembled. This time, he could not hold it in any more and spat out a string of bubbles. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Yuan took advantage of the moment when his opponent revealed a huge opening. Bai Chen Tian's face was red, his eyes were bloodshot, he did not want to swim up anymore, he turned around and wanted to fight Fang Yuan to the death. Who wants to fight you to the death? Fang Yuan let go and kicked Bai Chen Tian away. At the same time, he felt the opposite force and pulled away from Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian broke free, he was stunned for a moment before he gave up on Fang Yuan and struggled towards the surface of the river. Fang Yuan turned around and took the chance to leave Bai Chen Tian, successfully escaping. Bai Chen Tian's head came out of the water, he opened his mouth and breathed heavily. The pain in his crotch continued to come. The intense pain continued to attack his nerves, making his head feel a little dizzy. This damned guy. If I get a chance, I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Bai Chen Tian looked at the river from afar as Fang Yuan swam quickly, the distance between them was increasing, but he could not reach him. After Fang Yuan successfully got away from Bai Chen Tian, he slowed down and started to recover his stamina. He felt numbness in his feet. Bai Chen Tian's crotch was not easy to kick. With Fang Yuan's immortal body strength, even though he was the one kicking others, his feet felt numb. Evidently, Bai Chen Tian had taken care of his crotch's defense, he had many wood path Dao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan did not fight Bai Chen Tian. He knew that with Bai Chen Tian's methods, even if he killed him, he would be heavily injured by Bai Chen Tian's retaliation, he might even die together with him. Fang Yuan was not willing to do that. He did not need to fight a rank 8 Gu Immortal to the death. After all, he had the sovereign immortal body, he had a bright future. Moreover, his target this time was Wuxia. If he died together with Bai Chen Tian, wouldn't Wuxia laugh his head off? Even if Bai Chen Tian died and Fang Yuan lived, Fang Yuan would be heavily injured, he would lose the ability to kill Wuxia. Of course, there was another important point. That was, even if he killed by Chen Tian, Fang Yuan would not gain anything. He could not open his immortal aperture here, by Chen Tian's corpse was a burden. Fang Yuan could not bring the corpse around, even if he did, what would he do if he met Wuxia? Even if he did not meet Wuxia, what would he do if he met those Central Continent Gu immortals? A rank 7 Gu immortal killing a rank 8 was indeed an incredible feat and supreme glory. But this glory, in Fang Yuan's eyes, was less than a fart. He continued to swim forward, searching for Wuxia. Wuxia, is that you? Wuxia heard this voice and turned around, showing joy on his face. Come closer, I will pull you up. He quickly replied. A moment later, Tai Bai Yunsheng was pulled onto a huge lotus leaf by Wuxia. This is the leaf of the monarch lotus, it can float on the water. To think that your luck is so good. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. Wuxia smiled, thinking, I have connect luck with that Fang Yuan, how can my luck be bad? But very quickly, the smile on his face vanished and was replaced by a worried expression. He looked at the river ahead. Reverse Flow River is in a strange situation now, we cannot leave. The urgent matter now is to meet up with Lord Zishan Makoto, we might even be able to get Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, as well as kill that ancient sword dragon that is chasing us. Mentioning Zishan Makoto, Tai Bai Yunsheng had a look of reverence on his face, he nodded, right, let's meet up with Master first. Achoo! Zishan Makoto sneezed loudly. He had a bitter expression as he sighed, sigh, to think that I would be in such dire straits when I just woke up. Sigh, I am old, my body cannot take it anymore, just a little bit of cold wind and water will cause me to catch a cold. And under his but was old ancestor Shuehu's shoulder. Old ancestor Shuehu was moving his limbs, looking around, trying to find something in Reverse Flow River. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, he snorted coldly, you are clearly enjoying the fruits of others' labor, why are you complaining? Don't you have a pair of wings? Why don't you fly out of Reverse Flow River? Zishan Makoto had already returned to his original form. Like Fang Yuan, who had turned back into a human from an ancient sword dragon, Zishan Makoto was a mini-man rank 8 Gu immortal, his transformation was only an immortal method. Now that he was in Reverse Flow River, he had to turn back into a mini-man. Precisely so, he could sit on old ancestor Shuehu's shoulder. You think I don't want to fly away? But this Reverse Flow River is being pulled by a huge force, it is very chaotic, I cannot leave the river. Hehe, who set up the Gu formation for you? Zishan Makoto asked. Old ancestor Shuehu's expression was grim, Sun Ming Lu. Zishan Makoto nodded. It should be him. This is out of my expectations. Old ancestor Shuehu said, he is actually a member of Longevity Heaven. Old ancestor Shuehu was astute and decisive, at this moment, it was not hard to guess Sun Ming Lu's faction. Because Central Continent's Gu immortals were all framed, in the whole of Northern Plains, who had the ability to do such a thing, who had the guts to deal with old ancestor Shuehu? Other than Longevity Heaven, there was no one else. Zishan Makoto nodded, Longevity Heaven made a move, they are definitely after Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun is definitely not far behind. They are definitely ahead. I need to find my wife first. Old ancestor Shuehu said. Zishan Makoto patted his shoulder, then we should swim ahead. Lady Wanshou was beside Ma Hongyun at that time, after being swept away by Reverse Flow River, she is likely to be near Ma Hongyun. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation was shining with a dazzling platinum light. The light shot into the sky, it was like a huge pillar that could not be concealed. At this moment, Black Extremity was at the center of the Gu formation, controlling the Gu formation to guide Reverse Flow River. Meanwhile, Flood Extremity was outside the Gu formation, guarding against any uninvited guests that were attracted by the light pillar. We have the numbers now, we will swim up. If we can kill the enemy in reverse flow river, that would be for the best. Bai Chen Tian said this as killing intent surged in his heart. This was indeed a rather correct strategy. For the Central Continent Gu Immortals, if they fought, they were not old ancestor Xuehu and Zishan Makoto's match. Now that he had lost the Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp, he was no match for these two. The change in reverse flow river gave the Central Continent Gu Immortals a great opportunity. Bai Chen Tian felt that as long as they could grasp this opportunity, they might be able to kill the enemy in reverse flow river and turn the tables. What's going on? Right at this time, a certain water path Gu Immortal among the Central Continent Gu Immortals sensed the change in the water flow. Next, these Central Continent Gu Immortals saw that the reverse flow river water around them had calmed down from its turbulent state. Finally, the river surface slowly flowed with ripples. Large numbers of rocks, wood, and beast corpses were swept away by the silent river water. The speed was 5 times faster than the turbulent river water earlier. How can this be? Some Central Continent Gu Immortals were caught off guard. They were swept away by the river water. In the blink of an eye, they were 200 to 300 steps away from Bai Chen Tian and the rest. Bai Chen Tian was the first to react. Quick, swim up, we cannot stop for even a moment. Reverse flow river has returned to normal, if we stop now, we will be swept away by the river. He shouted. Hearing Bai Chen Tian's reminder, the other Central Continent Gu Immortals reacted. They quickly swam forward. So difficult. The river water is flowing slowly, but it is several times more difficult than the turbulent waves earlier. These wood and beast corpses are annoying, they are interfering with our progress. The Central Continent Gu Immortals soon found that it was much more difficult to swim in this normal reverse flow. So what? The higher we are in reverse flow river, the more difficult it is to swim. Persevere. We do not need to swim upstream, we only need to wait for enemies to kill them. If we kill a rank 8 Gu Immortal, we can turn the tables. Bai Chen Tian raised the morale. The Central Continent Gu Immortals responded. This way, reverse flow river is our chance. Lord Bai Chen Tian, look ahead, the river water is still turbulent. Bai Chen Tian heard this and found something amiss. He frowned immediately. This was bad news. Swimming in the seemingly calm reverse flow river was much more tiring than swimming in the turbulent water. At this rate, as time passes, when Central Continent's Gu Immortals encounter the enemies that were washed down by reverse flow river, they would be exhausted, they would be a bunch of exhausted soldiers. Quick! We need to swim to the front, into the turbulent water. Bai Chen Tian had a solemn expression as he gave the correct order. The Central Continent Gu Immortals received the order and increased their speed. Fang Yuan swam in the current, he kept searching for Ying Wuxia's figure, but he could not find him. The river water was turbulent, huge waves were created from time to time. As the waves churned, the corpses of the wild beasts and countless rocks and trees in the river would be tossed up. The situation on the river was very complicated. Most importantly, the river was very wide. Fang Yuan could not patrol from a high vantage point, no matter how good his eyesight was, his vision was limited. However, he found many Gu Immortals, among them were Central Continent Gu Immortals, as well as Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land Peak Lords. But Fang Yuan avoided them all, he did not deal with them. Dealing with these people would only waste his time, he would not gain anything. This river is too wide, I might have already surpassed Ying Wuxia when I swam earlier, I am now upstream of him. This is possible. But Fang Yuan did not give up. Because there was a high chance that Ying Wuxia was still upstream. He swam with all his strength, he was like a fish, agilely moving forward in the complicated water. The sovereign immortal body gave him excellent eyesight, stamina, and recovery speed on par with rank 8 Gu Immortals, and most importantly, he had trained his swimming ability to an instinctive level. All of this allowed him to surpass many Gu immortals. In contrast, because Bai Chen Tian had to gather the central continent Gu immortals, he had to search the same river segment, he was at the back. A leopard raccoon moved through the water, pouncing towards Zhao Lianyun. The leopard raccoon was smaller than a leopard, but it could swim. Thus, even though it was swept away by reverse flow river, it managed to survive. Go away. Mu Ling Lan slapped with one palm, killing the leopard raccoon. His other hand grabbed onto Zhao Lianyun's arm. Zhao Lianyun was only a phantom aperture false immortal, her foundation was weak, she had almost no Dao marks. Without Gu worms, she was as weak as a normal person. Thankfully, when she was swept into reverse flow river, the rank 7 water path Gu immortal Mu Linglan was beside her. Because of Mu Linglan's protection, Zhao Lianyun managed to survive until now. Mu Linglan's water path Dao marks actually allowed him to breathe freely in water. At the same time, his water skills were outstanding as well. He protected Zhao Lianyun along the way. Not only did he avoid danger time and time again, he even brought her forward. Look, there's a mound ahead. After Mu Linglan repelled the leopard raccoon, his eyes shined as he saw a mound floating on the river surface. This mound is made of soil, no wonder it can float on the water and not sink. Let's rest there. Mu Linglan dragged Zhao Lianyun as he climbed the mound with difficulty. Zhao Lianyun was extremely tired. She was on the verge of death. Once she reached the shore, she collapsed on the mound, not moving, not wanting to get up. Mu Linglan was also extremely tired, he breathed roughly. Wait, there's someone on the mound. Mu Linglan suddenly stood up, his gaze turned ruthless. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. A figure walked out of the forest on the mound. Mu Linglan saw this person and was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was even more stunned. Because the person who appeared in front of them was Ma Hongyun. The immortals were all in a sorry state, but Ma Hongyun's clothes were clean and tidy, he was still chewing on a fruit in his hand. You are Ma Hongyun. Mu Linglan exclaimed. Ma Hongyun took a step back, are you here to capture me? Zhao Lianyun mustered her remaining strength, she stood up shakily. She looked at Ma Hongyun. Her throat was moving, but she could not speak. Before using love, she had used Gu worms to speak, but now, in reverse flow river, she could not use any Gu worms. These people originally wanted to go against the current, but the second half of the reverse flow river gradually returned to normal as the child formation was damaged. Bai Chen Tian saw that this was not working, he could still hold on, but the other Gu immortals were expended, they chose to go downstream and leave reverse flow river, going upstream from the sky. However, this way, they would become outsiders, and any methods they used against the reverse flow river would be returned to them. Bai Chen Tian soon found Fang Yuan who was in reverse flow river. We can forget about our previous enmity, as long as you hand over affection immortal Gu. Bai Chen Tian sent an ultimatum to Fang Yuan. This is the rank 7 Gu immortal who fought Lord Bai Chen Tian to a draw? How does he cultivate? The other central continent Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with curious gazes. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, ignoring Bai Chen Tian. Someone among the central continent Gu immortals shouted, audacious. You dare to disrespect Lord Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian snorted coldly, you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in reverse flow river? Before I'm washed down, you should worry about yourself. After all, this is not central continent. Fang Yuan replied without fear. Bai Chen Tian's thoughts were exposed, his expression turned colder, he gave up on Fang Yuan and continued to move upstream. Fang Yuan's matter was a small matter. The most important thing was Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. Because the dog-tail life-extending ferret destroyed the subformation, the complicated situation on the river became clear. The irrelevant items were washed away, only a few groups of Gu immortals were left on the river. At the front were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Linyun, and Mu Linglan. The second group were Old Ancestor Shuehu, Zishan Makoto, and Lady Wan Shou. The third group was the Central Continent Rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Ling Yang, as well as some Central Continent Gu immortals. The fourth group was Ing Wuxia and the rest, as well as some Snowy Peak lords. The fifth group was Fang Yuan. When he was swept into Reverse Flow River, he was too far from snowy mountain-blessed land, he was at the back of the river. Even though he was swimming upstream, the others were also working hard. Speaking of which, the situation was quite interesting. Quick, swim forward. Mu Linglan looked at Old Ancestor Shuehu and Zishan Makoto who were not far away, his heart was in his throat. The floating mound earlier had already been washed away, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun could only swim forward to avoid being caught by Old Ancestor Shuehu again. The second group was Old Ancestor Shuehu and Zishan Makoto. In order to catch Ma Hongyun again, they chased after him. The third group was Wei Ling Yang, he did not want to give up. As long as he held back Old Ancestor Shuehu and Zishan Makoto, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would have a chance to swim downstream, they would be able to resolve this crisis. Wei Ling Yang and the rest allowed him to leave, they wanted one less strong competitor. Old Ancestor Shuehu quickly left Reverse Flow River, using Gu immortal methods, he stabilized Lady Wan Shou's condition. Bai Chen Tian became nervous, he could not deal with Old Ancestor Shuehu alone. The other Central Continent Gu immortals around him could not interfere in the battle of rank 8s without immortal Gu houses. I'll kill you first. Old Ancestor Shuehu carefully placed the unconscious Lady Wan Shou into his immortal aperture. Next, he charged towards Bai Chen Tian. He was the #1 demonic path person in Northern Plains, he was ruthless, how could he give up on this chance to beat up a fallen enemy? At most, I will die. Bai Chen Tian was determined to die, he did not dodge. But when the two rank 8s were about to fight, they sensed a powerful aura. The mountainous dog-tailed Violet Marten finally arrived at the Reverse Flow riverside with Flood Extremity and Black Extremity. At the crucial moment, Zishan Makoto fell into a state of insanity, he swam down rapidly. Thankfully, Ing Wuxia was already following Zishan Makoto, to prevent him from falling into insanity. He immediately caught Zishan Makoto, the group of 4 continued to swim upwards. This way, Ma and Zhao escaped danger, they were still in first place. Zishan Makoto fell down, he was in second place with Ing Wuxia and the rest. Third was Fang Yuan. Fourth was the Central Continent Gu immortals led by Wei Ling Yang. Lord Wei Ling Yang, it is all up to you. Bai Chen Tian was overjoyed. The Central Continent Gu immortals also started to cheer. Something happened to Zishan Makoto, this was great news to Central Continent. Especially those Gu immortals who did not know Fang Yuan's true strength, they felt that only Central Continent Rank 8 Wei Ling Yang was left in Reverse Flow River. Even though Wei Ling Yang was in last place, he could still win. Wei Ling Yang gritted his teeth. The difficulty of swimming was getting higher, and more importantly, Reverse Flow River was affecting his every thought. Any thought of swimming upwards and persevering would be affected by Reverse Flow River. Many thoughts were washed away, but there was one thought that seemed to have taken root in Wei Ling Yang's heart. I need to persevere. Because I am Central Continent's only hope. If I can capture Ma Hongyun and save Zhao Lianyun, we will have a chance to return in victory. I cannot fail. Central Continent's glory, Celestial Court's glory, I cannot lose it because of me. Wei Ling Yang swam forward as usual, he was very stable. The Central Continent Gu Immortals around him also followed behind him. This group of Gu Immortals was the largest force in Reverse Flow River, they were very eye-catching. Even the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, said, "Oh. It seems that Central Continent has a huge advantage. Celestial Court's influence is still as long as ever. This cannot happen, Ma Hongyun is a Northern Plains person." Bai Chen Tian frowned. He looked at Mao Li Chiu, then at old ancestor Xuehu, who had a cold expression. He started to worry, even if Wei Ling Yang defeats his competitors and captures Ma and Zhao, what will happen after he leaves Reverse Flow River? Bai Chen Tian thought about it but could not think of a way to escape, he could only continue to watch. Time passed by minutes and seconds. The situation in Reverse Flow River did not change. Ma Zhao was still first. Yingwu Xia and the rest were second. Fang Yuan was in the third place. And Wei Ling Yang and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals were fourth. The order of the four groups of Gu Immortals did not change, but the distance between them had shrunk. Oh. These people are actually able to persevere, strange, how can there be such heroes among humans? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, mumbled, as expected, the great era is coming. Every time a great era that can create a venerable, large numbers of geniuses will emerge like a geyser. Bai Chen Tian's eyes shined with bright light. He assessed the Gu Immortals on Central Continent's side, memorizing their appearances. These people had strong wills, if they grew up, they would become pillars of their respective ancient sects. Persevere. The sect has entrusted the task of protecting Fairy Lianyun to me, I will not give up. I will never give up. Bu Zhenzi frowned. It is like Gu refinement, no matter how difficult the process is or how unpredictable the results are, as long as I persevere, there will be gains. Yu Yi encouraged himself internally. Shi Zhengyi had a furious expression. Lord Mu Linglan sacrificed himself to protect Fairy Lianyun. But to think that a certain minor character who he did not care about would spoil his plans today, at this moment. Ha ha ha, luck is on our side after all. The dog-tail life-extending ferret laughed loudly, its laughter reverberated in the surroundings. Bai Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang had already gathered, Central Continent's Gu Immortals were waiting. It seemed that they chose to stay and wait for a chance. Old ancestor Xuehu, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing stood together. All three sides were together, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be eliminated. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if our Central Continent Gu Immortals sacrifice our lives, we will protect you. Wei Ling Yang said loudly. Laughable. Central Continent fellows actually want to snatch people from me? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, glared at them, feeling very displeased. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Li Chiu's ferocity would scare Ma Hongyun. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Ma Hongyun, you obtained fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu's recognition, you have Giant Sun's bloodline, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the source of our bloodline, Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. We're here to take you home. Old Ancestor Shui who snorted coldly, threatening Fang Yuan, Lu Guanyi, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the third peak lord of Snowy Mountain. I, Shui Hu, am a man of my words, you can rest assured. If you succeed, with my support, your future path of cultivation will be smooth. Hearing his words, the other Gu immortals started to pay attention to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the chance to kill Ling Wuxia. There was no other way. He had already tried his best. But the foundation of a rank 8, the advantage of a strength path immortal zombie in reverse flow river, and most importantly, Zishan Makoto's momentary clarity, all of these pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was very dangerous for him. Among the 3 rank 8s outside the river, only old Ancestor Shui who could rely on. But old Ancestor Shui who had people from Shadow Sect beside him. If I leave reverse flow river, these 3 rank 8s can attack me. My speed cannot match Hui Feng Zi, even with myriad self and familiar face, there is little hope of escaping from these 3 rank 8s. Fang Yuan was clear about his own strength. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, they will be the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to trade for them, not to mention old Ancestor Shui who, I might even be able to use him to eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam up with all his might towards the 2 of them. Fang Yuan. He did not give up, the result of his perseverance was a huge turning point. This Lu Guanyi did not get swept away, he is still persevering. He is not far from Ma and Zhao. This means, with his speed, won't he be able to catch Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun soon? Lu Guanyi has great battle strength, the battle earlier proved it. In the reverse flow river, he fought Lord Bai Chen Tian to a draw. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun, and Zhao Lianyun were left. Now, even if the Gu immortals outside the river wanted to regroup and swim upstream, they did not have the time. Most importantly, they were all eliminated, their thoughts of swimming upstream were destroyed, they could not muster up the courage to swim in reverse flow river for the time being. Oh no, the only hope now is that Lu Guanyi runs out of energy? Bai Chen Tian thought of this as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao, walk slowly, don't be anxious, as long as you keep moving forward, you can stay in reverse flow river. Bai Chen Tian had fought with Fang Yuan before, he was very clear about Fang Yuan's shocking battle strength in reverse flow river. This could be seen from his injuries after leaving reverse flow river. He had Zishan Makoto's help, and was an immortal zombie, he was only a step away from death. Thus, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's loyalty to Central Continent, they had to avoid interacting with Fang Yuan. They had to stall for time until Fang Yuan could not hold on anymore. This was Central Continent's only chance of victory. But Fang Yuan was still the same, he was not fast, but compared to Ma and Zhao, who were as slow as turtles, he was extremely fast. Not long after, he landed on the ground, he was less than 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui who suddenly spoke, good, Lu Guanyi, capture Ma and Zhao, if you have any requests, you can tell me. You are wanted by Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, but as long as you hand these 2 to me, I will be your ally. From now on, whoever dares to deal with you will be dealing with me. Wei Lingyang was shocked, he also spoke, Lu Guanyi, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects, and members of Celestial Court. If you can protect Ma and Zhao, even if you go to Central Continent, we have ways to modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. If you make a huge contribution, Central Continent will not mistreat you. Old ancestor Shui who will give you several times, or even 10 times the reward. Humph. Lu Guanyi, even though you do not have the Huang Jin bloodline, as long as you make up for your mistakes and protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, hand them over to Longevity Heaven. My Longevity Heaven can make an exception and take you in as an external Supreme Elder. If you enter Longevity Heaven, you will receive unimaginable benefits. You will be a member of Northern Plains' righteous path, not a demonic path. Not only will you not be wanted, you will even be welcomed by all of Northern Plains' Huang Jin tribes. Flood Extremity also spoke. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.